You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health, and see if we
the podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
To 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network. That's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. Listen, go on Amazon and get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43, there is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
The Health Insurance Helper cares about their clients and their needs by offering customizable plans that are tailored to their budget. We are there for you day or night because accidents just doesn't happen between 8 and 5. I'm Larry Blackman, and I would like to be your agent.
has created us for a purpose. We all have a purpose. And I just love how you said that, how you were just like, look, my mom poured into me, your family poured into you. And, we have to move past that. And I think that that's so good. And look at you, you've accomplished so much. And I feel like that's what people needed to hear, because a lot of times we're looking right now. We don't see outside of that box.
Right.
And it's like, okay, how can I move forward? Or what can I do next? Or now I can't accomplish my dreams and my goals. But it's like, hey, I accept the competition. I'm like, yes, this might have happened, but I'm going to push myself to be the best. And that's why you say you're not there yet, but you're getting there. But you've accomplished so much,
Right. And that's the thing too, is like, and maybe life changes, right? Maybe your plans do need to change based on something that's happened, but that's okay. And then maybe you don't have a mother or a father there. Find a counselor, a friend, someone that you can trust and lean on. Trust that you do not have to live life alone. And that's the one thing that always stuck to me, because life didn't stop there, y'all, right? I went through that scenario, but please believe I've had hardship, heartbreak, financial hardship. I've had to continue. This is a roller coaster ride. Life will continue lifing. And these skill sets you learn now, you'll have to learn or implement over time as well. And plans might change, but when you're resilient in the inside, it doesn't matter what comes at you. You're going to overcome that too. Because you can look back and say, if I can do that, I can do this too. So continue looking forward, trusting that it's only going to get better from here. My best is yet to come.
Yes. And in the midst of that, like you said, pouring into yourself, surrounding yourself with positivity and just really pushing yourself, okay, to evaluate your goals. And that's what I tell people. I hate when people always say, hey, I have my New Year's resolution, but I'm not gonna look at it now. And I'm like, no. When we set goals, the ideal is for us to go back and look at them. And so, really, ideally, every 3 months, we should be sitting down, looking at our goals, and saying, okay, what needs to change, and make changes from there. And I think that that's so important, because you're right, the goals are gonna change throughout life. Lifing is lifing. We're going through this, we're going through that. So different circumstances in life do change. So that brings me to our next question. What is it that keeps you going when you feel like, you know what, today is just not the best day, or I'm going through this season that's just full of so much coming from all directions? What do you do to help you stay, just have a solid, stable ground?
Yes, great question, because again, life will life. And I lean on the framework of the leadership trifecta a lot, because it is truly a triumph. Every area, right? So when for me,
When you started bringing up a little bit, can you tell us a little bit more about the triangle? Can you start back with the triangle?
Yeah, sure. So the leadership triangle. Yes. So when I look at the leadership trifecta, it's 3 sides. It's self, work, and home. Depending on the season in your life, you might be busier at work than you are at home, or you need to take more time for self because you've got to refill. So you're always managing what's right for you. What I've learned is you can't compare your triangle to anyone else's. There was a time when I was young in my career and I wanted to be at my son's football practice every day. Now, everyday practice for football, y'all, I had to leave work early because I couldn't make all of them if I kept my schedule. I spoke with my manager and said, listen, I need to get some flex time. Because I asked and I gave them a workaround, I was able to leave work early every day, the time, and I made every day with my son, because at that moment, that was what's most important for me. There are times now in my company where I might be super busy and I'm like, hey guys, I might miss a recital or two, but trust that mommy's coming back around, is going to come back around to this. But we have to over communicate what our priorities are. And again, not compare that to what your mama say your priorities should be. Don't let your kids guilt trip you on what life should be like. So when you've made a decision, you can do that guilt-free, knowing that I'm going to be able to lean back to the left or right, depending on where I need to be and what season I am in my life. So when I wake up and I just don't feel like this thing is hard, that might be a time for me to focus on self. Mm-hmm. When things need to happen at the household where I need to lean more on that, then I'll let my work know, hey, y'all, I'm leaning here. Here's my priorities. And I over communicate what needs to happen so that we all have that balanced life in there. But what you must do, not just over communicate, but ask for help. Again, we are not meant to live this life alone. So when I need a at work, I might need to pass on or delegate some tasks. So what is it you can do? Don't stop at, oh, this is hard, it'll never work. That doesn't work for me, Jakara. Okay, well, what can work? And start to brainstorm what you need at this time so that you balance the life that you decide and you prioritize it to be.
Yes, I love that. And you said some good nuggets here. You said one thing is don't compare yourself. And I feel like sometimes it gets hard, wherever that season of life that you're in, whether you're a mom, whether you're a teen, whether you're living this, dream of wanting to be here and reach these goals. It's like sometimes we will compare ourselves. Do you feel social media plays a big role in that?
Oh, I think anyone, I mean, yourself, we ourselves, we compare ourselves hard with someone else, and social media is right at our fingertips. It's a scroll away. So it's easy to compare your life to someone else's highlight reel and what you expect your life to be like based on what you're seeing on your scrolls, right? I would definitely say that's great to be able to see the end result of something when you're on social media. But if you're going through something, you need to talk to someone who's going through too, because you're seeing people's glory. You don't see their story when you're going through that social media. So when you want to, hey, how did you get through hell and high water to get on those stages and get on those platforms? Ask the right question, because if you only compare what you see, you've already lost the battle, because you're not even comparing apples to apples right now.
That's right. You're so right. So I want you to think about yourself when you were a teenager. What advice, based on everything that you have accomplished up to this point in your life, what advice would you give to your teenage self? Like, what is something you wish you knew, or, what are some things that you would say to yourself? Like, hey,
I don't know everything. I wish I knew, and then I could walk into it, that I don't know everything. I don't know why at the age of 15, 16, 17, our brains stop working and we just think our parents don't know anything. They can't relate to us. We're going through, you can never understand what I'm going through. There might be some things that your parent may not understand explicitly, but we've all know pain. We all know rejection. We all understand what happiness and joy is, and passion. So don't assume you know everything. You don't. This 17 years of your life, you haven't hit it all, baby girl, baby boy. You need to find someone, a mentor, a coach, a parent, that you can lean in and say, tell me what I don't know, and listen. That's what I wish I would have done more so as a child, was listen and not assume that I had all the answers, because we don't. And then you don't know that until time comes. I promise you, even my teenagers now, I'm like, I know what y'all going through. I'm gonna wait till y'all get over it. But I'm telling you, what I would have done is listened more. But if you don't want to, I get it. You'll figure it out in 3-5
We've
years.
been there, done that. So I'm going to ask you about Michelle Obama's quote. You know how she says, when they go low, we go high. What do you feel about that? Like, how does that relate to you? What are some moments in your life that you feel like you had to go high when you could have definitely met them at their needs or went low?
It definitely is it's a mind shift for some people too, because it's easy to go low. It's easy when you're hurt to lash back. You want to feel like we got to level this playing field. I'm not about to have you walk all over me, right? This whole, a turn the cheek situation. I'm not trying to have you hit both sides. So we feel like we must retaliate. What I feel like is there's situations where we have to stand up for ourselves, and there are others where it's like, me arguing with you makes me look stupid too. So I'm not about to even go low, because there's no need for me to prove anything to you. What I've learned is there are times where I need to speak up for myself, and there are times when your opinion of me does not matter. And when you can differentiate when someone's opinion of you matters or not, you can walk away from a lot of situations, because they gonna talk. People gonna run their mouth. You run your business. You keep running the things that you need to run, and let them keep running their mouth, because they won't stop you if you won't let them. So when you take that high road, what you're really saying is, you beneath me anyway, boo. I'm about to go ahead and keep stepping and keep over this little bridge while you on the other side by yourself.
Yes, and I appreciate so much in working with our youth is don't allow people's words or their actions to have power over you. And that is just so powerful, to say it like that. Like, I'm not gonna let you have that kind of control over me. Especially, I know it's not true, so why am I even bothered with it? So,
Right.
most definitely. Well, Jakari, it's been amazing having you on Ingeniously Made Whole, IMW. How can everyone connect with you if they want to work more on how to get that life in balance with the triangle and know, where they should be spending more time? Because, women have so much, and even men, they have that guilt of, not being able to spend as much time with family, or either spending so much time at work, or being available for everyone but themselves.
Right.
We've been there, not filling up our cup first, and
That's
then we're
right.
depleted.
Yes, I would love to continue to pour into your audience. Listen, you can, I'd love to be able to continue to build the bridge, because I think confidence is number one, right? If I have the confidence to speak my mind, speak my priorities, to be able to speak the boundaries that I need to be able to do exactly that, to lead guilt-free, to be able to make the right decisions. I want to give you a free guide. Check out boostyourconfidenceguide.com. Go to boostyourconfidenceguide.com. You'll get a free guide on how to instantly boost your confidence so you can make good decisions.
Are you that person who lacks confidence? Always second guessing yourself? You say one thing, then you be like, wait a minute, let me change it up. Let me do something else. Are you that person? If so, you can always work with me, because what I do is I help you to be confident, be sure of yourself. When you walk through the room, don't dim your lights, honey. You better walk loud and proud, know your worth, because people are going to treat you the way that you treat yourself. You got to remember, little girls with dreams become women with vision. And so what that means is we have to apply action. We have to be confident in who we are and whose we are. Go to focusyoursuccess.com, download my 11 tips to overcome mental health challenges, and even just to work with me so we can start building that confidence, that self-esteem. And when you walk in the room, let your light shine. Don't let anyone tell you, girl, sit down. Boy, sit down. We ain't doing that over here. We elevate and we promote and we take people to the next level, honey. Focusyoursuccess.com and start working with me. Book your call today.
Sweet conversation, hey, outrageous, hey, you smile, yeah, smile, and I say, hey, come on, say, it's getting personal, we say what? It's still for a while, and feel, come on, such a beautiful woman, come on, you the best of me. Come on, hey, come on, amazing, hey, outrageous. What's up, y'all? Hey, come on. How are you close to me? How are you close to me? Amazing, you the best of me. Say, good morning. Here's breakfast. Hey, lost track of time. No. We can fall. Let's get the movie and feel it. Hey, tonight, girl, we gonna sing and breathe.
Get that from, for real. They're knowledgeable and they know where to find information.
Exactly.
But basically that is they're not they don't know everything. Okay. And I never, said,
Well, and Anna, we live in the information age, so the rate of information is doubling almost every year.
yes.
Back in 1900, it took 100 years for information to double. Why are we talking about this? Because it gives us appreciation how much new knowledge there is. And people do one or two things. They embrace it like you're like, okay, I'm going to learn. I'm going to learn and I'm going to do research. And you've got others that just say, oh, and they block it off. But if you block it off, you're blocking off so much that could really help the quality of your life and your family's life.
Dr. Z, you just said positive and fixed men's mindset in a nutshell. Seriously. When you have that fixed mindset, you just say, oh, forget it, honey. So, you know, that seriously. But
Exactly.
if you have that positive mindset, you're going to say, oh, I got to embrace this. I got to learn about it. I'm not going to let this, you know, you see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That is it. Oh my God. Yes.
Yes. And you're a living embodiment. You're setting the example. Here you are, an educator, right? You know so much, but you're open to learning more.
To learn more. And you never get too old to learn. You know what? I basically try to learn something new every day.
Yep.
I think that's it. It can just be something simple. But you know, I try to learn something else. You know, like when we were on the broadcast and she talking about if you press the 3 buttons, I said, oh, I learned something today. You heard me say that. Okay, I learned something.
And I think that's a really important message for our listeners.
Yeah.
No matter how much you know, to be open that there is more to learn. And because I know I've talked to many people that they get insecure. They're like, oh, no, that's just too much. No, it's never too much to be open to new ideas. And it's not a reflection on you. We need to embrace that we live in an era where there's more information than any of us can absorb. But it doesn't mean we're going to close our minds. It means we're going to be open. And like you were saying, Anna, you don't have to know everything, but you know where to find it.
That's it.
You have the information at your fingertips.
That's it.
So, and you are an early childhood educator, is that correct?
Yes, I am. I love my babies.
Tell our listeners a little bit about that.
Well, let me tell you, you know, when I talk about vision on my thing, I'm going to talk about, I can tell you from the time, age 6, I knew I wanted to be a teacher. That was my goal in life, to be a teacher. And so I ended up being a teacher, and I'm still teaching. The podcast and working with daycares and doing my cake, you know, teaching classes in the cake decorate. I'm still teaching. So I'm just going to say I'm just a born teacher. But I always liked the babies because that was the starting point to me. And I read this book by Burton A. White, I believe that's his name. And he was a Yale instructor in early childhood at Yale University. And his philosophy was that by the age of 6, that the child knew everything they needed to know in life. So if they did not get that good foundation by the time age 6, then they're going to be lacking in education. Well, I looked at that and I said, there's 2 things or maybe more that I came up with that I felt needed to happen. And one of those was there needed to be some type of program from the hospital for the parent to take home with them
Yes.
so that they would know what to do, because there is no books on parenting. Okay. You don't go to school for parenting.
Exactly.
You can read about different things, but you're not going to read unless you're educated. Okay, so let's be honest. If you're educated, then you want to know these things. That's why I read, I was reading the book. And he gave quite a few things. And what I really liked about his philosophies and stuff, that he gave activities to do for the babies from the time they were born up until the time they were 6 years old.
Mm.
I mean, from the time they were in, like in the playpen, talking to them,
Right.
reading to them, doing all of those type of things. So I liked his philosophy, and I developed that philosophy with my child.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's another story in itself. She is a brain. So it's my granddaughter. She had, when she was born, her foot was turned a funny way. She had to wear a certain brace or something to correct that. And in the book, it talks about as they lay in the playpen, put this little bar and let them just play with it. And she played with that. It gave different activities for motor skills, cognitive skills, all of those things. So I took that his philosophy in those activities, as well as there was, I believe, a Chinese couple who had, I think, about 6 or 7 children. They all were girls, and they all were geniuses. And so when you see something like that, they're doing something. What is it that they're doing? You need to look at that, because you can learn from that, I felt. And so what they said they did was they just read to the children every day. They read from the time of conception.
Yes.
Because the first thing that develops in a baby is their hearing. That's why when the baby comes out, they know your voice, because they've heard it so many times.
That's right.
So they I just those are types of things that I think that need to be conveyed. So I developed that with my daughter and my granddaughter. Well, not with my granddaughter, but my daughter carried it over to my granddaughter. Both of them are avid readers to this day.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where my granddaughter will go to the library and maybe on Friday and get maybe 4 or 5 books by Sunday. She's done with them. And then my daughter reads audiobooks. And she's an avid reader to this day. Even though I was a reader too, but I don't think I was like them. But I developed those things because I said, if they're doing that, they're doing something that's right to make them do that. I don't think that the Dr. White is alive now, but I think I still have his book downstairs, because it was like a Bible to me.
Wow.
Early childhood activities to do with my child,
Yeah.
And it was to the point where reading a book, she would go and get a book. She could read the book to me.
Wow.
And seriously, she could actually, after a while, she would say, well, I said, okay, you read to me. And she could read it to me.
That's
So
incredible.
those are type of things that I need to convey. And I'm going to be honest with you, in the Black community, just here, I can say in the latter years, they have been putting their children in daycares. Now, put the child in the daycare, if it's not developmentally appropriate, ain't gonna do any good. You see what I'm saying? So that's where I come in with that. But I have been in situations in the school system where that parent will come to me and say, I send them to school for you to teach. And so parents need to understand that they are the first teachers.
Right.
We are the second teachers.
Mm-hmm.
And so you need to work with your child from conception. That you need to read to them every night. It's not, see, people think you need to spend a lot of time with them, but it's not the amount of time you spend with them. It's the quality of the time
Yes.
that you spend with them. And that I can tell you right now that my daughter and my granddaughter, they look forward to reading every night before going to bed. It was a ritual. It truly was a ritual. So I don't know whether they read it or I read it or the daddy read it. You know what I'm saying? It was just a ritual, you know, so.
But these are such pearls that you're sharing with us, Anna, and I'm looking forward to, with your podcast, to you sharing more. And I hope our listeners' ears are burning and say, yeah, I want more. I want more, because they're lessons that can greatly enhance the quality of your life and your children's lives.
It really, really, yeah. So
Truly.
that's why I include children in my podcast and things to do with your children, because
Yes.
you don't find podcasts where they kind of gear toward the children. It's usually on something traumatic has happened in their life, you know. I want to share that as well, but I want positive situations as well, because positive uplifts you. You don't want to be drained. And those type of situations like that are learning situations. So we have to learn, and we have to kind of like move on. I think we've all had some type of trauma or drama in our lives, you know.
It's so true. It's so true. And that's a part of, how would you say, evolving, right? It's not staying stuck. We've all had tough experiences. And I'm not at all minimizing. You know, I've worked with people with really severe trauma.
Right.
But they're people too, and there needs to be life after that trauma. And even for, now, I'll tell you what, today with youngsters, okay, there's so much bullying, there's a lot of these influences, the social media, and we have to be more equipped and empowered. So the pearls you're learning from Anna as a parent are only going to help you be the very best parent that you can be. And because it's not an easy world out there. That's an understatement.
Not easy at all.
But we want to, as Anna's saying, and I think that's what I'm hearing you say, Anna, yeah, take a positive stance, take a positive position, and, you know, don't give up hope. Say, it just deepens your hope. It deepens your resolve that you're going to learn more, you're going to implement, and you're going to do better. You're going to feel better.
I think the Bible says it best. You got to persevere. You got to persevere. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. And, you know, Anna, we live in a quick fix society. Everything is, we want it yesterday. Zip, zip, that we want it. But the body doesn't work that way. The mind doesn't work that way. Our physiology doesn't work that way. And like you say, perseverance wins the race. And you persist, whatever it is. If it's taken one step, like if you learn something from Anna, you say, okay, well, I'm going to try to put this into practice. Or you say, I'm going to put it, but it might be hard. That's okay. practice, 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 practice. Be good to yourself. Hey, say, I'm doing this.
You're right. Pat yourself on the back.
That's right. But it doesn't mean to give up.
Right.
Keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. And then, like what do they say? In every day in every way, then we get better and better.
That's right. I always use the analogy of the baby learning how to walk. Okay. They get up, they try, they crawl, they pull up, but eventually they start walking.
Exactly.
And believe it or not, they can't even remember when they didn't walk. It's so amazing, but
It is.
that's like how life is. Okay, and all it is the baby practicing. He kept practicing and practicing until he got it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, he saw all these people. Everybody's standing up, walking on two legs, and I'm down here crawling. What's going on here? Got to get this together. You just don't know what's going on in their mind, but you can see it calculated. You know what I'm saying? And when they finally get up and they can they just standing there, they don't know whether to move that foot or not. You know what I'm saying? But it is so amazing. They are the learning there, and just the babies are very important to me, because babies can be mentally challenged as well, just by their care.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's been studies where, when you talk to them lovingly and how are you, and then you talk to them another way, they're rigid, so they can sense that even at that age. So
Yes. Hello. We've got another exciting episode of Health is Your Wealth. And this is a very important topic. Healthy home cleaning choices. The reality is there are so many products that we have exposure to on a regular basis. Most of them are under our sink, either in the kitchen, in the bathroom, in a family room, in the garage, and let's face it, they're everywhere. It is amazing how many of these products are really not rated for people to be using on a regular basis. Now, there's different types of risks. Okay, we've got people that are allergic to certain chemicals. You spray a chemical, you're going to have a reaction, a rash, or have trouble breathing. And most people that have allergies become pretty savvy. They know what they can or cannot be exposed to. And they've worked hard to get that knowledge. Now, the risks we're talking about tend to be longer term risks. And to be very honest with you, when it comes to chemicals and cleaning products, the risks, besides the breathing, tend to be cancer, development of cancer, or reproductive endocrine issues, hormone issues. And both are potentially extremely serious. So it behooves us, it serves us well to be vigilant in our homes and do our research. I would say companies slowly are responding to consumer pressure. I've seen some large name brand companies start to make some very positive changes, and I think that's awesome. In other words, a rating you might read about a product 4 or 5 years ago might be a very different rating that they're going to get today. So we don't hold that against them, but we need to be on top of it. We need to be current. And to be very honest, years ago, we didn't think about these things. I remember, growing up, you watch TV, and TV wasn't glamorous. It was often a little black and white television the families had. And, but these commercials were very influencing, and they were in every living room. So they heavily influenced the shopping, the consumer shopping habits of what products were in the home and being used on a regular basis. And let's face it, they're used everywhere. We're cleaning our countertops in the kitchen, we're cleaning our tables, just cleaning everywhere. So same with the bathrooms. So things for us to think about, and we want to get savvy, if we're not already, about looking up our products and making changes gradually so we don't get overwhelmed, but making changes to shift to healthier products. That's why we say look up all of your household cleaning products. The Environmental Working Group has a guide to healthy cleaning, and it is a tremendous resource. Tremendous. The truth is, scientists found too many risks in cleaning products under sinks and on laundry shelves. 53% of products contain ingredients that harm the lungs, including formaldehyde that may be released by the preservatives in the cleaning products. Many name brand household cleaners are still not safe, so you must do your research before you buy and before you clean. Now, we talked about Environmental Working Group has a cleaning guide. It rates more than 2,000 products with grades from A to F. This is what it looks like when you go to Environmental Working Group, Guide to Healthy Cleaning. This is the main page. And you'll see, okay, top products, label decoder that will help translate the technical terms if you're interested. And about this report, talks a little bit in more depth. If you're interested, go for it. Take a deep dive. Now, people have asked me, okay, I got that page, but then what? Okay, look up on the left, as you're facing it, EWG's Guide to Healthy Cleaning. All right, and you'll see a whole drop down. The top is verified products. That means that is their A-rated product. Then you'll see air fresheners, all-purpose bathroom, dishwashing, floor care, furniture, kitchen, laundry, other, and professional products. So there's a whole array of products. But that's what you look for. In the corner there, the drop-down menu to the Guide to Healthy Cleaning. Now, I did not show a brand here, but if you look, okay, I selected all purpose. You know, your cleaners that you literally, they're all purpose. You can use them for floor, kitchen, whatever. And they, some of them tend to be a little better, a little stronger. All right, now, here you see 6 products were actually verified. 125 scored an A, 114 scored a B, 98 scored a C. Then, okay, 294 scored a D, and 208 scored an F. Now, when I looked at that list, I was surprised. I'm like, wow, these are name brand products, and they're scoring an F. That's not good. Okay, D is not great. D is not great. Really? What you want, here's your ideal: verified A, B. And if you have a C, well, you're moving in the right direction. It's better. Your goal is to get to A or B. So that's how you use this. And by the way, there's that drop down menu here in the corner. Now, this is an eye opener. Environmental Working Group recommends avoiding altogether air fresheners, antibacterial products. With COVID, do you know how many people and stores were promoting these antibacterial soaps? So we're scrubbing ourselves with these. They have risks. And it's not commonly talked about, but we've got to get more savvy. I will be very honest with you. I was buying my own. I would carry my little organic scrub that I researched, and it was rated A or B. And I will be honest with you. I would get them at the time. I would get them in Whole Foods. Then there were times that they were completely out. It's like, oh my word, where do I get these? So I've noticed they are more popular now. You can get them in a variety of places. So yeah, please be aware. What is commercially available does not necessarily mean that it's safe. Now, here's another shocker. Fabric softeners and dryer sheets. You should not be using these. There are healthy alternatives. In fact, you'll read, take a little cotton ball with just a little drop of essential oil, a safe oil. Put that right in the dryer if you feel like you need something. There's a lot of safer options. Drain cleaners and oven cleaners are awful. They're just awful. So we've got to get more savvy. We've got to find healthier options. And I believe that's it. So anyway, thank you so much for your attention, and safe shopping, and we'll see you on the next module.
The Health Insurance Helper cares about their clients and their needs by offering customizable plans that are tailored to their budget. We are there for you day or night because accident just doesn't happen between 8 and 5. I'm Larry Blackman, and I would like to be your agent.
Aluva G-Burn is an all-in-one weight loss supplement. If you're looking at a weight loss supplement as a whole, in my opinion, you have to target 5 or 6 different areas. And Aluva G-Burn does that. And it's the highest quality ingredients with the best absorption technologies with the highest bioavailability in each and every ingredient.
Hi, my name is Jen. I'm 47 years old. I teach musical theater classes to children, and I've been using Aluva G-Burn for a couple months now. I have 4 kids. And it seems like with each pregnancy, I gained a little more weight, a little more weight, a little more weight. And it's so frustrating to try to get that weight off. You know, I'm just hungry all the time. I crave stuff that I shouldn't be eating. I've tried everything and nothing has worked. But as soon as I started Aluva G-Burn, I was finally able to lose the weight. It suppressed my appetite. I wasn't having to snack all day. The cravings were gone. I felt great. I now have the energy to do the things I want to do throughout the day.
Oh my goodness, the mailman came. I hope my sweet little thing cookie's in here. I just hope it's in here. Let me see. Let me open this up. That's it.
Hey Think Fam, it's your favorite host, Michael Finkley, and you can listen to us on CTR Media Network. Go listen in.
Yes, I just loaded up my paint and sip class on Community, and 5 people have already signed up for it.
What class are you talking about? Yes, which app are you using?
It's called Community. It's an all-in-one app for promoting and organizing local classes. I just loaded up my paint and sip class, and I'm already getting traction.
That's pretty awesome. Can I join your class? Me too. I've been wanting to try paint and sip, but nobody was offering it as a class.
It's called Community. It's an all-in-one app for promoting and organizing local classes. I just loaded up my paint and sip class, and I'm already getting traction.
Yourself, your health is here. We got it. Reaching 350 million. They tuning in. We in 50 different countries. We all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network. Start the show.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast powered by CTR Media Network. And our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers who are truly making a positive impact in the world. They're willing to share their insight and knowledge with you in order to help you grow. And today is like any other amazing day. We have an excellent entrepreneur coming on, telling us all about what she's doing and why she do what she does. But when you think about the words, yes, silver lining seeker, when you think about beacon of light in the midst of darkness, when you think of perspective shifter, these are the words that describes today's guest. Her name is Jennifer Hogue, Light Vogue. Yes, and she is here to tell us all about herself. And she is a very creative soul with a wisdom of a sage and navigates life. And she does things in a very interesting way. And she has an infectious charm. But you know what? I don't talk about her enough. Let's just bring her on because you need to see her. Okay, let's go ahead and bring on Jennifer. Hi, welcome to the show.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing amazingly awesome since you are here today. And Jennifer, you have a resilient spirit, to say the least. And the fact that everything that you're doing, I really appreciate it. And when I think about you as a person, you remind me of somewhat of myself. So when you think about, because I want our guests to get to know you a little bit better, would you say that your life or your upbringing, how did it shape your perspective?
Oh, well, that right there. So my dad was one of those guys where he really understood how the power of words and the power of feeling that and how it meant. So growing up, I was a little blunt, to say the least. And at a very early age, he was like, Jennifer, you can't really talk to people like that. You really need to speak to someone and think of your tone and the words that you're saying. How is that going to be received? So he gave me early on that analogy, that example where you have like a 6 on the ground and you're standing on one side and it's a 6 for you, but the other person, it's a 9. So you have to learn how to step back out of your situation enough to remove your emotion and really try to understand what it's like from the other person's perspective. Because although you may be right, you're right from the way you see it. But that doesn't mean that the other person is not right from the way that they see it. So it's really important to take all of that into consideration when you're speaking to someone and someone is speaking to you, is having that wherewithal and that knowledge to be like, you know what? They're saying what they understand from their point of view. Now, how can I make it match mine? So definitely different growing up.
Wow. You know what? Well, normally we be giving our kudos to our moms, but kudos to dad for helping you see the 6 and the 9. Okay. Kudos. And also helping you understand at a very young age the power of your words. And your words are powerful. They can use to heal or they can be used to hurt. And so the way that we navigate into life is very, very important. I appreciate, I never even thought about when you make the number 6, how on the other person's side, they're seeing a 9. I was able to visualize it as you're saying it. And I'm like, you know what? She right. That's right. And so when I think about that, is there any period of time where you can think of, Jennifer, that had a significant impact upon your life?
Oh, most definitely. Back in 2018, I was out here living life before we had the phrase that life was lifing. I definitely had a boot on my neck, and I was really trying to find me. I didn't really feel like, I felt like I had for so long been living everyone else's life and everyone else's dreams and everyone else's goals, but I didn't have my own. So I was desperately trying to find me. And I came across this social media post saying, to confront a comfort zone. So you would do a comfort zone buster. So I was like, okay, I'm for it. And my very first comfort zone buster, I did the first weekend in September, and I did a sip and paint. And most people would think that's real simple and not too terrible, but I was terrified. I was sweating profusely. My hands were shaking, like it was out of control. But I had to face the fact that I had a lot of issues with perfectionism. And that's what was starting to hold me back. So I told my best friend that there were a lot of things that I wanted to do. I wanted to be a speaker, I wanted to be an author, and I wanted to be a life coach. I wanted to do these things. And my best friend, being my best friend, was like, I got you. She called me up one weekend. And she asked me what I was doing. Oh, she called me, it was on a Wednesday. She asked me what I was doing that weekend. And I was like, nothing, what's going on? She was like, great, I'm signing you up for a book writing challenge. And the book writing challenge is to be done within a weekend. You can do it. You got it. It's no problem. I have complete faith in you. And I was like, wait, what? And she was like, well, I mean, you want to be an author. You can't be an author if you don't have a book.
That's true.
Okay, you're right. You're right. Okay. Comfort zone buster. Let's go. And I actually made that happen, did it. And part of the challenge was like anyone who completed it, the person who was hosting that challenge, they would get the book published on Amazon. I was the only person in the entire group that did it. So that was major, right?
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, well, you've done that. Hey, I came across this form. I just need you to fill it out and just do it. Don't ask any questions, just complete it. I said, okay. So she hasn't steered me wrong at this point.
Wow.
And it's for a TEDx talk. Okay, well, Jennifer, you said you wanted to be a speaker. You need to get used to filling out these forms and the types of questions that they ask. So I'm just kind of working my way through this. And I fill out that form. And because it was due at midnight. So I didn't have a lot of time to think about it because she sent it to me at 9 p.m.
Oh.
Don't you love that?
Deadline.
Deadlines, who needs a deadline? And so I filled out the form and I got an email the next day that my submission had been accepted and I needed to come to Hilton Head, South Carolina that weekend to audition in person.
Oh my.
And I live in Maryland. So I had to get to Hilton Head, South Carolina, but we're going to do that. But I'm like, okay, it's preliminary. These are just the things that happen. So, I'm just writing this course because I'm doing comfort zone busters. And this is definitely well outside of my comfort zone, because understanding, even when I used to go live on Facebook, I used to sweat profusely and I would shake. So what am I going to do on stage? And I get there and they loved it. And I was selected to be one of the speakers at the TEDx talk. And it was crazy because from that sip and paint that I did at the beginning of September to the time that I was on the stage at my TEDx talk was 90 days.
Oh, wow.
It was a lot.
Wow, that was a lot. But the fact that you was able to the comfort busters and then having someone, I say that everyone need at least one buddy, whether it's entrepreneurship, whatever. If it's dealing with education, someone that's gonna push you when you're not gonna push yourself, and they know your personality. So she knew that time wasn't your friend. If you get too much time in between, because all of this, when I'm hearing, I'm like, she didn't give her that much time on anything, so she wouldn't have time to. You wouldn't have the time to think about it, to not do what you needed to do. So, smart friend. That's a good friend.
Yeah, that's the bestie. That's my bestie.
Yeah, that's a good friend. She's smart. She know do it at 12 midnight and gave it to you at 9. Oh, yeah, she's smart. She's smart.
Yeah, just fill it out. Don't ask me any questions. Just do it. You want to be a speaker? Just do it to the best of your ability.
Okay. So in 90 days, it birthed author, speaker, and you're also a mother.
Yes.
Wow. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break and we'll be back in a moment with the amazing Jennifer and seeing what you guys can do, what I can do in 90 days. I mean, really, we'll be back in a moment. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
Anybody that knows Tina, she's all about visibility. She's all about connection, and she's all about helping people create a source of income through monetization. And so, again, Tina is just really good at what she does. If you've not connected with Tina, if you've seen her show or heard her podcast and you're thinking about connecting with her, I highly, highly, highly recommend it. As a result of my connections with Tina, she has helped me with recruitment of speakers for my upcoming event. She's also helped me to recruit several authors for a few of the book projects that I have had the opportunity to produce in this past year. And all in all, Tina's just a really great person, that she's genuine in helping entrepreneurs in reaching their goals. So again, if you have not connected with Tina, be sure that you do. The Tina Ramsay Show is definitely a great venue for you to connect with other entrepreneurs, to connect with other individuals that are going to be interested in your service or your project. This is Tiffany Bell. Again, you are watching and listening to the Tina Ramsay Show, and I look forward to being able to connect with you.
And just like that, we are back. And I come along with a friend whom you may ask, the amazing Jennifer. But before I bring her back, guess what? Did you just hear what she said before the commercial break? Let me reiterate. In 90 days, we talking about 3 months, she became an author and a speaker. And she already is an amazing mom. So for all of you sitting on your little let me say the right name, the gluteus maximus, and you're saying, which I coulda, shoulda, woulda, or I can't,
honey, how long did you say, Jennifer, it took you to complete your book?
Outlined it on a Thursday, started on a Friday, and it was done on a Sunday. Weekend. I had a weekend. It was done in a weekend.
And see, that's my point. She did it in a weekend. Like, some people take years. Okay. You think you accomplished something, you take a couple of years. Oh, but I mean, she did it in a weekend. So that is just inspirational in itself. The fact that you was able to do something that's such a milestone, and being able, and that just shows the power of our words. Again, going back to what your father taught you early on, your words have power. Little did you know, by you saying those words to your friend, that those things was going to come into fruition, but come so quickly.
Right.
We hear this all the time, but we hear the progression of time, a long time. And we're talking 90 days. And so there was so much that happened in those 90 days. Did anything else happen afterwards?
So that's kind of the crazy part, though. So after those 90 days, no, I said, like, I was in the process of trying to figure out who I was and what was going on with me and who is Jennifer. After those 90 days, I actually crashed and burned. And it was really hard for me to get everything back together because I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I didn't have even though my bestie is my bestie, you know what I'm saying? I didn't have enough people around me to help guide me to like keep it going and like figure out the direction. Like I hit those milestones, but it was like I hit the milestones of like nothing else behind it. So that was kind of major. And so I fell back into, muscle memory. I fell back into being who everyone else wanted me to be and doing all the things that everyone else wanted me to be. And it kind of steered me into like, not a depression, but kind of a depression, because I felt like I was like I had a taste of who I could be, but I didn't know how to keep it. And so I dove into work and, just kind of went from there. So that was not expected, but it happens because when you're just not ready, when it's just not time, it's just not time. But that doesn't mean that it's never going to be time again. So that's what I had to believe.
Yeah, and I appreciate you being so honest and transparent in that, because we always hear about all of the glory, but we don't hear the story. We don't hear the behind the scenes thing. And sometimes it kind of reminds me, your story kind of reminds me of a person who put out a song and all of a sudden it hits number one. And they hit all this stardom and acclaim, and everything comes at a rush. And then you don't hear anything. And you're trying to figure out what happened to them. They, like you, they probably was at that point where everything was coming at one time and they wasn't ready for all the things that it entails. But the good thing is you have people, you do have your friend, but you also had the realization that, hey, okay, this is just a reset. This is just a reset. And think about all the things that you accomplish. One of the most renowned, prominent stages that any speaker wants to be on is a TEDx talk. And so the fact that you was able to do that first.
Right.
So the only thing you need to do now, you already hit the milestone. So now you just you go hit the little stuff. You go hit the little stuff. Okay. So you're gonna have to do that reverse engineering. You went to the top, you got to reverse it back and then work your way back again. And
I'm okay with that. And I am okay with that. I'm okay with all of that.
Like we work to get to the TEDx. And so, but I think that having your story and then having it such like it is so approachable, it's so real. And even though someone may have not had the experience of being on one of those prominent stages like a TEDx stage, however, they may have been on one of the a stage or done some or completed something that was high on their level of accomplishments, right?
Exactly.
To that point, And that's with entrepreneurship. You go, and you hit those milestones, and then all of a sudden, things go like this. Everybody hit it. They don't want to admit it, but everybody hit it. Okay. And during that time, it's a good time because it's the time that you can reevaluate, you can adjust, you are becoming the expert in this.
Yes.
Nobody talks about that, everybody deals with. And this is becoming one of your messages that you can help people, because everybody goes through it. I'm in a lot of entrepreneurship rooms and a lot of education, academic rooms, and everybody deal with this, whether they want to admit it or not. Okay.
That's the part.
But we don't really see that representation out for, coaching and all that stuff like that. So I feel that what you're doing in your life experience, and that's part of being a life coach, your life experience, I think this is going to be very beneficial and necessary because you are a problem solver.
I am.
So what are some things, because what people, they probably thinking, like most of us are thinking, so how did you start to get yourself out of the rut? Because many of us find ourselves in the rut. I know I have been in the rut, honey. I had to rebuild, restructure, but like, I don't even know I can do this right here. Like, and then all of a sudden something sparked me and I get like a new idea to make something better that I already did, or in some cases drop some things that I'm doing in order to focus on what I need to focus on. So what was it? How did you get out the rut?
Woo. So y'all heard me talk about my best friend. That's my bestie. She's the one that got me through everything. Well, we're going to fast forward to 2020, and now it's COVID. And it's April of 2020. And she and I are very, very close. We are very touchy-feely. We hug each other all the time. And she lives in Virginia and I live in Maryland. Okay. And so during that time, finding supplies and certain things was difficult. So I found what was on her list and she found what was on my list. And so we met up in a parking lot. We did a little exchange and it was like, we can't hug each other, but high five from a distance.
Yeah.
2 weeks later, she had a brain aneurysm. So here it is, my best friend. She's a couple years younger than me, picture of health. And she's facing death at this point. And it's COVID. And I can't see her. And it was a reality check for me because I'm working at a job that's literally giving me chest pains and migraines on a daily basis. So I'm putting my life on the line on a daily basis for a company that I know, as much as they value my work, I know I'm replaceable. So she gave me a true hard life reality check that I need to figure out Jennifer again soon. And that's what I started working on. And I was like, you know what? All the things that I want to do, I'm going to do them now. We're not going to wait. I'm taking the trips. I'm hanging out with my mom. I'm doing stuff with my son. I'm seeing nothing is off limits. And in the course of me doing that, I found me. And it was literally because of impending death. Not mine, but it might as well have been because it's my best friend. It was a true reality check, and it definitely woke me up because I'm really one of those people. I don't have to learn by going through it. I can be close enough to learn the lesson. Knowledge doesn't have to come just because of experience. And I truly, truly believe that. But that was it right there.
Ooh, we child. Now you just took me all on the roller coaster. I wasn't expecting that one.
Yeah.
That took me aback a little bit. So that touched me because I just had one of my close friends. They just passed away, so it just hit me. And I know
when you seeing them and they doing good and they're the one that's motivating you and pumping you up, and then they, facing that, it puts you in a different headspace.
Completely.
And all the things that you thought was so important, you realize some of those things not important, and what's important you need to go ahead and do now. And so the fact that you was able to see that and didn't have to learn from trial and error, you was able to see that example in your friend and be able to press and move forward and get you out of the rut. And so that started you. Once again, though, even through her sickness, she motivated you to say, wait a minute, I need to find myself. And all too often as mothers, in particular, or if you in a relationship of some sort, I don't know what it is, but as women, we tend to lose our identity. We become that friend, that significant other, that confidant, that whatever that person or persons at our job need, the cheerleader, whatever it is. We wear all these different hats like a chameleon, and we take on that big S superwoman.
Right.
I don't know why we do that, because I tell people about when I had lost myself and I had to find out, wait a minute, I need to drop all this here. Who Tina is. Drop them letters in the front and the letters in the back. Forget that. Who Tina is. And so
back to basics. Yep.
Yeah. So when you had that revelation, Finding Jennifer, I should say, sounds like a book. Finding Jennifer. What ooh, let me see. So we're gonna talk a little bit more about you finding yourself, and also talk about some more things, because we got to take another quick commercial break from our sponsor. And then when we come back, I want to talk more about you finding yourself and what that actually birthed, because I think this is something that's really going to touch a lot of our audience hearts, because they can see themselves within your story. So we'll be back in a moment with Jennifer, honey. Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights. CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. And just like that, we are back, and I come along with a friend whom you might ask, the amazing Jennifer. We back. All right. And so before the commercial break, we was having a discussion about what got Jennifer out of her rut and how Jennifer had to find Jennifer again. And due to the unforeseen circumstances of her best friend, her confidant, the one who been pushing her in these 90 days, facing a life and death situation, it actually prepared Jennifer to take a really hard look at what she was doing with her life and realizing, like, hey, wait a minute. I need to start learning and feeling who Jennifer is. And that birthed this amazing. Tell us about your ebook. Because, honey, we need to read this ebook, because you said you're an author. Don't you got an ebook or a book out there?
I do. So the ebook is actually motivational quotes that I have actually coined for myself to get myself through. So it's like motivational anecdotes. I mean, it's a really quick and easy read, but I touch on a lot of topics, like of which one was death, because I lost, both my dad and my stepmother, and it was the process of going through all of those steps. And so when you're going through, and when you thought that you've dealt with emotions, you don't realize that you haven't until you have written them down. sometimes speaking about it, you're like, oh yeah, I'm good, or just thinking about it. But when you actually have to physically write them down to articulate what's in your mind, it just becomes a completely different situation, which is why journaling is so important. You got to put, really, it's not about just having the words to those emotions. It's being able to see those emotions and release them into a safe space. And that's what all of that is.
I agree with you, because journaling is very, very powerful. And also it is a reminder. I remember having journals. I've been journaling, or back then we used to call it our diaries, now they call them journals or whatever. I'm aging myself, people. But anyway, it is therapeutic. It's like a release. It's just something that digital things will never be able to do. What the essence of pen to paper, or pencil to paper, however you want to write it. It does something. It connects with our brain and all our senses in a way to make things come into action. So you're right. Having those quotes, having those reminders are very, very important, especially when you're going through or have went through something, in order to help you really. You never really get over death, but you learn how to cope with it.
Right.
And so learning how you can cope, and in essence be able to be an inspiration or some kind of outlet for someone else who may not have your coping skills yet, that need kind of like a navigation, I would say, a compass, so to speak. So your ebook is called Life in Quotes: A Journal of Revelation, Transparency, Wellness, Motivation, Self-Discovery, and more. Can they get it on Amazon? Do they need to go to your yeah, they go to Amazon. So go to Amazon. And they'll be able to get you'll be able to get that book. But with that being said, people will think, wow, she already became an author. She already spoke on TED Talk. She already did all these things, right? But Jennifer didn't stop there. You have a passion for helping not only yourself, but most importantly, helping other people. So with that being said, what made you, how can I say it? Did you ever think that you would have a little podcast? Because somebody done told me something, that you got a little podcast.
See, what had happened was see what had happened was I went through a whole period of finding me, doing me, getting to me. And during this time, I kept being told that I needed to get out there and speak to people, and people needed to understand my perspective, because I'm really big on transparency with yourself. And that's the hardest part. And so I will speak to people through me. Sometimes it's easier to take someone else's life as an example and then use that to figure out your own. So I do my best to be as transparent as possible with what I'm going through, and for my situation to resonate with you. You know what I'm saying? So to find that similarity, and then maybe you can take some of the steps or that perspective shift, so that you can look at your situation just a little bit differently. So when it came to the podcast, a little birdie tapped me on my shoulder and told me that I needed to stop playing and I needed to get out there. And I like listening to the birdies that are in my life. I like listening to the birdies that are in my life, because it was time. It was time to get back out there. And it was 5 years. And it's kind of like, it's like a bamboo. You walk for 5 years, and then it's at the very end where you're suddenly seeing all the starting to see all the work. I am now breaking through the ground, because I definitely put in that time to figure out me. I'm the bamboo shoot. So
I love it. I love it. And I understand the power of podcasting through and through. And one of my missions is helping individuals unleash the power of podcasting, helping individuals like yourself to tap into this medium, because this is what people are listening to. This is what people are doing. And the best way to impact and reach thousands or millions of people all over the four corners of the earth is through the power of podcasting. And so, and yeah, we can go and travel. We can travel, but we're human. We can't do but so much. But that podcast can go everywhere, and it never has to sleep. So the fact that you was able to take not only your speaking, your authorship, but now your voice, going back to your words. See, like that boomerang, it's going right back to what your daddy first started with you with that 6 and 9. It's going back, it's going right back to that.
Right
And and then even though you did other things in the interim, it still took you back to your words, which means your voice. And so, what's the name of this podcast? Because I know they're like, wait, where can I go listen?
So it's called Small Steps, Major Moves.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason for that is because it's taking these small, actionable steps in your daily life to slowly shift your perspective so that you can actually get towards your goal. It's basically ways to move yourself out of your own way, because I'm pretty sure a lot of us get in our own way, right? That's probably the number one. I'd be so much further along if I wouldn't get in my own way. Well, I'm here to help you get out of your own way. Just small little things where it doesn't seem like it's making a big change, which means that it's not overwhelming. It's very manageable. And as you continue to do it, when you look back, you realize, dang, I've actually done a lot. And I'm actually heading in the right direction. And I no longer feel overwhelmed. And I know my brain is no longer crowded and cloudy and foggy and filled with all these other things. Like I can actually focus now. So that's
wow. That is great. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a commercial break. We're gonna come back, and then we're gonna have a little bit more conversation, and then we'll say goodbye. So let's go ahead and take a commercial break, and we'll be back in a moment.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon and get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43. There is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
And just like that, we are back. And I come along with the amazing Jennifer. We back, girl. We back.
Hello.
All right. So before the commercial break, we was actually talking about, or I would say speaking about, how your life did that boomerang effect, went all the way full circle, ended up going right back to your roots of your father impacting your life at a young age, sharing with you the power of your words. And how to use them. And also you giving this great illustration of the 6 and the 9 and how different perspectives play a huge role in the way that we communicate and interact with each other, and how you was able to hit various milestones very, very quickly, 90 days. However, you talked about how you had to get yourself out the rut, the things that you had to do in order to do that. You had started your book. You are that TEDx speaker. And now we're at the next layer where you actually go back to where you began, your roots, your voice, your words, with Small Steps, Major Moves podcast. So where can they tune in to listen to this amazingness? Because we need these small steps, major moves. Because you give it to us little, don't give us no big steps. Give us a little step.
I mean, because if you think about it, I'm gonna tell you where you can find me. But if you think about it, if you had to climb up a ladder, would you want a lot of little steps, or would you want like 9-foot
No.
You're not gonna do it. You're gonna hurt yourself. You're gonna set yourself back. You're gonna fall off. We're not gonna do that. That's not what we're here for. We're here for.
Yeah.
But you can find it, my Small Steps, Major Moves on Spotify, on Amazon Music, Audible, iHeartRadio, Radio Public, and Overcast. There it goes.
All right. So you can find her basically on any places that are podcasting platforms, major podcasting platforms. You can check her out and make sure that you listen to her as well to get those small steps, major moves. For those of you who may be in a rut right now and you're needing that, you may not have a friend like Jennifer. You may not have a supportive circle that can serve your needs in this moment, because we have a lot of people in our life, but that don't mean that they can serve you for this particular part of your life, this phase, or whatever you're trying to achieve. Well, I feel like this podcast may be a great venue for you because she's giving you small steps, and we don't have no time to try to eat the whole cake. We need a slice at a time so that we can see the progress, so we can be motivated, so we can keep moving. So Jennifer, I just want to thank you so much for coming on the show today and sharing your story, being so transparent, and also taking us through finding Jennifer.
It is a journey, and it's a journey for everybody. And I hope that everyone takes the time to find themselves, because that's who we need. That's why you're here.
I agree. And what I have found, seems like every decade you refine yourself again. It seems like every decade you get 20s is different from the 30s. The 30s is different from the 40s. You change, you grow. And so embrace it, grow and learn. Do you have anything else you'd like to share with our audience before we go?
Can I tell you what my favorite phrase that I love to say to everybody?
You sure can.
There is nothing about you that needs to change, but there is so much left to discover. So let's do it together.
Woo, child, don't get me started. Okay. Well, thank you so much for giving us those words of inspiration. Jennifer, you stay in the back. I'm going to put you in the back room and hold tight, and I'll be with you in a moment, okay? All right, you guys, wasn't Jennifer amazing? Yes, she was. Yes, yes, and yes. For those of you who need that inspiration, who need that motivation, that accountability, I encourage you to go check out her podcast on today and go ahead and not just listen, but go ahead and hit that subscribe and follow or whatever it is on the platform that they have. You just click it so you'll get them notifications. But I do want to talk to our lovelies, yes, here at the Tina Ramsey Show. I want you to know that if no one told you this today, that you're worthy, that you matter. I want you to know that I love you and that you do matter. And I want you to do what? Until the next time we see each other. I want you to do what? I want you to keep smiling. Thank you so much for tuning in to this week's episode of the Tina Ramsey Show. Make sure to tune in, like, follow, share, and subscribe on all social media platforms. And we will see you next week, same time, same place. Have a great day.
Hello. I'm going to say I absolutely loved being on the Tina.
Aluva Life Greens actually started for me when I was 23 years old. I went out and bought a $400 industrial juicer, and I started juicing every single week. And I hated it. It took so much time, it cost money, and it was a process. That's when I started making the Life Greens product. It truly is the one drink that you should take every day for the rest of your life.
My name is Amy, and I absolutely love fitness. I'm a licensed cosmetologist and a professional makeup artist. Eating healthy is not the easiest thing. We get so busy in our lives, it's really hard to take the time to eat healthy and to eat right. My absolute favorite thing about this product is that they combine reds, greens, and probiotics in one mix. You put it in your water and you shake it up and voila, it's so easy and it tastes amazing. You'll feel a difference. Then you start believing that you really can change and that you can actually feel better.
Welcome to a unique dating experience unlike any other.
You gave the relationship all you had.
Wait, we have to share a bed?
Can your ex help you meet your next love?
I'm looking for somebody that's gonna make me laugh.
Do I have any low-lying feelings for Nicole? Maybe.
Sorry, I don't agree with their decision.
Are you afraid?
No, who you talking to?
Why are we here? You should be.
After Happily Ever After, series premiere, Wednesday at 10 on BET.
Hey Think Fam, it's your favorite host, Michael Finkley, and you can listen to us on CTR Media Network. Go listen in.
Hello, everybody. It's Michael Finkley with the Michael Finkley Show.
And I'm Nicole with Conversations with Nicole. You can join me Wednesdays at 9 a.m. on all of my streaming platforms.
Well, Nikki, don't forget about the Michael Finkley Show, Mondays, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the CTR Media Network.
Join us.
It's alright. Hey family, it's gospel artist Marcus Jordan, and you're watching the Michael Finkley Show.
Everything, it will be okay.
It's finally here. My brand new single, Biggest Dream Come True. Now available on all streaming platforms.
The next Michael Finkley, actress, social media influencer, and advocate Lolita Molina is with us. Talks about her journey as a paraplegic entertainer and a community spotlight series with the founder of the Exit Strategy LLC. Ronald Richardson II is with us. All new Finkley, Monday.
There's a new familiar face this time. Say hello to the new daytime. See it everywhere you go. Doing the greatest show. It's no other than the Michael Finkley Show. There is no other. He's like no other. I'm so glad that someone resonates with me. It's so much to
Show. Now, y'all might next guess. She's an author, she's an actress, she's an advocate, and the list continues and goes on and on and on and on. I am talking about Lolita Molina. How are you?
I am good. Thank you so much for having me.
You're very welcome. You're very, very welcome. We were introduced by amazing Lisa. We love Lisa. Love her, love her, love her. And when she presented your information to us, I'm like, yeah, can I talk with her? That one, Lisa, that one, right? Because you have overcome so much, but yet you still smile, you still serve, right? You still inspire others. How do you keep your motivation up with everything that you've been through in life?
I really, really like iced coffee, and it gets me through the day. And I think the caffeine just gives me a really optimistic buzz. But realistically,
I love it.
No, realistically, I have my bad days, but I keep that to myself. Obviously, I think if I had a good day every single day, I don't think I'd be here. I think I'd be in Area 51 to be studied, to be more robotic, if you will.
That part. So let's go back, right? Let's talk about that past, right? How did you end up here? What did that past look like? That dark side of the story that you lived.
A lot happened in just a few years. I was born in Siberia. I was pretty much immediately an orphan from that. And I was brought to the United States by a foster family with the intention to adopt, which was kind of their loophole to bring me here. And that autumn, I was left permanently paralyzed in an act of child abuse from the foster father. Through that, I was immediately fostered and then later adopted by my current family. So I went from that home and gained pretty much 8 sisters and a brother.
Big family.
Big family. Out of the 10 of us, 7 of us are adopted. So I got to experience all different kinds of people and mindsets and stories. So storytelling and hearing stories was already prevalent by the time I knew the English language. So I went from a dark beginning to a home of different opportunities that I'm very, very grateful for.
I love that. I love that, right? We all start from somewhere, but we never know how we're going to end up, right?
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, we have to be optimistic about that as well.
Yes.
And in that story, right? In your story, have you ever desired to meet your birth parents?
No, it's not like, oh, I hate them. I would never want to see them. It's more so there's just no connection to that side. I'm more interested in learning about my genealogy, but I don't need to meet anyone from there. It's just not something that is an aim in my heart. Um, Thank you for giving me life, but the buck stops there, pretty much.
Jeff. Okay. That's okay. It's just, I've asked that question so many times, different individuals. There's just so many different answers to go along with it. And each answer is so unique in their own way, right? And I have chalked it up to that's your life. You have to be okay with what you feel, right? You have to feel our feelings and to be okay with that. And you're okay with that. And you're moving on with life. And you're never moving on with life. I love that. So what do we see now as the Arthur, as the actress? Was it an easy road getting there?
Uh, I mean, the acting took far longer, but when it comes to being an author, I was writing stories the moment I knew how to form a sentence. My mother had saved a lot of my spiral ring notebooks because by the time I knew how to write, I was writing little short stories from cover to cover of those journals. And she kept a few of them. Were the stories good? I was 6. But it's always been, I've always been a storyteller. I would tell stories to my older sisters, my younger sisters. My mother and I bonded over tons of film and TV. I bonded with my father over novels and music. So storytelling in all different forms was just in my home and I absorbed it like a sponge. So being a storyteller was just something that was natural. The acting, I come from a very not artistic place where I live. So it was hard to find opportunities. It was harder to find them. And when I did, there was really no going past what I did have here. So social media becoming a thing was great for me because then I got to explore acting and storytelling in that medium through social media. And that's how my management found me. And then that's how I got my first job, which was super, super cool. And so it was just, it all just kind of fell into place. And I have friends who tell me, your life literally plays out like a chapter book. They said it really does. They said everything just kind of moved into each chapter as it should have. And I sit back and go, yeah, kind of did actually.
Which chapter do you like the best?
I would say the beginning to, ironically enough, 2020. Everything really started kicking off in 2020 when the world stopped, essentially. When social aspects of our lives stopped, everything really started rolling for me.
Gotcha. And even the start of your content era, was it really a dare from your sister?
Yes. Yeah.
How did that play out?
My younger sister always knew that in high school I was very much the mouse of my grade. I had friends, but I wasn't popular by any means. I was just the one kid in a wheelchair in school. So I didn't care about social media at the time. I didn't care about any of being like an influencer. So my sister noticed that I was scrolling through Musically at the time. And she said, I bet you that you couldn't keep the account going for a week without getting bored. Because it was true. I didn't really care about running an account and making content weekly. So I said, you know what? Fine, whatever. I have pride. I can do it. God. So I did it. And then I think that was the exact week that TikTok bought Musically. And that's when everything started changing because I didn't care about the Musically concept. I didn't really care about what Musically was. So I really wasn't going to keep the account and continue posting content. But TikTok, I really liked its form. I loved its algorithm even back then. And big content creators at the time noticed me. They reposted my stuff, and it was off to the races.
Boom, boom, boom. And you said before, that's how you were discovered to land this amazing role, major project, right?
Yes.
That got you noticed, right? What was that experience like for you?
I didn't, I'm an idiot. And when I was first, when I was first auditioning for things, it was when self-tapes were really taken off, because again, it was right when the big COVID was pretty much crashing down on this country. And I would get a ton of submissions for little things, big things. I was still trying to find my niche in the audition world. And I stopped reading who was making what projects. And I would just read the script, audition, send it through, call it a day. So I didn't know it was by such a large company, let alone a few large companies. So I did the audition. I said, okay, whatever. I didn't think I was going to get it. So I was chilling with a friend. We were watching TV, and I got a phone call from my agent who said, can you fly out there tomorrow? Because the country they're filming in is going to close down. So I had to be really quick. And I think it was by the time I got to the airport, I found out who was making the film. And I had to call my agent and go, are you effing with me? Are you screwing with me right now? That these people are making this movie? And he said, did you not read the email? And I said, no, no. So now I read the emails. That was my first big lesson. To read who's making what. That was a lesson learned. But being my first big production, I had done short films, indie films. I've done very, very small things. I've done theater. But to be on a professional set was just, it was so cool. I didn't know how else to really word it. And it was a cool learning experience because I had the team come up to me and they were too accommodating. Because I'm someone who was raised by boomers. I was raised by old school people. Basically, I was taught if there's something that's not already accessible, you find your way around it and you don't beg for accommodations if you can find your solution. So they were so accommodating that I told them, I can do these things, on my own. It's fine. So it was a cool learning experience from professionals. And they said it was equally a learning experience because they're not used to people like me being on their sets. So it was really intriguing. And I liked all the lessons that I learned.
Gotcha. And since that experience, what has been going through your mind now? Like, oh my gosh, what's next?
Hi, everybody. I'm Chief Meteorologist Ed Piotrowski with ABC 15, and you're watching The Michael Finkley Show.
Next, Finkley, Arthur, and TED Talk speaker Nard J. Owens Jr. stops by, and he tells us what's next. Plus, Community Spotlight Series, all new Finkley, Monday. Hello, everybody. It's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Since that experience, what has been going through your mind now? Like, oh my gosh, what's next?
Pretty much, because I don't get as many auditions as my peers and friends who are in the industry because of my wheelchair. So while I don't get as many auditions a month or every other month, I do get big roles because, you know, if you're going to write a character in a wheelchair, it's going to be a pretty notable character. They're going to be not just in one scene, they're going to be supporting actors. And so I was so astounded by the different roles that I would just get in my emails, and I'm going, oh my goodness, this is so cool seeing these companies making these projects. So I just can't wait for things to blow over and to see who gets what, even if it's not me. I love seeing, I always will go through IMDb and I'll check who got which parts I tried out for, because I'm curious to see who got it. And I'm curious to see if it's also a wheelchair user that I can go follow on Instagram.
Wow. Do you see that because you're in a wheelchair? Do you see that you're connecting with this completely different network in acting of individuals that are also in wheelchairs?
Well, not even just as an actor, but as a social media content creator. I befriended a lot of really cool people in this wheelchair world, if you will. I attended a convention in July for people in wheelchairs. My friend, she hosts it, and I finally got to make it out there, and it was really interesting to see because growing up, I just had my sister who was also in a wheelchair. She was the only other person I ever knew growing up, like me. So it was a different world wheeling into the ballroom and just seeing little kids wheel past me, and they're in wheelchairs that are made for them, like their actual size. Because growing up, I had an adult size wheelchair and I had to grow into it for like 7 years. So it was so cool to see, because I was on another planet basically up until I went to that convention. I had no idea the advancements that were made since I was a child. So it was really different to see.
Another level, right?
Yes.
Definitely another level. Are you proud of yourself at this point in your life?
Gee, thanks for the therapist question. It's like, so how do you feel about that? I am proud to say that if I had to look in a mirror and see 12-year-old me, I think she would not believe it. Because I would say 12 to 14 was some of the worst years of my life. And I think if she saw it, I think she'd have like a mini stroke of joy. I don't know if that's the right phrasing, but I would say she'd be very astounded.
I love that. I love that. I'm going to follow with another therapist question as well. What is your next biggest dream?
I would say, I think I was drinking with a friend and we were doing random Google searches, and I wanted to know, it popped into my head, how many disabled people have won Oscars. And so I was looking into it because I was curious. And I noticed a paraplegic has never won an Oscar. I think the top 3 people, one was deaf, and then I think 2 were amputees. I have a sister who's deaf, so I was really happy to see that a deaf person had won an Oscar in history, but not a wheelchair user. So that's my next big dream.
You're going to be the first.
And if not me, I want to live to see the day that I can sit in that audience and see it happen for someone.
This is what I always say, because my best friend always says this to me. She's like, you know what? It has to come to pass because your words are listening, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it has to happen. It has to happen. You said it. Now it's got to happen. So now
yes.
we're just waiting for it to happen.
You're just waiting patiently.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. What have you recently learned about yourself that you didn't already know?
I don't already know. That I'm more stubborn than I thought I was originally. That could be good, that could be bad. And that my resilience is actually admired by people. I always thought that people just said it to be nice, because when you see someone in a wheelchair, I think there's that really, really heavy stereotype of, oh, they're doing great because they're in a chair and we expected less. So if they do the bare minimum, that's amazing. And I think when people say that they admire how I never give up, even if it's like, hey, Lita, this is like pretty much actually impossible. I know that there is no impossible thing, but this is actually not going to happen. And I refuse to give up on it. And people admire that. I never expected that to be true. I always thought it was just something nice people said.
Wow. Wow. You know, the expectations at times of ourselves, right? Kind of get the best of us. And in all of that, we learn, we grow, we improve. And that's what I love about life, right? That's what I love about life. And that goes into your social media as well. When I'm watching your social media, I feel great because I'm listening to someone that has been through something, but they always have a positive outlook on it. When persons, that's what I get from it. But when you're making this content, what do you want people to feel?
It depends on which content. Like if you're watching a cosplay video, usually I want you to be very scared. I want you to be afraid. But if it's about wheelchair content, I just want. But when it comes to the wheelchair content, whether it's my dark humor or just explaining a day-to-day thing that I do that people may not know can be done, I do it as a way to show people the most realistic point of view. Because I will see wheelchair creators, disabled creators, they will describe a way that they do something, but it's always with that push of inspiration. And I'm just someone that doesn't care enough. Because it's like, oh, they want to see how I drive? Sure, I'll show you how I drive. Easy. I'll make a video about that. Sure. But it's just that. I just show how I drive. Or if it's a dark humor thing, I want people to laugh because I only ever make fun of my own miscomings, unfortunate shortcomings, if you will. And I want to show that it's okay to laugh and it's okay to watch educational content that I put out. But I never try to seek those. She's so brave because of the wheelchair and she drives. She's so brave because she's pushing to be an actor or an author. It's like, no, I just want to share what's going on in my brain, whether it's dark, spooky, happy, sad. I just want to blurt out what's on my brain that day. And I think my audience really enjoys that.
And I promise you, it makes you that much more three-dimensional as well. Because sometimes, especially in talking with you, right, we see only two-dimensional persons when we watch social media. But with the content that you have, it's like, okay, watch me drive, watch me eat, watch me do this, right? You are inviting us into your world. So please continue to do that, right? Please,
I will try.
Want to see more. I want to see more.
I will.
Yay! I love it. I love it. How can the Think Fam follow you on social media?
Sorry?
How can the Think Fam follow you on social media?
All my socials are Lolita Molina. I have TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Patreon, and I think that's it. I'm trying to think of all the.
Wow. Oh my goodness, that's enough. Oh, I love it. I love it. But thank you so much for sharing your story with us. We really appreciate you. We will be following, watching, even more so. Definitely. So Think Fam, definitely support. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. Think Fam,
This is Director Ryan Givens on the Michael Finkley Show. And if you ain't tuned in here, I don't know what you're doing, because this boy good.
Looking for some of the best soul food right here in Mullen, South Carolina? I promise you. Come on down to Garden Alley.
Our great salad, fabulous. Our Watergate, our potato salad, our chicken is fresh. Macaroni and cheese is salted to perfection. I haven't found anything that's not great. Best ever.
Banana pudding, cakes, pies. Yeah. Selection is huge. Garden Alley is an awesome place to eat. I really love it.
Come by and see the amazing staff at Garden Alley, downtown Mullins.
Hi guys, welcome to Awaken. We wanted to serve the city of Mullins. We are church owned, and we felt like a coffee shop was such a huge need in the city of Mullins. There's nowhere for people to just come, get a cup of coffee, sit with friends, maybe do some work on the laptop. And so we feel like it was a service that we could give back to the city. Well, our hope is that people will feel calm, that they'll feel welcome, that it'll be a place where they can come and just clear their mind.
We come here twice a day. That's how I get their smoothies, their coffee, their lattes, frappes, delicious. Oh, I love the atmosphere here. If I had time to come and just sit and relax, I would. It's awesome.
One thing that I really love about it being here is just the cozy environment. It's so inviting. I can come in here and I can get my schoolwork done, a good coffee and a good meal. But I'm just really thankful that they're here and that I have a good place to go.
We're open Tuesday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. and Saturday from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Awaken Coffee Bar, downtown Mullins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, y'all, he is family, near and dear to my heart, but he's doing some incredible things in the community and assisting others when it comes down to their finances and just informing persons when it comes down to financial literacy. Y'all, he is a great guest for our Community Spotlight series here on the Michael Finkley Show. He is the founder of the Exit Strategy LLC. He is none other than my cousin. I call him Richie, but the world knows him as Ronald Richardson II. How are you?
Michael, thank you so much for having me. I will not tell them what your nickname is.
Because listen, you can go ahead because I share everything with the big fam. You calling me Michael, I'm like, oh my gosh, who is that? Like,
I know, it's so weird.
Somebody behind me or something. What in the world?
It's weird, but
it's weird. We have known each other all our lives, and
literally,
it's like, okay, now I guess we're grown up now. We have to act as such. I guess
we have to use our professional names.
I guess Ronald.
I know it just sounds so weird you calling me that, but yeah. But listen, I'm glad to be here with the Fink fam, the Fink family. That's what you call it, right? The Fink, yes. The Fink family.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we're the Fink fam over here in this corner, and I appreciate you because you know we grow, right? We improve, and we find our niche in life, and you have truly found yours. Within what you're doing now, right, with the Exit Strategy LLC. So tell us about this fantastic business.
Yep. So I'm glad you asked. So I am a financial professional, and I don't know if I can bring this up, but there's a topic that is kind of going on social media about someone who's dear to the food community and a person of Keith Lee, right? And I love Keith Lee. And a lot of buzz was going around, and someone asked the question, like, what gave you the authority or the right to be able to critique these foods, or what's your qualifications? I mean, the man is qualified to do what he does. He has over 14 million followers. So what other qualifications do you need? So I say that I am qualified to do what I do, to be a financial professional, because I'm a former branch manager at the largest regional bank in Virginia. So although I'm from South Carolina, I now reside in Virginia, been here for 8 years. And so with that, yes, for 8 years, it's been almost a decade. So I'm coming up on 9 years. So I've been here, I've been in the finance industry, started off as a banker at the bank, and actually worked my way up pretty quickly. In a year and a half, I became the branch manager. So I did that. And I ran a branch. So I do have some credentials, right? So I do have some credentials that I can share that people can trust me. So I've been vetted, right? So with that being said, I wanted to take my expertise in that field and to be able to educate. So I'm also a youth pastor as well. So praise God. Thank you. Hallelujah. Amen. So I'm a youth pastor at my local church, and and I wanted something that I can have my youth do during the pandemic. So during the height of COVID, when it kind of settled down just a tad bit down in around about November, we still had the stickers on the floor and everything like that. And we still had the mask, and we had to be 6 feet apart, and we still had to limit our amount of people that would be at the event. But I wanted to do something to give them a real life simulation, a scenario to what to expect whenever they exit their parents' home. I wanted to be able to give them a strategy so they can be good stewards over what God gives them, and not just financially or monetarily, but also the gifts that God gives us, right? We also hear, in the scripture that our gift makes room for us, and God also gives gifts without repentance. So all of us have a gift, but I teach them how to use that gift, and then using that gift and thinking about it now rather than waiting until they're senior in high school and trying to take the first round of SAT or ACT, and they have to have a certain score to get into the school of choice that they want to get into. So I started it in 2020, and it actually expanded from there. So I've been doing it several times since then, and I just don't do it for teenagers. Now I do it for adults. So I branched it off for adults, small business owners, and entrepreneurs. And as you can see in my background, I turned it into a challenge. And the reason why I call it a challenge is more than just a course, but I want to challenge the way that you think about finances. Because when it comes down to finances, I always talk about money, and another word for money is currency. That word currency is universal. So if you go to each country, their money is called something different. We have the USD, which is the US dollar here in America. You go somewhere across or overseas, then that name for their money is going to be something different. But at the end of the day, it is still currency. So with that being said, I like the word currency because it relates to a current. And a current is something that isn't a stream or a body of water. And if you swim against the current, they tell you don't do it. But if you swim against the current, then it has the potential and the ability to drown you. And a lot of people are drowning in their finances because they are swimming against the current. They're swimming against the flow that has already been established. So yeah, that's why I started it, and that's why I do what I do. I want to educate people, and we all are responsible for what we hear. So now that I have this information, I've heard it over the years, I've done it, I've been in it. Now I feel it's my responsibility to share.
Like, first of all, my mind is blown because I've never heard in that sense before. I feel that if we hear it more in a sense that we will understand, I'm literally drowning because I'm swimming against the current when it comes about finance. I'm like, oh my gosh, well, I don't want to die, so let me try to get this money thing right. Like,
right.
I love that wording. I really do, and I feel that as far as youth hear more of that, even adults, right? We hear more of that. It's like, okay, this makes it real. This makes it real for us. What type of trends have you seen thus far when people come to you and they're like, you know what, Ronald, I need assistance in this, or when you're doing your workshops, they're like, you hear these different war stories. What type of trends do you hear when it comes to finances from different individuals?
Yeah. So I've heard it all, right? Because again, being inside the branch, I've seen people and I've helped people who have a lot of money and some who don't have as much money. Some who live paycheck to paycheck, scratching and surviving, just like, the old theme song of Good Times, and I had individuals that had millions, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars in the bank. So I've seen some people that need my help for different reasons, and some of it too is it doesn't matter how much money you have. People want more money. They just want more of it, right? So if you don't have a lot of money already, you want more money. If you have a lot of money, you still want more of it. So I've had individuals often come to me, and even now, some of them want to skip steps, and they want to they feel like they want to get to a certain place, but they haven't met the criteria yet. If I can use that as an example. It's almost like a video game. You can't jump to level 16 if you haven't passed levels 1 through 15. So, just like that, popular saying, there's levels to this. So the trends that I've seen is that people, when they don't understand how money works and how money operates, then they end up back where they left off. They end up back to where they were at the beginning because their mind has not changed when it comes down to money. So that's why people who win the lottery, and usually the people that play the lottery are people who are in poverty. So with that being said, that's the reason why a year afterward they have to file for bankruptcy, because they didn't factor in and consider that they need to pay taxes on this $1 million house. They didn't consider that they need to maintain and upkeep this $200,000 vehicle, right? So it's these things that I've seen people just trending as far as their mindset when it comes down to money. If they don't change their mindset on how money operates and how money works, and that is just a tool, it breeds a mindset of money controlling you when you should be controlling the money. So that's what I come across a lot. And again, and that's not just limited to the individuals that are in those impoverished situations, but it's also for individuals that do have a lot of money and can be a little too greedy. So some trends I've seen are just in this people just wanting more money, but sometimes more money isn't the answer to their problem.
I know that again you hear these different war stories or what have you. What is your advice as an expert? What are some things? Give us like the top 3 things that we should do to get to our next level of financial growth.
3 tips to get to that next level. This is very important. So I tell people this, and this is not always what they want to hear. Okay, but this is very practical. But this will also be life-changing. So if you don't like these 3, ask me again, I'll give you a different 3. But I break my business down, or my challenge down, into 3 parts and 3 segments. It's very simple, and it's 5 days, and each day is cohesive and consistent with these 3 points: explanation, intention, and objective. So I'm gonna give everyone that's watching this, we're all at different parts of our financial journey. I don't know where you are, but if you're watching this, I want to challenge you to do these 3 things. I want you to give an explanation of why you even need money in the first place. I want you to find the intention and your intention behind money and having money or currency. And I want you to understand and realize what is the objective of money. What is the current objective that your money is using in your life now? Are you caught up in a circulation, which is another word for circulation, is a cycle where you go to work, get paid, and then you pay your bills and then go back to work again, where you hate your job and you're stressed out. So find the explanation, find the intention, and then you find the objective when it comes down to money. And I guarantee you, your mind will shift as it relates to your money, and you take back control. Then we can start with things like, how can we increase your cash flow? How can we have the best budgeting tools and the best budgeting tips? How can we make smart and wise investment decisions? But we can't get to that until we tackle those 3 things, those 3 practical things. And so explanation, intention, and objective. So those are just 3 tips that I'm going to give you to explain. And it needs to be an explanation to the point where you can even tie it into your purpose. Because if you can explain your purpose to the point where you don't have to explain it, then you've done the work already.
So how can the Think Fam join the challenge, and how can we follow you on social media?
Yes. So Think Fam, you can go to theexitstrategychallenge.com, and that's where you can find the challenge. And I do it for 5 days. and it's 1 hour per day. So it'll be during the time of 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But I also record those sessions. So it is a Zoom session. I'll record those sessions so you can go back and watch it if you miss it. Or if you're like a lot of my clients and students, you have to, even if you're at the live session, you have to go back and watch it because I give so much information. So just like you were doing this earlier when we started the show, that is, just imagine an hour of that. That's what it is. It's just mind-blowing content that people have to, I tell them, listen, I'm gonna go back to the country for a second. I tell them, listen, y'all better strap up and get ready. Y'all better buckle up because after each day, your ears gonna be smoking. Your ears will be smoking. That's how much information I give. So go to theexitstrategychallenge.com and sign up for the challenge. And I do have some package rates. So if you want to join as a family, that's fine, or a group of people, some friends. I also have some package deals as well. Also, too, you can follow me on social media. Follow me on Instagram, Ronald K. Richardson, and on TikTok, Ronald K. Richardson. And you can find me on Facebook, Ronald Richardson II. So Instagram and TikTok, Ronald K. Richardson. And on Facebook, it's Ronald Richardson II.
It works, Fink Fam. Definitely go follow. Fink Fam, don't go away.
Down the fast lane. Hey y'all, I'm artist Billy Stonecipher, and you're watching the Michael Finkley Show. Like a freight train down the fast lane, we're coming.
Next, Finkley, Arthur and TED Talk speaker Nard J. Owens Jr. stops by, and he tells us what's next. Plus, Community Spotlight Series, all new Finkley, Monday.
Dr. Tina Ramsey, along with the staff of CTR Media Network and all of the podcasters that have programs featured on CTR Media Network. I'm Kim Jacobs, the host of The Kim Jacobs Show, and we're bringing balance to the world one household at a time. It is such an honor and a privilege to be able to be associated with Dr. Tina Ramsey and her program with CTR Media Network. They go over and beyond the call of duty and do exceptionally well when it comes to the podcasters. I'm saying things that are like, ooh, mind-blowing. They are exceeding our expectations, and I cannot be more grateful and more thankful. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you for all of your professionalism, your consideration, going the extra mile to make sure that your podcasters have what we need to be able to have a thriving program and to get exposed to over 350 million households, 46 countries. I am excited to be a part of CTR Media Network, and I don't take it for granted. Thank you, Dr. Tina Ramsey, for all that you do. God bless you.
All right, so at this time, we are welcoming author, podcast, businesswoman, coach, podcast influencer, Coach Tina Ramsey.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health, and see we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The Media Network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. Yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The Media Network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
Hello, my name is Dorothy Cook, Dr. Dorothy Cook, better known as the Godmother and the Millionaire Maker. Why? Because I make millionaires. And I am on the Tina Ramsey Show. I'm so excited. I hope you'll be excited too. Tina got it going on. You need to have it going on. The Tina Ramsey Show with the Millionaire Maker. Join us.
The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong.
What's up, everybody? This is the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast with your guy, T Swin.
And your boy, J Bean.
What's up, everybody? Struggle streaming, as they say. Man, this is the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast brought to you by CTR Media Network. Make sure you check out ctrmedianetwork.com, man. We got a new website for you guys, man. Go check it out, man. Make sure you tap into the app, man. And if you would like to request to be a guest on our show, you can go on there and fill out the form. But what's been going on with you, JB?
Oh, nothing, man. Just maintaining as usual.
Yes, sir, man. Yeah, man. The way life is, it's kind of hard to maintain nowadays for a lot of people. But we're making it do what it do. We're making it do what we do. Staying afloat. Man, for your guy T Swin, man, had a little health scare the other day, man. Had to go to the emergency room. Your boys having chest pains. So I went and got checked out, man, and did an EKG, heart attack test, an ultrasound to make sure I didn't have any blood clots, a CAT scan, and everything came back negative. Your boy came out good. They say it might be stress. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
Other than that, your boy's good.
Stress is a killer, man. Then on top of that, your photos show that you're not young anymore,
that's true.
man. So.
Yeah, we're not as young as we used to be. I was on that Rick Ross early schedule. Well, Rick Ross used to say, man, he said, I sleep when I'm dead. So I've been out here working my butt out, grinding, trying to get this content to y'all, man, and putting sleep on the back burner.
Yeah.
But your boy's good.
But you gotta get your rest, man. Gotta get your rest.
Yeah. So also too, man, last night, celebration of my cousin Javandia. She celebrated her birthday last night. Her and my sister had the same birthday, November 29th, but last night was a celebration. Happy birthday to her. Happy birthday to my sister. Man, I got a chance to see some family. It was good to see family. It's kind of been distant, but it was good to come back together and see everybody enjoy ourselves and have a good time, man.
Yeah.
Like you say, man, spend time with your loved ones. And because this life is, somebody told me last night, life ain't short, life is important. And so, man, make sure you tap in with your people, man. Squash whatever beefs you got going on, and make sure you tap in with your folks. And so, man, we got a comment. Let's see. Somebody say, man, USG 421. What's good, fellas? Been missing y'all, man. T-Swin, blessings on your head, bro. What's good, J Bean? Hey, thank you, man. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, man.
Yeah, we've been, man, boys been busy out here grinding, trying to do things behind the scenes. You know?
Yeah, man. We made a year. We made a year. We didn't tell about that. We've been doing this for a year now. So
we're gonna have a 1 year anniversary show for that. We got a show coming up, man. People always talking to us about relationships, and people be saying that we be beating down on the women.
Yeah.
But no, we don't, man. We just be telling our life experience and trying to tell young men and men what to stay clear of and what to look out for. But we do have an episode coming up. And you got somebody, man, in the chat, man. It's like, know you, man. KJ.
Oh, what's up, KJ? How's it going, man? How you been? Hey, we used to work together. We used to we ain't gonna give that retailer no shine, but we used to work together at a well-known retailer.
Gotcha, man. But we got an episode coming up, man. Shout out to Mr. Curtis Ramsey. We got an episode coming up about long-lasting relationships, preferably marriage. So y'all make sure y'all tune into that, man. We're gonna have some people, some well-experienced people that have long-lasting, loving marriages, and how they've been able to sustain those relationships and marriages, man. For those out there that want to know more about that.
As a matter of fact, man, Mr. KJ, man, you're welcome to join that conversation, man. I know you got your queen, and y'all been going strong, man. So I'd like to have you on that conversation if you're willing to participate.
Yeah, so we're gonna have some people talk about, man, how they've been successful in their marriages and how they've been able to sustain it and keep it going. Because like in today's world, man, the media don't show you happy relationships, functioning relationships. There's a whole bunch of toxicity and dysfunctional families and relationships. That's all you see, because that's what get the clicks, you know. That's what be getting people's attention. But there are functioning and happy marriages out there, and there's a lot of people that would love to be married and want to be married.
Yeah, most definitely.
Mm-hmm.
And some good advice, man, because unfortunately, your boy hasn't been successful yet.
Yeah, they can get some tips, but like we say, man, a lot of it had to do with selection, man. Making the right selection and making sure you, as they say, man, evenly yoked.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, we would appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, I feel you in KJ.
Yeah, man, because the media don't portray that, man, especially in our community. They just show a lot of fighting. They show a lot of cheating. They show a lot of kids out of wedlock, kids outside of the marriage.
Dysfunction.
And the media push to us portrays a lot of this stuff is forced on us, and it doesn't portray any positivity. So we got to change the narrative. That's what this podcasting do too. It gives us a voice so we can show the real and change the narrative that other people have been trying to put on us.
Yeah, they just show stuff to get views and clicks and to be entertaining in a bad way, So
exactly.
Try to put some positivity.
Man, exactly, man. Recently on Cam Newton's podcast, man, he had Mr. Charleston White on there. And Mr. Charleston White had something very important to say. Because he was Cam had talked to him and asked him about like his delivery. So we're gonna run that audio to y'all real quick. And man, chime in.
I think everything that you're saying has some truth to it. It's just the delivery. There's no denying that you're standing for and by your people.
Well, here's the thing. When you're addressing evil, you can't worry about the delivery. When you're looking at the conditions of our community, you can't worry about the evil when you got kids that kill kids and say we smoking on Tuka. See, they wasn't worried about the delivery when these kids in Chicago were talking about smoking on Tuka. They wasn't worried about the delivery. I ain't got no manners for no slut. I'm gonna put my thumb in her butt. The delivery? I like girls kissing girls where I'm from. That's on the radio. Girls on girls. That's promoting lesbianism to my daughter as we driving to school. This song they playing with Drake. Y'all worried about the delivery? They're talking about killing each other. They really, that thug said, I shot at your mama. You don't mention me no more. He really shot that mama. And y'all worried about my delivery? These are confessing to murders on song. And y'all worried about my delivery? The conditions of black sucking them, talking about booty holes. Y'all worried about my delivery? Come on, don't be hypocrites, black people. Y'all can't listen to this music if y'all so caught up in my delivery.
Now, that interview is longer than that. He said a lot of more important things, man. You can go check that out so you can get the rest of that information. But he made some valid points. We live in a backwards society where what's wrong is right and what's right is wrong. So people get chastised and vilified for trying to talk facts or talk the real thing or the right thing, and they get a lot of backlash. You know what I'm saying? People love when we keep rolling with this negative because it makes us look like fools. We look like clowns in front of other people. You know, so what's your take on that, JB?
Well, people don't understand, man. Art dictates life. You know, if you don't sit your kids down, you know, rap music is like a movie. It's not, most of it's not real, you know? So unfortunately, you know, we don't have that discussion with our kids. This is entertainment. This is not real. This is like watching a movie, you know? So you shouldn't take it in as, oh, this is real life. Because, you know, I said it once before, most of these rappers ain't living like that. And the ones who are living like that, you see what happened to them. They get incarcerated or what? They got murdered, you know? So
exactly.
Until we sit down and take control of the situation, this is going to continue to happen. Because like I said, art dictates life, you know? If, you know, rap is the ear of the street, you know, right? So whatever these
hip-hop,
kids
man, is a force, man. It influences so many people. It influences people worldwide.
Yeah. So, you know, if you constantly pumping negativity in somebody's ear, you know, eventually that is going to transform in that manner. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, think about it. Think how many mass shootings we've had over the past 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
But look how they push that narrative all the time. When we have one, it's plastic, everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying we shouldn't report on it, but you just creating a whole bunch of copycats.
Yeah.
They also said at one time that the whole thing about crack, that nobody knew what crack was until they put it on public TV.
True. Man, a lot of people when exposed to a lot of things like they are now with social media. Sometimes things will just happen in their little corner of the world, and that's where it stayed. Everybody else didn't get it, and now it's everywhere.
Yeah, when something becomes popular, it spreads like wildfire. It's like that Popeye chicken sandwich. Not to be funny, but that Popeye chicken sandwich had been in Popeyes for a whole year.
And also too, man, I think everything has a strong influence right now because everybody want to go viral. Yeah. So people are seeing these things and they're imitating these things because they want to be the next to get some fame, get some clout.
Yeah, this is a quick way to make money. And that's usual.
Another thing too, man, is like in our community, man, a lot of times the wrong things are celebrated. Yeah. And let's see, man, we got a comment again. We said, well, I can say that Charleston White, I hope means well, but he is very wishy-washy. That is true. I saw an interview where he said, nah, I paid now. I don't care about the community. And I'm in a strip club, so sometimes, yeah, you know, he like I say, man, he came out, a lot of times he just said that, you know, when he was out there in the suit, doing everything by the book, nobody paid attention. It went under the radar. And now since he's talking in a certain language, it's getting attention. He do say some good things, but I also think he already admitted that he does those things to bring attention. So he can get the attention to bring like to certain situations and instances. And he has some very valid points in that statement. And that's why we are focusing on that statement. Because it's true. And like I say, in our community, a lot of negative things get glorified and they get put in the front and the good stuff get pushed in the back. My nephew just sent me some. My nephew, man, some people would probably consider him a nerd. right? He's in the anime. He's in the video games. He self-taught himself to play drums, guitar. He in a rock band, you know? So people look at that and they say, okay, he corny. He a nerd. He sent me a meme the other day where it was two young guys, two young black males talking. One was like, yeah, man, you ain't from the hood. You ain't had it hard. And he was talking down to the other guy who came up in a good household, who lived in the suburbs and never experienced that. A lot of time in our community, there'll be negative energy toward the person who didn't come up in them circumstances, when you should be looking like, okay, why didn't they come up in these circumstances?
Yeah.
How's their household constructed? Should I be taking pointers and tips from them? Let me look at their family structures so I can see what mine should be like. What does mom and daddy do? How did they create an environment where he didn't have to experience the things I experienced?
A lot of that stuff is income. When your parents make a certain amount of income, they can afford to put you in a better situation.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and also too, man, we have some people, man, that they don't want nothing better.
Yeah.
I've came across people. Go ahead.
I call them suburban thugs. The kid that grew up in a suburb, but he want to be hood.
Yeah. Some people would say T.I. is experiencing that right now with his son. With his son King. But we have some people, man. They have good situations, like you said. They want to hang in the bad, and then you have people growing up around the bad, and they don't want nothing better for themselves. I've known people that they was good with just getting a unemployment check, or they were just good with getting a welfare check or a social security check, or they were trying to figure out ways so they could get a social security check, and they were cool with living in housing with the roaches and rats. And I'm like, hey, bro, there's an opportunity over here where you can make $20-something, $30 an hour, and get into a position where you can make six figures. And they say, nah, I don't want that, man, because certain people gonna start paying attention to me. But I'm gonna tell you this, man, it feel good that when your children need something, your family needs something, you can provide it without thinking twice. I like that. I like that security. You know what I'm saying? I don't want my kids to have to struggle the way I had. Each generation should be better than the last.
Yeah.
Honestly, I can say that me and my brother, we're doing better than our parents did. So our children should do better than us, and it should be the same for you. What's your thoughts on that, JB?
Man, yeah, it should be like that, but unfortunately, like I said, man, it just depends on how you were raised, and how you grew up, man. Because it can start off good, then the family structures can fall apart. And in so many ways, life is not this. You can't say because I come from this family, I'm going to be this. Because sometimes life doesn't dictate that's going to work out that way. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It should be that way. It should be that every generation gets better, but it unfortunately doesn't work that way. It's going to be somebody who's going stray from the path, or not be down with the program, or then you got substance abuse plays a problem. It's so many factors because you got to live life. So
in the day,
I just think that.
Go ahead.
I just think that a lot of stuff now is influenced by what these kids are seeing visually now.
Mm-hmm.
Like they have so much access to so much information at a young age that we didn't have. Like you could be in the hood and kind of be sheltered from a lot of stuff because you just didn't have that information. But now everything's on this device. You know what I'm saying? Everything's on there, from everything's good things and bad things. So they're taking this. You can't keep your kids innocent like you used to be able to because of technology. Because even if you don't allow something in your home, once they leave your house, I think somebody said this, that once the kids leave your house, they're no longer your kids. Because they're the school's kids, right? Because the school has control over them because you're not there, right?
Yeah,
even to go pick up your
Jay-Z said in a line one time, once you step outside the church, there's a real world.
Yeah, because like once, like think about it. Even when you go see your kids now at school, you had to get permission from the school to even enter the building. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like they have a certain power over everything once you leave your household. Once they leave your household, they're not. You can't shelter them from the. You know what I'm saying? Like you used to be able to, because the world's not as innocent as it used to be.
Mr. KJ says it all stems from how parents teach their kids. The propaganda that is pushed parents now are accepting is because it gives them freedom to be or do what they want as well. That is true, man. We have more lenient parents in this time.
Yeah.
This day and time. A lot of people letting things
That's
slide
true.
that wouldn't slide in the past. And is it for the better or is it for the worse? What would you say, JB?
Worse. The worst.
Why is that?
Because you can't be your kids' friends. You got to be a parent first. Right?
Well, I would agree to that, man. Nowadays, most people are trying to be their child's friend instead of being a parent. And with a lot of things, these new ways ain't working. They not working.
It's a lot of things that, it's a lot of things that they are able to do that we would never thought of doing with our parents. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
But also too, man. You got a lot.
Like I
like
said,
we saying, we keep harping on media. A lot of media shows, man. It shows the father being the buffoon. It shows the mother being in total control. Being a strong-headed person, strong-minded person. It also shows these kids talking back to their parents like they run the household. Man, you in my house, you ain't paying no bills. You up under my care, you don't run nothing. You know what I'm saying? And the rules and regulations I give you is for your safety and for your benefit. I'm telling you because I already done it and I already been there. So it behoove you to pay attention.
Yeah. Yeah, because like when you're at the age like 17, 18, 19.
They say now both parents work all day, so propaganda is raising the kids. That is true. But we do still have some policing of that.
Yeah.
We can still have some control over that. They got parental, settings on devices. So your kids don't have access to certain things or certain time frames they got access to, only certain levels of it, And like, man,
but
also too, man, like we saying with
but
this
that's
media.
the thing though.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Like I say, but once they get on that school bus, you might be monitoring your kid, but all the other parents monitor their kids, so they still gonna have access to it.
Yeah. But like he was saying, man, people get chastised for trying to do the right thing or say the right thing. They get vilified.
Yeah.
Same thing with Mr. Kevin Samuels. Mr. Kevin Samuels had a lot of good things to say, even though a lot of people disagree because they were in their feelings. They weren't listening. They only heard what they want to hear. But he was saying good things to try to help promote the Black community and Black relationships and marriage. But so people were attacking him. Like you say, they want to attack the messenger with the good message, and they want things to keep being the way they are. But it's not helping us in any kind of way. It's hurting us. Also in that conversation, he talked about how the reading level is low, super low.
Yeah.
That our kids in the community can't even read at the grade level that they in. Also that this social media and this stuff is promoting promiscuity. And these kids are being promiscuous. And they're saying the kids are catching STDs, man, at early ages. It's crazy. And the STD rates are going through the roof now.
Said 13 and 21.
Yeah. They're going through the roof now. There's video of pre-K teachers playing Sexy Red to the little girls in the pre-K class, and they quoting it word for word. They're not just hearing it at school, they're also hearing it at home. And I'm gonna say this too, man. Early on with gangster rap, there was an attack on the Black male. I'm pretty sure you heard the story where they were pushing gangster rap to fill prisons up because the same people that was funding these record labels had stake in these private prisons. So they're like, we push this narrative, we're gonna fill our prisons up and make money. Right now, they're attacking the Black female.
Yeah. And then on top of that, you know who the most educated demographic is? The Black female is.
They
You know what I'm
say
saying?
right. They say right now, yeah. They say
Yeah,
the
they
most
say,
enrolled and most educated is the black female in the United States when it comes to college education.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But they keep pushing this this image. In my eyes, they trying to make the black woman the face of a hoe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they've gone around and asked other countries and nations, like, what they asked me, I'm gonna give you a word. What image pops in your head? You know what I'm saying? When they say, when we give you the word thug, they think of a black male. Okay, when we think of a word hoe, they thinking of a black woman. We got other people controlling the narrative and pushing this imagery, and we can't assist them with that. Like I say, with these platforms, we can control our image and push our own narrative. You know what I'm saying? And we got to do that more. Shout out to She Trucking, man. Yeah, if you want to get some information on transportation and getting into trucking, if you're a female and you want to get into trucking and you need some guidance, make sure you go check out ctrucking.com, man. All the info is there for you. All the knowledge you need to get so you can help you excel in that field, tap in with She Trucking. Let's see, we got another comment from Mr. KJ. Let's see what it says. Let's be honest, the masses won't change in front of our eyes. The change will happen in your own house if you care. That is true. Like they say, you got to sweep around your own front door.
Yeah, that is definitely true.
And so it starts at home.
Definitely
And
true.
if we got more people doing that, then it's gonna be a change. You know what I'm saying? We start unifying, it's gonna be a change. Other people are gonna be looking. If we're not letting this other crap slide, it's gonna force other people to change. He also made a mention that it's on the men. And that is true. If us men don't accept certain things happening in the community, or jumping or accepting relationships from certain types of women, and we're gonna only have this so we can have a strong family and a strong community, then things will change, and we need to do that. So yeah, man, men play a big part in what's going on.
Crazy thing about it, though, stop vilifying us when we're trying to do the right thing by the family. You know.
Yeah.
That's a big thing. Like once we start trying to set, depending on the woman you're with, once you start trying to set rules or try to change some stuff for the betterment of the whole collective, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes you might have to sit down, you know, and listen to your partner. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It should be a compromise. Yeah, it should be a compromise, but sometimes the man gets ganged up on, you know. When we try to set rules in his house.
Yeah. So
like,
we got
that's
another
not fair. And yeah.
So they have actually used black women in their will to equalize the black struggle. You have a lot of people that talking about feminism, and that they've been pushing it on black females to divide our households, because according to statistics, a lot of the problems that white women were having in their households, we wasn't having in ours, but they try to tie our women into that so they can have a larger group pushing it. And right now, man, it's crazy, man. It's a lot of broken households, and it's a lot of divide, and it's a lot of man versus woman. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's by design. And we need to open our eyes and see what's being pushed on us, and say we ain't taking the BS. You know what I'm saying? And change.
A lot of stuff needs to be.
Go ahead, JB.
I said a lot of stuff needs to be corrected, not only in the household but the legal system too. You know, we just vilified as the black male period is just vilified, man. Like whenever something like happens, like say for instance, the police is called to the house, it's always, if they see a black male, it's always the black male. You know what I'm saying? Like I had an incident when I was when I was younger. It was crazy. I was at a club. I got some Hispanic. I got friends of every race, but one of my good friends is Hispanic, and we went out to a Hispanic club, right? And I ran into some other guy that I knew from work. He was a Hispanic male also. We were at this club. I ain't gonna say the name of the club. It's a Spanish club in Houston, and and the guys I knew got into with some other guys, and the first person they grabbed, I had nothing to even do with it. I'm sitting there chilling by my own business. The first person they grabbed is who?
They grabbed you, huh?
They grabbed me. I like, dude, I just said hey to the guys. I don't even know what's even going on over. I'm always on the other side of the club. How you gonna snatch me up?
Yeah.
But, you know, with us, we always seen as the aggressor, or you know,
the troublemaker, the
the
initiator.
troublemaker. Yeah, it's just.
Let me see your ID. It's like, hey, bro, I ain't even in this. I'm in the passenger seat.
Oh yeah, I even say this. I used to work for this. I ain't gonna say their name. Known retailer, right? And I worked in asset protection. It used to be so funny when I would like go to a new store, and we have somebody apprehended inside the. I ain't gonna say apprehended, detained. Well, I ain't gonna say detained, but have somebody in custody because they were stealing, and and they would come. It'd be like a other race, and they would walk through the door, and they would try to search me. I'm like, dude, I might be in the situation. I'm the one that caught the person stealing, but they would come to me first. It's like I done experienced that a couple of times. It's just I'm the good guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one preventing the theft. But you come at me like I'm the one that's doing the theft. It's like
we've had black officers been shot by other officers, and they were helping the situation. And it's like, oh man. Sometimes I really do believe that some people think we all look alike. Because there was a situation where the cops were chasing a guy on foot, and another off-duty black officer heard what was going on and recognized that the chase was in his area. He came outside, got the guy, apprehended him, had him on the ground. The cops that were chasing the guy finally got out of shape, finally got on scene with their guns drawn and fired on him. He got 5 shots. He got the guy they chasing on the ground. You can't obviously see that this dude wearing different clothes. You know what I'm saying? Don't look like the man you chasing. So they shot the off-duty officer, and then didn't even give an apology. Try to keep it under wraps. You know. Shout out to CTR.
We all have.
Go ahead, JB.
I was saying, but we all have stories like that. I got another story when I was a younger man too at a Wingstop. This is crazy too. You know, I grew up in Spring, Texas, a suburban area. You know, at the time it got a little bit more rougher now. It's not as suburban as it used to be, but so we went to a Wingstop to get some chicken.
Get some what?
Some chicken. Hey, but so we went to Wingstop, and it's like, I guess I consider I don't know if they consider the Woodlands or not. But long story short, there was a robbery like up the street, literally up the street. So it was me, my homeboy Chris, my homeboy Darion, and my homeboy Darion's little brother Dejan, right?
Yeah.
So we get to the Wingstop. I go to the bathroom. I literally come out as like 17 cop cars. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Oh, there's a robbery up the street, and y'all fit the description. And I got mad. Like, I was mad because my friend Darion, he was like calm about it. Like, oh, it's all good. Like, no, I was mad because like, who the hell goes rob a place up the street and then stops for chicken? You know what I'm saying? Common sense would have told you that them dudes gonna hit 45 and they halfway back to where they need wherever they're gonna go, right? Nobody's gonna rob a place and say, "No way to stop by Wingstop."
You know what, man? I need some fried chicken. Yeah.
I need some fried.
15-20 minute wait anyway.
So the thing, but so the thing about it is, luckily that person was honest about the situation that got robbed, because they got us, lined us up, did the whole flashlight thing in front of the, to see they identify, and then luckily that person said, "Yo, it's not them." But if the person was just in their feelings and said, "Yeah, that's them."
There's been so many people thrown away like that. There's been some people thrown away like that.
I could exactly.
We have a here in Texas, man. Here in Texas, there was a guy. He was wrongfully incarcerated. He was a college. Let me see. Okay, copy. And had a little technical difficulties right there. But there was a guy, man. He was a college student, and a young female had got sexually assaulted on campus, and she said it was done by a black male. So the cops grabbed the first black male they could find wandering around on campus at that night. They grabbed this young man, they took him into custody, and they made her pick him out of a lineup, even though he wasn't the person. She told him that he wasn't the person that had assaulted her. But they took him in custody anyway. They put this man in prison. He died after 20-something years. After his death, they then decided to submit DNA to prove his innocence. And then, listen, the lady came out and said, "Hey, the cops told me to pick him out of line. He wasn't the man. The man that did this to me didn't look like him, and also had a cigarette in his mouth when he assaulted me." The young dude that they grabbed and, dying after 20 years, he wasn't a cigarette smoking. He wasn't the guy. Supposedly this man died in prison due to an asthma attack. But also because of this case, which is crazy, man, they allow DNA after the man's death to prove his innocence. His whole life been taken away from him. That's when Texas passed a law, like for every year that you're wrongfully incarcerated, you get like $80,000. But there's a catch to that too. Because once you get out, there's been people that got out that have been found wrongfully incarcerated. They didn't got out. They still can't get the money because in the system, it still shows that they committed this crime. It hasn't been removed out the system. So they can't get paid the money because the information in the system hadn't changed. They're just waiting the people out, seeing if they're going to die so they don't have to pay them. There also was a young man, same thing. He couldn't get the money because they hadn't changed the information. And he also sued the city. But he couldn't get no money from the city because the city kept filing appeals. They got more money than he got. So they kept filing appeals. So they're just waiting him out till he died. So now this guy can't get a job because he got this fake charge on his record. And he no money's coming to him because they're fixing the system where they won't pay him out. It's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy, man. But yeah, man, it's like, but we all have stories like that, man. Like, and it's a shame that we all have stories like that.
Yeah, exactly. It shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be so common.
Like that. Yeah, everybody has been in a situation where if a person would have just said something totally different, or had a situation where the person did say falsely accuse them and they went in. So I know you have your story. Your brother has his story.
Yeah.
So I've been blessed to where I've been accused of stuff a couple of times, and through the grace of God, never been incarcerated.
Yeah.
So it's just
crazy
same, that
man. Sometimes they almost act like it's a passage of manhood to go to jail in our community. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like if you want to, man, you can check out Storytime with T, man, episode 18, man, Crooked Officer. My brother tells a story where the crooked officer tried to put assault on police officer on him, trying to give my brother 2 to 10. My brother never touched the guy. You can go check that out. As a matter of fact, man, we're gonna cut to a commercial real quick, man. This is the single, Still Here, man, by 7 Deuce and T Swin, man. Y'all check that out. Make sure y'all get that music, man.
They say only the strong survive. I'm still here. Look, another day, another dollar for me to stay. Look, it ain't where you're from, homeboy, it's about where you at. No, I'm not looking back, I'm looking straight ahead. Do what I gotta do to make it to get to the bread. Cause I want that good life, far from the hood life. Funny, my kids don't even know what the hood like. And that's how it's supposed to be, when have it no other way. Cause where I come
Y'all make sure y'all check that out, man. Check out Storytime with T podcast, man, with 7 Deuce. Captain T tells his story of Crooked Officer, man, so y'all can get more information on that, man, and explain to you what happened to him and why he's still here, But yeah, man, the system is designed for us to fail, man. It's set up.
Oh, yeah.
It's also designed to be modern day slavery.
Most definitely. 'Cause what they get you in that system, man, you nothing but a number anyway.
Yeah.
That number and you free labor on top of that. Because you don't
Yeah.
get paid, or at least in Texas, you don't get paid nothing. And then the states that do pay you, they pay you cents. You know, they don't pay you nothing, no real money for doing that
Exactly.
labor.
And they said, man, another brother posted, man, GD Speaks, man, from New Orleans. He had posted, man. They had interviewed some older gentlemen, some older brothers, man, in prison in Angola. These guys in their 50s and 60s. You know, they got time where they never get out for some of the smallest crimes, and their whole youth has been stolen from them. We just had a black man that was found innocent, man, at 72 years of age. His whole youth was stolen from him. You know what I'm saying?
That's his whole life. That's not youth. That's his whole life. 72.
The whole life, yeah. And in your life, man, you can't, no children, no family. You institutionalized.
That.
You gotta try to transition into this world. You ain't, man, your time to make a
That he's
family and all that, it's
72.
gone.
He might 72. He might have depending on his health. You might have a good another 10, 15 years, maybe.
Exactly.
You can't there's no amount of money that you can give him to compensate that. It's like that's your whole life. What you could have been or what you could have contributed to the world is now not a possibility anymore. You know?
Exactly. Yeah, they steal, man. They steal your youth. They steal your power. The system is designed too, man, where, sheesh, man, they hold you, and now you lose your livelihood. Like we talked about, you lose your way, you lose your job, the way to take care of yourself and your family. You know, like in my brother's situation, the dude said, the cop was like, I'm happy you did more than 6 months, because in that time frame, half a year, you can lose everything. You lose your job, you lose your wife or your woman, you know, and then you come out the world to nothing.
It don't take long to lose stuff, especially when you got no income coming in. It don't take long at all.
Exactly.
But we're not talking totally down against the system. You know, the system's not perfect, but it's still, the law still needs to be in place. We just need to work out the kinks. You know what I'm saying? But it's going. I don't know the solution. Like, I don't know the solution at all, man. It's like I've been on both. I ain't saying I've been on both sides. I'm not a criminal or nothing, but I have friends who've been in situations they shouldn't have been in at all because of the legal system. But then I worked for the legal system. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, we need to be. How can I say this in a way that I don't sound crazy? But we need to have a way. I don't know, man. To filter it, I guess you can't really filter it because it's the people who operate it. It's the low level officer, that's on the street. You know what I'm saying? That has a bias or whatever towards a certain group or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So how do you filter that out? You really can't, because you don't know how that person's going. How that person, you can act one way and be a whole nother way.
Yeah.
So it just, I don't know the answer, man. But you do need law. You do need order. Because if not, then we'd be in total chaos.
Yeah, man. Mr. KJ, if you would like to be a guest on the show, make sure you go to CTRMediaNetwork.com. Click on shows and look for The Men Can't Always Be Wrong. Click on our show, and at the top of the page, you should see a request form. Fill that request form out, man, and we'll get to you and bring you in, man. Yes, sir. Make sure you check out CTR Media Network.
KJ, yeah, I know KJ for like a year or two. Man, he's a real smart, intelligent brother, man. Very smart and intelligent. But I don't know, man. It's just the world we live in, man. It's just a crazy world, man. It's like it's good stuff, I always say this about the United States of America. There's good stuff and there's bad stuff. Matter of fact, any people watching us around the world, man, we trying to do a show on what people in other countries think of American men, man. So, you'd like to be a guest on that show, man. Please tap in, man. Hit us on CTR Media Network. Because I really want to know what the men across the world think about men in America, man.
Man, in my travels, man, a lot of them think that we're arrogant. You know what I'm saying? Well, let's say Mr. KJ said we just have to live for each other. The biggest help is not to be alone when dealing with these types of issues. That is true. We have to share the knowledge, man. We have to educate our people on the rules and the laws and what's your power within that law and that rule and how to protect yourself. And so, man, we know how to handle these people in these situations when they pop up. And like, so, man, we got to get back to policing our own neighborhoods in the right way. You know what I'm saying? When initially when the Crips started, they started out helping the community before they became a gang that was terrorizing the communities. You know what I'm saying? So we need to get back to, taking care of our own.
Yeah. But they had it, the way that all went down with the Panthers and all that stuff, they were attacked by certain organizations,
Oh yeah,
to
CIA,
be taken down.
Yeah.
But that's another problem. We don't have our parents' generation had Dr. Martin Luther King and
Malcolm X.
Huey and a lot of people, a lot of Malcolm X, it's numerous people besides. They're probably the most famous one, but there's numerous people besides them that contribute. Like Marcus Garvey, that's somebody that people don't really talk about at all.
Yeah,
but we don't have that like now. Like we don't have that leadership. Like all the leaders that they talk to still are like all the old ones, like Farrakhan and who else? Al Sharpton and there need some new blood.
Yeah, there need to be some new young blood.
Yeah.
Man, Miss Myrie, man, she does her thing, man. My son does his thing. Man, shout out to Trey the Truth, man. He does his thing. He shows up,
Yeah.
So they can, tap in with the youth, get their attention. And one thing I say that the generation, I would say a lot of things are not benefiting our community as the new generation come along, but this new generation, they fearless. They don't care about a lot of things. We just need to take their energy and put it in the proper places.
Yeah.
And so we can have a better tomorrow for the future.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. But I would say this, man. Charleston White made some good points, and it's crazy, man, because we will get mad at the person trying to deliver the facts and the proper information.
Yeah.
And glorify and uplift the person that's bringing the information and the nonsense that's keeping us down. And we got to change that.
But if you look at that interview was over Cam Newton, man, that's actually a good interview, man. He even says it like he intentionally acts that way to bring attention, like you were saying, to bring attention to the situation.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Any last thoughts for the people,
like
JB?
You were saying, like.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, Go on Amazon and get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43, there is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book is it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
Hello, happy day. I hope you all are doing well, and welcome to the Sheila C. Hill Show. And that C stands for come on in this room and have a sit down so we can chit chat for a little while. Listen, the Sheila C. Hill Show is the ultimate go-to podcast for ambitious individuals who want to live a more fulfilling and successful life, to give you valuable insights, expert tips, and successful life stories to get you inspired to learn more about growing your business or enhancing your emotional well-being. Now, in every episode, you're going to gain practical tips and insightful wisdom in the company of a supportive community whom I call Sheila's Thrive Tribe, because baby, over here we thrive, okay? And I want you to subscribe. That's how you join the Thrive Tribe. Now, but if you are new to the show, welcome, hello, hola, bonjour, como está, ni hao, howdy, and what's going on, my people? Make sure you subscribe, follow, and share so you will not miss another episode. Listen, I am so excited that you're here today because we have a special guest. And I tell you all the time, listen, I bring the best guests in the land. What? Don't start it. Won't be nothing. Don't start nothing. Won't be nothing. Because it is undebatable, right? Because I bring the guest, and today's guest is nothing short of amazing. And I'm so glad to have them in our presence. Listen, our guest today is the CEO and founder. Oh, let me see if I got this name right. Kairos. Yes, Kairos is Carolina Digital. 18 years of progressive experience in engaging in the public. Nationally recognized community, school strategist, award-winning marketer, and cross-sector leadership. Also a military veteran. Thank you for your service. And also he helped a mental health company reach $4 million in just 1 year. He's awarded for the best in the nation for new product launches. Listen, he just got everything. Listen, I am so glad to have him here. Let's bring him to the stage. Listen, I'm just running out of stuff to say. Welcome. We're going to introduce Mr. Bruce Waller. Woo!
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here.
You're welcome. Oh my goodness, you do so much. I'm so excited and so proud of you. That $4 million though, I was like, what? Yep. So you the man, you the secret sauce. What? You ain't gonna be no secret after this.
No secret after this.
Out there, because listen, the Sheila C. Hill Show is around the world. Yes, international. So you be internationally known even the more. Okay, so with all the accolades, and thank you for your service as being a veteran.
Yeah, absolutely.
With all those accolades, just in your own words, just tell us who you are. Tell us a little of your backstory too.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of like just the high level stuff that I've been doing. But most definitely, thank you, Sheila, for letting me be on the show. I love the song, Sheila. I love it. That's a vibe.
Thank you.
But yeah, long story short, because there are so many angles I can hit this. I just haven't had a dynamic background of being a part of learning so many things over the course of my life. Want to give a huge shout out also to who was a part of my story is Jay Hackett. Is actually, many of you may know him as the grant writing king. That's actually my business partner, but also my mentor. And so I've been knowing him for the past 17, 18 years. And so when it comes to like business and learning how to be a better individual in business and entrepreneurship as a whole, I most definitely always accredit him, because without people like that in your life, you really don't hit certain levels of success without getting it from a coach, getting it from a mentor or some individual. So a little bit about me. I'm from Richmond, Virginia originally, and I've been there half of my life, probably a little bit less than half now, because I've been out of where I was since I was like 15. I'm a little older, and I ain't gonna tell you my age. I'm 35, but yeah, I come from a huge dynamic background with singers, artists, creatives that have been doing that for the past 40 years now. And moving into like what I do now, shortly after I left, I joined the military. I was a parachute rigger, so I jumped out of airplanes, packed parachutes.
Hold up, wait a minute. You jumped out of airplanes. Was the airplane messed up? Like, why are you jumping out of it?
People always say that. Why you jump out of a perfectly good airplane?
Was you stationed in Fort Bragg?
I was in Fort Bragg for a little while. I was in Fort
okay.
Jackson, Fort Dobbins. I actually stayed on stateside, but
because I'm like 20 minutes from Fort Bragg.
Really? Okay. Yeah. So you're not I'm well, I'm still in North Carolina. So I'm in Asheville.
Oh, you're Asheville. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, where me and Jay are at. So but yeah, with that, just learning a lot of different things, knowing Jay for also that long too. We did a lot of business ventures together, but I really got really good at what I do. And I'll always tell people I didn't know this was like this was research. Your first job or your first 2 or 3 jobs, like when you first started experience, the best job to have is a door-to-door sales job. And you learn so much in that because you have to talk to people right in person. So they say the best job for personal and business development is a door-to-door sales job. So I actually got that job around 17, and I thrived in that. I became nationally recognized in some of the stuff I did at door-to-door sales. So I started teaching, as an acquisition, like purchase with Verizon, AT&T, DirecTV. I became nationally recognized in supporting sales. And then that shifted into, working more into business. And now, I have a coffee shop. We help lead the Black Wall Street movement. And now the Kairos Carolina Digital oversees a lot of my projects. But the thing that I'm doing right now that I have always been doing is the entrepreneurs in schools, where I help entrepreneurs get into schools and land contracts to help kids thrive, expertise and failures.
Hold up. You giving us too much. Hold on, let's back up. Because you do so much.
Cut it up.
Let's get them back. Put it back. Beep. All right, listen.
Go ahead. My bad, Sheila.
Because you have so much. I want to get back to. All right, so you was door-to-door salesman.
Salesman.
Where did you get this initiative, drive to not just go door to door? Because a lot of people don't like that, but where did you get that to keep pushing? Because I know there was a lot of doors shut in your face, or people just know. What gave you that initiative to keep pushing and not just push, but to succeed so well?
Yeah, so being a young teenager, that's where the entrepreneurship spirit got birthed in me. What kept me going is my team. I shifted into being an associate and then being a manager and then moving into being an owner. You actually, through this pathway, you could, if anybody know back in the early 2000s, the way to make money back in my time, I graduated 2006, right? So I'm a baby to some people, but I graduated high school 2006, and right immediately after high school, I went into that job, that gig. I was like 18, but what kept me going was the fact that to so many no's, you do get a yes, and you don't need so many yeses to actually create the type of income you want. And I remember 1 month I made like $20,000 at the age of 18. Just selling. And so direct sales is no different than online sales. It's just knowing how to change the approach to actually generating the type of deals you want. So what kept me going is my leadership. Coaches, I'm telling you, like those managers and the coaches gave me plays for days to like stay on board. So like that's big.
Yes.
Yeah.
And having coaches, and this is one thing I tell people a lot, you have to invest in yourself with coaches. If you don't have that leadership for people who've already paved the way, why not? Because if there's a pothole down the street, why go into that pothole when they've already been there and they can coach you and say, hey, take a right when you hit First Street instead of going to that pothole. So that's very important to be coachable. Let's talk about that though.
Come on.
You have to be coachable because so many people like, oh, I want to be coached. And you're such an inspiration, but then they don't want to take steps. It's about the mindset. Tell me, what type of mindset do you need to even be coachable?
Well, the thing is, one of the things that is like you have to be willing. It's like to be willing to do something you never did before to get somewhere you have never been before. And once you really understand that and not allow ego to step in the way, but really step into a moment of ethos, like understanding what you don't have, you need from somebody that may have it. And I think I adopted that pretty quickly because one, the military really helped me out with that pattern of thought, but two, having people early in my life pour into me when I was younger, 18, really 17, 18, where it started, I realized the quickest way to success is having people that have already been there, done that, and spent their time. And that takes really a willingness. And so I was willing to like undergo, teaching or, to understand something I didn't know and let go of my ego in that place. That's that's the biggest number one like piece of wisdom or nugget I can give anybody. Like just be willing because you ain't never been there before.
Right. Yeah. That is so true. That is so true. Just to be humble and don't, get ahead of yourself and just have too much ego. So tell me a little bit about as far as growing up. Did you grow up with having everything that you wanted? Did you grow up with the silver spoon in your mouth?
I wish.
Tell me about how you grew up and how it affects you to where you are now.
So I growing up, I actually grew up in one of the most violent cities. At that time, it was rated like number one. I don't know if it was like top 10 in the nation at this time. It was Fulton Hill. It was a criminal area. People were dying left and right, and I grew up there. The crazy thing is, even though it was like a lot of gang activity and things happened around me, it didn't hit me there. Where it actually hit me was in schools where I didn't thrive and wasn't successful in because I was trying to fit in with the crowd. As far as it staying out the way of academically exceeding, even though younger and when I was in elementary schools, I was an AB honor roll student. It kind of like around middle school, when you find your identity, I kind of shifted out of that. But going back to my beginning, it was honestly, my mom practically raised me, my brother, and my sister. And, that typical story where I was having a father actively in the home. And, shout out to my pops. We type today, after my development and growth. But at that time, we didn't have my dad in the home, to really like show us what it means to be a man and protect us from situations and environments. So my mom did her best. But the crazy thing is my mom is white. So being in a black neighborhood and my mom is white and I guess Native American, but she would
Wait a minute, come again. Wait a minute, what?
Yeah, so I had this dynamic. I'm biracial. I guess technically I'm biracial. My mom is white and Native American, Chickahominy Indian. We still close to that group of people, but everybody was like, "You got a white mom," and it used to actually embarrass me because I'm like, "Man, come on, I got a white
especially being in a
mom."
black neighborhood.
Yeah, and
What?
it was just tough. It was really tough. So I stayed in the house. I try to stay out the way. My brothers decided to go out the house, and our lives are night and day because of that at a young age. He wanted to be out with them. I wanted to stay home, even though they tried to pull me in that area. And I think that really kind of got me in tune with myself. Like, I can't really like lean on anybody. I didn't have anybody. I couldn't do it at school. I didn't have a program. I didn't. My mom tried her best, so it was just me. And so me, honestly, me and trying to find an answer in me to try to make it through that time. So that's kind of like also a driver to like be free from the cycle of being another black young man that just got caught in the crossfire of a bad environment. Because my environment said otherwise, like you need to do this, this, or that. And I try to really stay away from all of that. But in school, I just really like stayed under the radar. And just was like that in-between child. Like you got kids that are real bad, you know them, and you got kids that are real good, and you know them. But there's a group of kids in the middle that nobody pay attention to. That's the middle group of kids. And that's who I was. Yeah, that actually shows up in schools. They actually struggle
This is so interesting, Bruce. I'm really enjoying this conversation to see the back end, because a lot of times we focus so much on, they made it out of the hood, and we focus on the greatness, but we don't look and see how you got there. We don't see that path of that, what it took. So it's so good to have that insight. What we're going to do, we're getting ready to take a commercial break. Then we're going to come back and talk about what you specialize in and what that secret sauce is. So we'll be right back shortly after this commercial.
Everyday caregivers rise as the unsung heroes in our communities. At Huff Legacy Caregiver Support Network, we stand by these heroes, offering them the education, support resources, and events that they need to refuel and rejuvenate. We understand that when we uplift our caregivers, we uplift everyone they care for. Join our cause, lend a hand, donate, or volunteer today. You can contact us at 346-330-6372.
Isn't it time? Isn't it time your money worked a little harder for you? A lot harder? Then break free from the limitations of conventional banking and unleash the power of your spending with Transact Card. That's right, the power of your spending power with a new, easy to understand, and more powerful rewards program. You see, Transact Card matches every dollar you spend with the purchase power of a reward dollar called a Z-Buck. Z-Bucks can be redeemed on a variety of goods and services in Transact Card's exclusive marketplace, Z Club. Anything from everyday household items to bucket list vacations. Transact Card, straight up dollar for dollar value. Much more powerful than stingy old school rewards programs. Ever thought the banking game was rigged against you? Transact Card is changing the rules by reworking traditional banking fees and manufacturers' pricing to ensure products and services are more affordable for you. Now, you can enjoy the benefits of building financial momentum with our private, secure banking technology. Power Spending Unleashed is just the beginning. Transact Card. Now, banking changes forever.
All right. We're back after those commercials. Listen, okay, we're talking to Mr. Bruce Waller. We're diving in deep of who he is, not just what he does, but who he is and how he got to where he is to be so successful. So to learn that, hey, he didn't have that silver spoon in his mouth after all, no matter what people say or think. He has been working since he's been 18, or probably before that, but 18, really grinding, going door to door, but knowing who he is, but investing, having those coaches beside him. But he was also coachable, meaning he was willing to listen, to make a change, to work on himself. So we're going to bring him back to the stage, and we're going to talk a little bit more, Mr. Bruce, about
what do you specialize in? Because I see that you lead with your heart. I can
Yeah.
tell that already. And you taking your experiences, how you was raised and how you was doing in school. You said
Yeah.
you wasn't the here,
I
you know,
graduated with a
top to bottom. You
1.8
was in the middle.
Yeah.
Where people get like, do they go to this school? I don't even know who you're talking about.
Right.
So I'm hearing what's leading you. So
Yeah.
tell the audience, what is it that you specialize in?
Yeah, so I'll give a little context. So in schools, I didn't do so well. I actually got put in learning disability classes because when my mom and my dad split, I was an actual AP honor roll student. But I want to say that it's very important to have like a foundation or a solid household because your kids the academics, like attendance, behavior, and course grades that we look for, it actually doesn't come from them performing well academically. It comes from them being sound emotionally. So when that happened, I like just went down here around 5th grade. So when I went to 6th grade, my mom didn't really know how to navigate the school system, and I went through this. I don't even know, like a form of hell on earth in education. I kind of saw this thing happening to me, but I didn't know how to explain it other than I was experiencing it. So long story short, I was placed in learning disability classes. Actually, the first class I was placed in, and they mistakenly did it, was a remedial class, like kids that actually have mental issues and motor skill function issue. And I was accidentally placed in that class because the school system didn't have the proper education. So I was embarrassed in my first year, my first actual week in 6th grade. So I'm like, I came to school dressed fresh, and they said, "Oh, you go to class over there." I'm like, "With them?"
What?
It was crazy. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that would mess with your mental state. Like what? Your self-esteem?
But you got to think about before that, I didn't have anybody even like. So I had me and God, honestly, just to put it like keep it a band. It was just me and God. So God actually walked me through that at 6th grade, at 12 years old. I didn't know what was happening. So because I was used to being at one of the top schools. Because 1st through 5th grade, I was at one of the top schools, high performing schools. And at 6th grade, when my mom and dad split, it affected my world. And so now I've caught myself in this school, not knowing who my people are, and I'm considered a bad child. So even though I wasn't that type of kid, so I started simulating. So got into that experienced that from 6th to 8th grade. And I was like, something inside of me was like, you need to test out of this. This is not who you are. You're becoming somebody you're not. And I really believe like that was God. I didn't know who it was at that time.
Right,
but
right.
I was like, this is not who you are. I had to test out of that class in order to go to 9th grade to go to mainstream classes. And so, now I fought for my academics, but even in that, I was just placed in these situations where the school tried to identify me as another prison to pipeline victim, like school to prison pipeline is a real thing. And it starts with IEPs, which is an individual improvement plan, or it starts with a 504. They label you with these things like a number in schools, which is a number in jail, just another number. And I saw that happening to me. And so now what I do, I didn't find my passion. Like I was always working with kids, but it was probably 2017 when I got a job at United Way as a community school strategist.
Okay.
And it was just something about being in middle school, because that's where my trauma happened, right?
Right.
I said, this is not going to happen to another Black boy or little girl. And the community school strategy is this: how to connect the school to the community and the community to schools to have wraparound services to do the whole child approach. So if a kid's dealing with poverty, we got stuff for that. If a kid's dealing with hunger, we got stuff for that. If a kid's dealing with homelessness, we just do the whole child approach and stabilize their environment or their soul, so to speak, thoughts, feelings, and emotions, and their family. So when they come to school, they're thriving. Grades are going up, attendance is going up, behavior is better.
Yeah.
And I actually transformed school population over 700-800 kids by decreasing disciplinary by 75% increase in academics by 5% in Black boys and girls. And
what?
And attendance.
Hold on. I have a clapper here. Hold on. Woo! That's major. That is major.
That's super big.
I work with kids at an after school well, I worked in the school system too, but then I was over an after school program. I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
I know, because you have to be that gap between home and school.
You got to bring them together.
Advocate for them. And once they're in the system, they're in the system. They're just a number. They're just an idea of what. And you fought for yourself to test.
I had to fight for myself. Yes, it was horrible. And a lot of kids that might not have the type of resilience I had go under the cracks. I've seen kids since I've been working in school systems since 2017 kill themselves, get killed, on drugs, working at a job where they're not fulfilled, don't have proper guidance, school is passing them through, and they are sending those grades to the nation. Like, we got a 98.5% pass rate, but when you drill into the numbers to Black, Indigenous, and people of color, there's like a 30% passing rate for them. And so I'm seeing this happen across the nation, and how the archetype of schools, the public school system as a whole, is failing 78 million kids, or at least half of those kids, or I would say 40%, 60%, 50% of those kids are ever increasing to not having the right resources in place for kids of color, or kids of a different language, or a kid of disability. And by our culture changing, our systems are not catching up with it. And so I did that in We United Way, got really good at it, became nationally recognized, started sharing best practices of how to transform schools. And so I see the whole school ecosystem, from parent, child, student, parent, community partner, and how to create an ecosystem from all of them to communicate and put things in place. And I'm doing it at schools right now full time. So what I do full time now is that schools hire me to help do a transformative makeover, so to speak. And so somebody told me I should show other people how to do this. So now I do it as a practitioner, but I also partner with other entrepreneurs and speakers on how to make a change in schools, because I don't feel like our leadership overall in the education department, not everybody, is not meeting the need of our students and the families, because the social problem is changing. It's not what it used to be, 5 years ago, even 2 years ago. It's different now, because when technology came into place, it just kind of changed the game. But also we have a completely new set of problems of kids not knowing who they are and how to navigate this world, which is so different versus where we were. So that's what I do now. Schools bring me in, and I assess their issues. They are normally not the ones that can help the school overall to be inclusive or equitable. So they are bringing me in to create models for them. So I'm always tag teaming with entrepreneurs. So, like, for instance, Dr. Life is coming down. I don't know if you know him. He's a part of our tribe and circle. He actually did the Done is Better Than Perfect conference like maybe a year ago, 2 years ago.
What's the name again? What's the name?
Dr. Life.
Oh yeah. He's really into poetry and all that too.
Yeah, with the hat. Yeah, so I'm bringing him down to do. I'm creating festivals for schools to use it as a recruitment strategy to bring in different types of people, but also to showcase the school strengths. So I'm just using. I'm changing the paradigm around schools overall.
I'm loving it too. I am loving it. Kudos to you. I mean, you are doing the thing, right?
Yeah.
Because I understand. Because with my program, I had to go to the Board of Education because they don't make it easy for you to help them. They don't make it easy. It's politics a lot of times. And where I'm from, it's about who you know.
It's all about who you know.
And it should not be that hard to help if you have authentically want to help these kids. And I've seen where the social workers in the schools and the teachers pour into these kids, and a lot of times the parents are just doing the best that they can, right? Yeah. But then how much is too much? Because you can't keep pouring into these kids because you have so many kids. It's overcrowded. There's just a problem all the way around. So if I was one and I said, listen, Bruce, I want to help my students, I want to help my school. What advice would you give someone who has that passion to make that difference?
So if it was somebody on the outside in, or are you saying somebody that work in the school?
No, somebody from the outside.
Okay, yeah. So I always tell them, like, I have like a 5-step approach. The first thing is assessing what are the needs, because I've seen a lot of the times when I was working in the schools as a community school strategist, a lot of people wanted to come up and just say, hey, I want to work in the schools. I always tell people to get a solid game plan of what they want to do. You don't have to be everything pulled together, but at least identify what it is that you want to do. And the best way to get into schools is to volunteer. Find out, so you can research what your school is dealing with by going to the school board website or school's website, and kind of just identify and look on their social medias, look on the website, go to the next school board meeting, find out what's taking place. Okay. And then go visit the school and volunteer before you come up with any product or thing. Because a lot of the times people say, I want to help kids, but you have something that's missing kids altogether because you don't know what kids are dealing with.
Come on.
You want to help parents or families, but you don't even spend time with them. So it's kind of like this thing of this savior mentality. Like, I want to come in and help. You know they need help, but have you done your homework? So I tell people to go volunteer, give your time, go to the board meeting, get into it, build a relationship and connection with the key players before you even ask for anything. So, because if you come in with them and say, hey, you want to help, they're going to ask you, boom, 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 boom. How can you help? What is? These are the things you need. Do you have this? And if you ain't coming right, you probably took one opportunity and burned that. Because you usually only got 1 or 2 opportunities to meet people like that, because somebody's always hitting them up. I want to help. So whenever time I want to work with a school, I'm assessing that. So when I do my presentation or anything I have, it's bullseye the mission. It's bullseye on that strategic plan for the year or 3 years or 5 years. I'm building my approaches around what the school is looking for. Okay. And that becomes a fundable activity.
That is awesome. That is awesome, because a lot of times, like you did say, they come in, but if you have not been in school in this time, we can't take back when I went to school and say, hey, this is the mindset of students now, because it's so totally different.
It's so
Kids
different.
think different, they act different. What they're looking for is totally different. So you have to understand where they are to serve them, and you have to meet them where they are, not what your perception of what they need.
Absolutely.
So, and that's all about, like you're saying, doing the research, getting in there, getting your hands dirty, volunteering, talk to these kids. Listen, one day I just gradually, I was a director of an after school program. So I had we'd had like 10 schools, 250 kids. So it was huge. And every now and then I'll just pop up to school and have lunch with a kid, right?
That's it.
Yeah, so I will pop. This one time I went to the school and I popped up and had this young boy who he stayed in trouble a lot, but I said, I'm just going to give him some attention. I went and had lunch with him, and all his little friends around the table, I was like, who is that? Is that your caseworker? Is that your parole officer?
Oh my God.
They were like, is that your parole? I was like, what?
Dang, he was that bad.
Yes. I was like, I'm simply here to have time with you, to let you know you are important. So the work that you're doing is so important. And the fact that you've broken the code of how to get into these schools, but you're sending the elevator back down to teach people how to do so as well. So tell me, what type of program do you have to help if someone says, I want to join your program, I want to tap in with you?
Well, just the same approach I used when I was working in schools. I'm vetting people, because sometimes people's program or their idea is not best fitted or suited for a school, period. Because like I said, nobody has done their research. They haven't done their homework. They haven't even got into a school. They just have this idea, and it's just this idea that you have that has not been tested, tried, or anything. But if they did, they will go to our website just to book a call, because I'm listening for it. Do you first have a passion to work with young adults or youth? Because this is not just a money play, and you can create really great revenue for yourself. It's just all about, do you have the right passion? So they come to me. A lot of people come to me all the time because I'm connected to schools all over the country. I'm always doing work. I'm going to Radford, Illinois, to the third worst educational system in the country to do some work out there. I'm going, you know what I'm saying? After this, I'm going to the high school to do entrepreneurship training over there for Young Innovators Club that I created with the Black Wall Street Junior program attached with me and Jay, the work that we do here.
Yeah.
So I would say, first identifying what they have. And then one of the edges that I have an entire marketing team. So about 5 of us. So my first gig was Kairos. So I did social entrepreneurship, like social marketing for schools, educational departments, and nonprofits. So my team is an expert in actually building and packaging all this stuff, presentation, proposals, packages, workflows, emails, to actually get to a school. So if somebody works with me, I'm already giving them 4 years of experience of landing 5-6 figure contracts with my stellar team. They get access to that to build their stuff out. And so they'll just book a call. We jump on a call, we find out what they need, and if they want to do it, we start working immediately. I'm working with Panique right now, like Shooters Camp stuff.
Oh, yeah.
We're doing some stuff. And I have insight to take any business and turn it into a program. And so it doesn't take me long to do that. And then I give it to the team, they build it out, and we start booking into schools in their local area.
Awesome. That's awesome, Bruce, because I had an idea, and I haven't been in the schools in a minute. My daughter just moved to a new school, but I had an idea of doing a podcast club because, it will cover so many, because I know how kids, the communication, because we text so much, they need to know how to communicate, to also to critical thinking, because when you're doing a podcast, researching, marketing, because you got the market. So so many different things. I know it will hit some things. And I was just like, oh my gosh, how do I even do this? Like, do I really want to do this? Like you said, I have an idea, but do I really want to get my hands?
Do you really want to do this? Right. Because one of the things I've seen, Sheila, is that when people used to volunteer, especially stellar volunteers or people coming to school, like someone like yourself, same spirit, same mindset, they would come in, but they couldn't stay there long term, and kids would be let down. Yeah. So the idea of building entrepreneurs in school was birthed that if I could show an entrepreneur that is volunteering that time and convert it into a sustainable income, how much more transformation could they make with a kid versus having to leave to go get the bag? I can show them how to get the bag, being connected in the schools and still transforming students. And what would our schools would be if that happened? So I kept seeing that. People will come in, volunteer, they only could stay for a few weeks, and they had to leave because of gotta pay the bills. And that was always this cycle, and the kids would be let down, and it just became counterproductive. I'm like, you know what? We need to find people that can commit long term. So I was like, then the idea came, if an entrepreneur needs sustainable, we create our income. What if I can help speakers or entrepreneurs how to land those 5-figure contracts, that the money is already flowing through the educational sector, to get it attached to what they're doing so they keep helping kids. So,
okay, let's talk about this money. Hold up. Let's talk about this contract. Are we talking about government contracts or state contracts?
It's a mixture. So you have a couple of different ways that you can create money. So schools can get grants. They are typically getting grants from the state or from federal department. So those grants that are coming in, whether it's access grant, education grant, also schools have access to Title I funding. Title I funding is typically not always the most, and it also depends on the need of that school. You also have nonprofits that you can team up with to go into schools. And those are the things that help you get directly connected to, matter of fact, I'm gonna pull up something while I'm talking. Those help you get directly connected to, getting into schools. Typically how I have been getting paid in schools is usually the school has access to a grant. and I will find out the deliverables for that grant, and I'll actually get them connected to. I'll get connected to their services that way, or I help build out some of the language. So when we're going after a grant, they can pay me out of that. But they do have government contracting. And so I have found over 200 fundable ways that schools can be, that money flows through, especially social and emotional learning. Mental health funds come through the board. There are millions of dollars that come to the board that they allocate for certain things that nobody really knows about unless you go to these meetings. And I said, people go to the meetings because they're sharing right then and there what is allocated for what. And if you have a plan, a proposal, award-winning proposal, or an idea that is already solidified and connected, you can go into these schools and land these contracts. So some of my contracts are up in the higher 5 figures, and I'm able to do work all year and not having to think about how to create, you know what I'm saying, for myself an income because I'm doing meaningful work already. And so, yeah, so that's some of the ways. I'm pulling up some more of the ways because I have so many just things that that people can pull from. And I also give them ideas of what services like they can offer. Like here's some of the services right here. Like if a person wants to go into schools and they don't necessarily know what they want to do, I already have like delivered a step-by-step process on like some of the ideas that they can create for themselves. If you give me 1 second, I think I got it right here. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, look, everybody want to learn. So
yes,
I'm
loving it.
yeah, hold on, give me 1 second. I'm right here in my folder right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
You look through the folder. I'm just like having the practical ideas is sometimes half the battle because sometimes you can have an idea, but then you get stuck of like the next step or does this really make sense? So just hearing the different things that you're talking about now really is great because I'm sure somebody out here is like, hey, I could do that. Let me get in contact with Mr. Bruce.
So like these are some of the things that schools are funding right now, like bullying prevention, intervention programs, mental health and well-being support for students, addressing the achievement gap in education, promoting inclusivity and diversity in schools, substance abuse prevention in education, teen pregnancy prevention, promoting healthy eating and nutrition in schools, and early intervention and support for at-risk students. And there are so many more, like even supporting LGBTQ students and creating inclusive environments. These are social problems, and there are even technical problems. I haven't even gotten into the technical issues that schools deal with, like creating AI software. You know, that's the thing now where they're teaching AI, and they don't know how to do it, and they're contracting out for stuff like that. And so, you know, even if you build for something like that's super attractive to schools right now. And so the 10 ways that I did find that that schools will fund is something like of course, like a public speaking engagement or a workshop facility, curriculum development services. You got to think about a lot of the stuff that schools are getting. They're getting second, third party curriculum, you know, that's not just a part of the state or federal. Like they have people have went through other processes to go up against the education department of having verified curriculum. Student enrichment programs are easy. Consulting services, partnership development, online e-courses they pay for, social entrepreneurship ventures and collaborations. So they're just so, like when I say there are so many ways that this thing can be worked out, it's just it goes on and on just to like really help kids thrive.
So you got me thinking now. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Let's talk about this ebook. So I can have an ebook and I just present it to the school for them to buy the school or to ebook and buy the curriculum, or do I have to teach the curriculum?
You don't have to teach the curriculum. You can actually do it as a professional development, and that you can teach it to teachers.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, you can teach it to teachers and you don't have to be the one to do it. So there are 3 ways that I help entrepreneur. I either can, speaking engagements is one thing. That's normally an easier route. The student enrichment program, so that's an after-school program or mentorship program program or coming in. So I have a program called Change Ready. And I actually go into schools and help with building inclusive environments and teaching kids self-efficacy skills. And then I teach other people how to do it. Then I'm out after a certain amount of time, and they get that curriculum from me. But it's a student enrichment program that I designed into a curriculum. The other thing is, the third one was curriculum building. So if a lot of people have curriculum, especially entrepreneurs that I know, and that curriculum building is could be very well needed especially inside of schools. Okay. So I'm gonna tell y'all some of the plays like where money is, and then you
tell us. Yes.
Yeah. So I was just pulling myself. You got my brain turning. So
yes, I love it.
Yeah. So
this is where your zen is as well.
Yeah. Because I'm passionate about this, but to get to this point, can you still see me? I don't know if you can.
Yeah, I see it.
So I have I found over, I would say 20 ways that money moves through schools, maybe 30 ways in my research.
Come on, let's go.
Some of them is like the professional development budgets. So schools often allocate a portion of that budget specifically for professional development. So consultants and speakers who offer teaching, training, workshops, and seminars can be compensated from that budget. And then you also have curriculum development funds. And usually a school has a dean of education or an individual that oversees curriculum. And people in middle and high school, especially in that position, be trying to figure out what to build. Mm-hmm. And so if you have a strategist like yourself or somebody that has something, they can actually align with a dean or an individual that oversees or superintendent of education curriculum. You can align with those individuals, and they can pay you as an entrepreneur or consultant to assist in creating and enhancing a curriculum material. And their fees can come out from that allocated fund. Of course, you got grant funds. Shout out to Grant King. He, schools normally write for that, right? But you can also write for it to support in that way. So schools may secure grants for specific projects to pay you out of. You got the technology budget. So let's say we build something for the Curriculum Technology Education Department. So that CTE program, or in other areas that's CTAE. So they add agriculture. So that's the one where, you're in high school, but you can go over to the other program to learn how to do hair or get your nursing, or your CTA license and stuff. That's that. Is it CTA? No, that's CTA. What's the thing where you wipe old people and clean them? What's that license called?
CNA.
Because I'm saying
wipe old people.
Forgive me, y'all. I don't mean nothing about it. So you got that. You have special program budget. So that's specialized, aimed at improving students' outcome or addressing this. You got Title I funds. You also got pupil activity funds. So some schools have funds designated for extracurricular activities. There are so many ways. Community partnerships. You got people don't be knowing about this. This is a good one. And I'm gonna say this last one because I got so many of them. It's parent association funds. Parents are a great way to fund something in the school. And if you can get on a PTA or parent association, or what they call a parent teacher association, they typically have a budget and can raise more dollars to actually take care of a cost of what you're doing. Because you can present to a PTA, and I have had taught many people how to present to them. It's typically one of the easier routes, and they can raise funds to pay you. And of course, you got general operation budget. But if you package your business and people's like, well, this ain't for me, it's not, I don't have something. I have already researched 200 problems, like I just showed you here, and 200 ways that people can get into schools and to create an income for themselves so they can support students. I'm like, there's so many ways to come in and support the child, and you can be one of those individuals. So it don't have to be. It can be technical too. So those are just some of the ideas and ways that you.
But is there a best time of the year to present?
Yes.
Okay.
Especially so. You want to present most definitely right before school ends. Like I'm about to get a contract with a school now in the middle of, you know what I'm saying? So I'll give you three plays on that. So the first one is presenting to schools after school is over, and 1 week after that week, after school is over, because they are already allocating funds for next year. Most people don't know this. They are already allocating funds for next year to get people into they're already getting people in line with what they're doing. So you want to present at the end of the school year. You want to present also in the summertime, because they are still allocating, but that's that 1 week after. Typically teachers work 1 to 2 weeks after school is over, because they're assessing, trying to figure out, especially decision makers at the top work almost all year round, especially people in central office. Teachers are different, but at central office, that's where you want to be hitting them at. Then you also have at the beginning of the year, like the first quarter, like the first semester is best. If you do anything in the middle of the year, they already have funds for it allocated. They just haven't found the right person. So you have at the end of the school year, 1 to 2 weeks after. You have at the very beginning, like when school just started, like a week before, and then somewhere in that first semester. Those are the best times to do it. But if you did it any other time, they already have funds allocated from the previous year. They haven't probably spent all that money up yet.
Gotcha.
So the school that I'm working with now is a new contract. I'm gonna oversee their whole Title I funding. So I'm gonna help them build out different things that they may need. So those are the three main times. Also, teachers, want to give you another little tip. Teachers get stipends to learn more education. They can spend that however they want to learn. So you can also build stuff to help teachers. So let's say you have a summer. I'm giving y'all so many plays. Y'all better come on here.
Yeah, this is a play. I'm writing it down.
Yeah, let's say you show teachers, like they get professional development funds, and you create a summer institution. That's the language they use. And it's like a summer institution for teachers, and you teach them something around professional development, or how to connect, or how to work with kids of color, or how to teach better, or whatever it is. They get anywhere between $200 to $500 or more to spend discretionally on anything that will improve their skills. And that's during the summertime, and they have to spend that before school starts up.
Let me get my clapper. Hold up. That was a whole deal. Like, what?
Yeah.
You all don't understand. Like, this is major. We would normally have to pay him for all this information he's sharing today. I really appreciate it, because I understand, because I teach AI. Well, I teach ChatGPT, and I had an assistant principal come and say, hey, can you teach
They need
our
that.
staff?
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm about to tell you right now the major shift that's happening. Since AI has came on board, the education, it's shifting education as a whole. Just to give you insight, if you can package your stuff, and I can help you really get this thing tight. You can package your stuff to fit to schools, to teach technology teachers how to effectively do AI, because the teachers that are in technology are normally a little older and behind the curve of teaching it. They may not have taken the time to learn it. So they like, oh, it came out. School's like, oh, retroactively responding. We got to teach this. You're already behind.
Gotcha.
So now they need consultants to teach teachers, and also develop curriculum that teachers can teach their students in innovative ways, because ChatGPT, they don't know all the ways. So your paradigm of you interacting with it, you can show teachers through a professional development, whether a summer institution, you can target teachers that are in the technology realm or English or whatever. I would say like in the technological department, or extracurricular activity, and teaching them how to operate ChatGPT and even other AI products. That was one of the problems I put down. You can do stuff around virtual reality education, augmented reality education, artificial intelligence education, online tutoring services, gamification learning. There's so much, and schools need it bad because
So you got my brain going now. I'm gonna have to book a call with you or something, bro. Because
yeah, we get you right.
For real, to package it, to have the idea and the
And
skill
speak
set.
the language that they're looking for. That's the secret. Most people don't know the language. They may have an idea, but they don't know how to translate it to a decision maker in education.
Woo! Oh my goodness, it was raining, Jim. I need an umbrella because it was just oh my goodness, thank you. Before we have your last words, what people don't know about Bruce is drum roll, please. You don't have a clue what I'm about to say.
I don't.
What people don't know about Bruce, he can dance like in a
I knew you was gonna say something like that.
Bruce can get down with the getting down. He have a whole routine.
Yep, I'm Chris Brown in the making, baby. At 35.
I love it. I love it. Okay, Bruce, Mr. Waller, please tell us how we can get up with you. What is your social media contacts? We're gonna have it in the notes as well. But how do they get in contact with your website and if they want to join your program?
If you type in www.entrepreneursinschools.com, that's one way. It's entrepreneurs with the S at the end, and schools, as plural, entrepreneursinschools.com. And if you also type in entrepreneurs in schools, whether it's in Facebook or Instagram, it'll pop right up. If you go through the website, it gives you more insight and detail of what I do. I also have a video in there that gives you the first 5 steps. It's a free training. It's 15 minutes long. I'll show you how to do it right there. With just them 5 steps, you should be able to land your first 5-year contract. If you want to go into deeper, I have my scheduler on there so you can book a breakthrough session to see if you're a good fit for the program and if I'm a good fit for you. And so that's really it. And those are the 2 places that you can find me. Entrepreneurs in Schools on social media, or type it entrepreneursinschools.com or www.entrepreneursinschools.com.
Okay, awesome. We will have this. It is in the show notes as well. Wow, I am just like renewed because children is my passion.
Mine too.
I mean, oh my God, I love working with children because they're the next generation.
Yes.
But then to think is like, oh my God, maybe I'm not doing enough to help them, because if there's a problem, you have to be the solution and not just talk about it, So, oh my God, you done lit a fire. Listen, I'm gonna have to go think about some things now. But tell us, and just to hear your story, and I can just see how
things stacked up and layered, right?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
God ordains your whole life, and it just the purpose, and your life is purpose driven, and you have so much confidence, what you're doing.
Yeah.
And you have that passion too. You have the experience from going on one side, but it's not like now, hey, I'm gonna do something about it. I'm gonna advocate for these kids and help and bridge that gap. It's so many tips that I can pull out of this whole interview today. But I'm so excited to have you, and I'm so thankful that you was here and sharing. So what would be something that you want to, your last words you want to say to our audience on today? It can be in any area. It's up to you.
I would say the biggest thing is to do the opportunity in the time frame of the opportunity. That's what I live by right now. Just do the opportunity in the time frame of the opportunity, and getting it done when the opportunity presents itself. Because sometimes we delay and say, oh, I can get that back. But time and opportunities sometimes are the only 2 things that you can't get back when they're presented in the time frame that they're in. So when I saw this need, I saw the window, and I said, I got to go through it, because if I don't, ideas are not destroyed. They're passed to someone else that will do it.
That's right. That is so true. Thank you very much for that. Now, one last thing before we go. You're at your coffee shop. Let's shout out your coffee shop.
Yeah, so coffee shop, and we got some some dope people. And I would go out here and show you. It's pretty big out there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll go out there for a quick second. It's called Grind, ADL. It's a coffee shop. It's a co-working space and an event space.
Oh, I want to see. Come on.
Yeah,
I want to see
we're number 3 in North Carolina for the best coffee in North Carolina.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't know you had a co-working space too.
Yeah. So that's some of the artwork we have in here.
Oh.
There we go. It's a pretty big area. So that's all the way back to the coffee shop up there. If you can see on the wall, you can see Grind right there.
Yes, I love it. Yes.
Yeah. And we got some paintings over there, way over there.
Wow.
In the back. So yeah.
Very nice.
So we got a little we got some paintings in here. Shout out to my wife. Me and my wife has a business collaboration where we do these pieces together.
What do you mean? You make them?
We create them. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. For those that are just listening on audio, you're gonna have to go on the platform so you can see it visually, or you can go to my YouTube, Sheila C. Hill on YouTube, so you can see this artwork. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's called Kairos Designs, and we come together and we build these out. Yeah, and she did that all one. She did the whole one by hand.
What?
Yep. So being an entrepreneur, like we said, doing
Wow, Bruce. Oh my goodness. All right. So are those paintings for sale as well?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. We just did a big show. We sold out on most of them. This past weekend at the Comic-Con, I did a Comic-Con series.
Okay. I did see that online. Yeah.
Superheroes and warriors.
Oh my God, I'm so proud of you. Like you my little brother. Like, yes.
Yeah. So yeah.
Oh my God, I'm so proud of you. Okay, I'm gonna have to take that drive all the way to Asheville. Woo,
yeah, you go 5 hours away.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's awesome. Many blessings to you. Thank you for coming on the show. I'm just so impressed and proud and just
thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna be right back with you. We're gonna close on out. Listen, I am so glad that Mr. Waller came. Listen, if anything resonated with you, anything he said, because listen, he shared a lot. He shared a lot of information, but just to show you that you can just take this time to take some of the cues that he mentioned and the gems that he mentioned and make a difference in this world, because it is up to us to change the next generation. You have to have that passion, but reach out to him and listen, let him have that meeting with him and see if you're the right fit for him and vice versa, because he has really something that he's really touching a big need. I mean, you saw all the list of things that you can actually do, and I'm sure there's something that you can do in your child's school or in the local schools in your community. You don't have to have children and come and help the kids. Okay. You just go help the kids. Okay. You can help the kids. So in the meantime, listen, if you have not subscribed to the Sheila C. Hill Show, go ahead and do so. If you want to be a guest, go to the SheilaCHillShow.com. Or if you want to purchase an ad or sponsor an episode, just go to the SheilaCHillShow.com and do that, because listen, we are a part of CTR Media Network, which reaches over 350 million households in over 100 countries. So you want to tap in, you want to give that exposure to your brands. This is the place to be. And we got a special coming on, right? So go on the website and go check it out. So in the meantime, if no one has told you today that you are loved and highly appreciated, I'm telling you now that you are loved and highly appreciated, and don't let anybody dim your light. Love you much, and thank you for visiting the Sheila C. Hill Show.
You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health, and see if we
the podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
to 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The Media Network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Yes, indeed. And welcome to Coffee Conversation and Book Talks with Sandy. I am Sandy Sanders. I'm the host and creator of the Coffee Conversation and Book Talks with Sandy platform. This is our platform for Christian authors, and it's a talking segment for authors, anthology book projects. And most of all, I say that it is for you. Why do I say that? Because you just might be looking for a good book to read. Well, tonight I have with me these phenomenal women that are coming to share a book that it really sounds like it truly is a book that will help us and bring us back to the core and the center of our relationship with our Creator. And we are with the phenomenal, I've had the privilege of interviewing her in the past. She is a visionary author. There's so much to say about this young lady, but I'm loving her even the more as I'm getting to know her heart and her spirit. I am talking about Coach Valerie C. Thompson, also known as the Encourage Her. She is the founder of Own Your Truth and Rise Coaching Business or Coaching. She's a coach, an author, a podcaster, and a speaker. So come on, my lady. Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing great.
Thank
I'm
you,
so glad
Sandy.
that yes.
How are
I'm
you?
so glad. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's going in and out, but you keep talking.
Okay. All right. Well, we need to check and make sure that I'm. Oh, okay. So maybe it's me too. Okay, y'all know this technical. Sometimes, So we're gonna pray and we're gonna believe God, and the devil's gonna have to move out the way, and that's just how we are. We're just gonna believe God for an amazing, amazing time and conversation.
Right.
As I mentioned, is that we are with the visionary of this amazing book. I will be asking you a lot more. This book, I'm loving the title. You kind of got me on this one, but come on and say hello to us.
Hello, my name is Valerie C. Thompson. As Sandy said, I am created to encourage, inspire, and uplift. God gives me a vision, and I see it through. So the name of the book, The Woman, The Womb. The one, not only do we give birth physically through the womb, but we give birth spiritually through the womb. So when God gives us a vision, a thought, or an idea, we can hold it in the womb and we give birth to it spiritually. That's the meaning to me behind the woman and the gift. Again, the womb is the center of creativity, and we are all so very creative.
Yeah, what an incredible gift, as you have pointed out, the gift to produce, the gift to carry something. And thank you for opening up a dialogue. Thank you for opening up a conversation. I do want to welcome our guests that are watching us. And thank you all for taking time. Paula, I do see you. She's saying good evening. She's watching. She says, Valerie rocks. And yes, she does. And yes, Amani says, hi, ladies. So we've got some viewing audience there watching us live on our Facebook channel, as well as those that are listening and watching us on our YouTube channel. Thank you so much. We are also a part of the CTR Media Network. And CTR Media Network is a platform for podcasters. We are the network that are powered by the CTR Media Network. Under the CEO is Dr. Tina Ramsey. So we're super excited. We have our show is also on Spotify, iHeartRadio, and of course, I want to direct you to the CTR Media Network.com, where you will find all of our shows, various podcasters, and pretty sure that you will find these ladies on this show as well on the network. And so we're super excited. Well, listen, I am glad that you all are with me on tonight. So as I was mentioning, Valerie, you have this new book. Tell us about the conception of, and you talked about the birthing and what that's all about. And then we're going to know who your contributing authors are. I want to meet them. So yes, come on and tell us a little bit about, where did the thought of this book come? How did it come about?
Okay. So again, for me, I believe when we get a thought or a vision, if it's not a thought or a vision that's going to harm ourselves or somebody else, we go with it. So
yeah,
God gave me the vision, woman, the gift, talents with the world. Now, these women, some who I already knew and some who I recently met, but these women have phenomenal gifts to share with the world. And I was looking at some of them and I was thinking like entrepreneurs, right?
Yeah.
Everyone has a story. So we all come from somewhere, but they didn't allow their stories to keep them from pursuing purpose, from pursuing sharing their gifts. God, again, gave me the vision. These women came to my heart. They said yes. And so here we are. And we're missing a couple of them. I just thought.
And yes, we're going to show. Yeah, you've got some amazing women part of this project, and I like how you were mentioning that many of us, we have gifts, and so speaking to that tonight is, and this, I want you to know, is coming right at a pivotal moment for the Book Talks with Sandy and Coffee Conversation platform because we're about to embark on an author tour. And this conversation, the majority of our audience is female entrepreneurs. And so you're talking about gifts and purpose. So I'm excited about this conversation. Dr. Tina Ramsey of the CTR Media Network, always supporting the podcasters and coming through. Thank you so much, Dr. Tina. I certainly appreciate it. And thank you so much. The love is in the house. Well, we are going to start with Teresa Obidai. Help me, Teresa. How do you pronounce your last name?
Obidio.
Thank you so much. Teresa Obidio, she is a contributing author of this book. And again, I want to reference the book is called, let's see, The Womb Man, The Gift. So come on and tell us who you are and introduce yourself.
I am Teresa C. Obidio, and I am a new co-author. Yay!
Yay!
I'm so excited. I am a mother of 3. I have grandchildren, so I'm a grandmother. I am a licensed childcare provider, owner of Let the Little Children Come Childcare. I have a passion to care for children, nurture them, and create a positive atmosphere where I could pour into them and they can grow. I not only that, but I am a daughter of the Most High, and I'm excited to be here.
Well, I'm excited to have you here. Oh my goodness. I was just jotting some of the things down, and it's just how it came out. And I wrote your name, Teresa, and then I put mother, and automatically I was like, the heart of Mother Teresa. Y'all know. Okay, so we are Christian women. We're women who believe in the Lord, and immediately I'm like, what a powerful, because she had a major heart. She was definitely a staple in the world. She left a legacy, her heart, and you're doing it as a grandmother, as a mother, and a caregiver of children. And so thank you so much. I'm looking forward to knowing you and getting to know you and our audience as well, knowing a lot more about you. Thank you so much. At this time, we have Valerie L. Matthews. Come on, Valerie, and say hello to us this evening.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Good evening. Glad to be here. Yes, as you said, my name is Valerie Louise Matthews, that is. And I'm a new author as well. I thank God for our sister Valerie, who invited me to be a part. And I said yes. I'm also a mother of 2, a grandmother of 6. I'm a retired nurse, but not really retired because now I'm helping with the grandchildren. But it's a joy to be able to pour those godly deposits into them. And I'm excited to be here. This is all new for me, but I thank God for it.
Amen. On mute here. Okay. Well, thank you so much. And welcome. I'm excited, you all, for this experience. You have a visionary author who is opening you up to new experiences. You trust her. And it's kind of like, here I am. So I'm trusting you to do this. But we are a safe space. And thank you so much again for being with us on tonight. And we have, yes, I'm looking at my screen here on to my left, Farika, and she's going to come on and say hello to us. Hello, and tell us a little bit about who you are.
Hi, everybody. I'm also a newbie in co-authoring, but I'm just so humbly grateful to be a part of this. Thank you, Valerie. But to just share a little bit about me, my name is Farika Burr. I'm 36 years old. I'm from Nashville, Tennessee. I am a mother of 2 beautiful daughters. I have a 17-year-old and I have a 9-year-old. And I'm also a hairstylist. But I'm a hairstylist part-time. During the summertime, I'm at the salon. I also do hair here at home. And also I work in administrative at Cora House School here in Nashville at an exceptional ed school. So I'm just so happy and grateful to be a part of this new experience.
Well, we are definitely excited that you are here. Congratulations on your journey of being an author as well. And we have Dawn White that's going to come and share. She's also a contributing author on this book project.
Oh, thank you so much. It's Dawn Earhart Whitty, and I am so grateful to be part of Valerie's vision. I'm an author, I'm a speaker. I have a foundation called the Desire to Inspire Foundation. And just being part, like the moment I met Valerie, I was like, whatever you're doing, I want to be part of that. So I'm so grateful to be part of this book. And I'm so grateful.
You said you want to be a part of it, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. And Valerie's going to be part of my retreat like next year. So we are sisters, we are soul sisters. Like the moment we met, I knew that she's my soul sister. So I'm so grateful that I got to be part of this.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, listen, I'm going to bring you all in just a little bit closer here. And y'all just bear with me here. Those of you that are tuning in, we are with the contributing authors, visionary author Valerie C. Thompson, who's a coach, speaker, podcaster, as well as a visionary author. This is not her first anthology as a visionary. She has, how many? You've got a couple under your belt, right? You're on mute.
Okay, 2 anthologies. This is my second. This is my second anthology that I'm the visionary over. I've been
right
in, I believe, 9. I gotta count. But I'm having fun doing it.
That is awesome. Well, thank you so much. I do see, yes, that has joined us. Elvira Rundon. Come on, Elvira, and say hello to us and welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elvira Rundon.
Here
this is my first time to be in this book. You know, I met Sister Valerie like 15 years ago. So I'm grateful and, you know, thanks God for her life. And yeah, this is to write part of my chapter, my life of my chapter. It's just like, it was like emotional, but I was great, you know, to do this for my first time. I'm an entrepreneur and working in financial. So my passion is to help all the families, business owners, like all of us here, probably, you know, we are entrepreneurs. We have our own business. So we help them, you know, to save in a right program and to save and earn extra money, you know. But yeah, this is what I'm doing. I am a mother of 3 kids. They are older now. So my oldest daughter, she's 26. My son is 24 and my youngest 22. And yeah, thank you, Valerie, and thank you all of you, you know, to be here. And yeah, this is what I'm doing.
Great. Well, we're going to have a great conversation. I'm looking forward to learning and meeting you more, meeting and knowing you. And so thank you so much. And our audience, those of you that are tuning in, hi, contributing author Angela Lewis is in the house. She says, hello, ladies. Congratulations on the book. And yes, and we have the phenomenal, yes, Dr. Doris. Yes, there she is, Dorissa. TV host and author as well, speaker. Come on and say hello to us if you will. Yeah, no, you're still, yeah.
Because the phone is, I see me twice, but the one that I could actually see and hear from is not showing up on your screen. So if I show up twice on yours, the one that I'm waving on, can you keep that one and
I see you. We see you. Yes, ma'am. I can see you. Do you see? You can see me, right? We all can
It's not
see you.
working.
Dr. Darissa, we can see you.
Okay.
I can see you,
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Darissa.
Yeah, we see you. We see your beautiful self.
Am I on there twice?
No, ma'am. You just move the camera a little bit. While she's adjusting her camera, what I want to do is what we're going to do is pause just for a moment, and we're going to hear from one of our sponsors. We are sponsored again by the CTR. We're part of the CTR Media Network, but we do also have sponsors on our podcast as well. And so at this time, I'm going to pause, and we are going to hear from one of our sponsors, and then we'll come back and see how we can hear from contributing author Dr. Darissa. Okay, we're going to be working it out, you all. Hold just one moment, and we'll be right back with you.
Today's podcast is brought to you by KLD Consultors, featuring their latest ebook, Cooking to Heal, a Christian couples devotional journal authored by #1 bestsellers Mr. Keith L. and Dr. Katandria L. Demps. This spiritual cookbook was written to offer 5 simple ways to help Christian married couples improve their relationships. Cooking to Heal helps couples to grow spiritually healthy, improve nutritional health, increase intimacy, have more efficient meal planning, and decrease stress with daily caregiving duties. To help you create the most out of your dinner, marriage, and prayer, go to https://www.cookingtohealbook.com. Pick up your copy today.
Yes, indeed. That amazing, amazing couple, Dr. Kat and Keith Demps, are authors, and they're also coaches in the healthcare industry. If you are interested in knowing more about them, just simply go to thehealcookbook.com, and I will be putting up their information later on in the broadcast. Again, thank you all for tuning in. We are with the authors that are on tour tonight. Yes, that's what's happening. They're on their virtual tour, and their book has already been released. This amazing book that is the vision of Coach Valerie C. Thompson, also known, AKA the Courage Her, founder of Own Your Truth and Rise Coaching. She's a coach, an author, a podcaster, and speaker. She studied her master's degree in industrial and organizational psychology at the University of Phoenix. As I mentioned, is that as a coach, an author, a podcaster, and speaker, she's picked subjects that definitely are relevant, and I believe that going into 2024, there's a couple of things that we've been hearing in our spirit, and I believe it's more than a buzzword. Coach Valerie, I'm hearing the word transformational. Now, the Spirit of the Lord had begun to whisper, for lack of a better word, that word in my spirit, and of course, it came from us looking at Romans 12:2. And so, but I'm hearing it more and more now and going into 2024. This book that you all have birthed out, have come together and collaborated with. Dr. Darissa is having a little bit of technical difficulties, but that's okay. We're going to work through this. So want you to hear from this amazing woman, Dr. Darissa McAllister. But we also have in our audience she's also a podcaster, speaker as well. I want to call her Minister Angela Lewis. Then we have yes, Teresa, who is joining us, Elvira, Dawn, and we also have Valerie. And forgive me, I don't want to leave anyone out. I'm on the other screen here. So, and Farika, yes, she is, and Elvira is with us also. So each of these ladies saying yes, and we're talking about gifts within. Let's just have a dialogue. How important is it, Teresa, that we tap into our God-given gifts and our talents? Because many women, many people, but women being the subject, we don't know that we have the gifts that God has given us. And so how important it is once we discover that I have a special ability, and especially in I'm speaking of women in the body of Christ.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I definitely feel it's very important. If I have to go back, I have to rewind a little bit amongst myself. And I was feeling just myself at one time that the gifts that I was given, I was fighting. And I knew what God had given me, but I was fighting it. And I feel like there's lots of other women out there that are fighting as well. So I had to step out of my comfort zone, and I had to get into a place to where I can truly hear God and what he was saying to me, and just let go and let God. Because if I would have stayed in that same place that I wanted to be in, that I felt I was comfortable in, I would never be here today. So again, to answer the question, I feel that it's very important to use our gifts and talents. I don't believe that we should sit on them at all, because there's so many women out there that need to hear our stories, that need to hear, what we went through and how we went through it and what is the outcome of it.
Oh, that's so important, is to also tell the end, the results, right? Yes, not to just tell a story, but let them know the victory behind it. And so, Coach Valerie, when you begin to put all this together, is that kind of answering what the goal is that you're wanting? The goal is to help another woman or man know their gifts and be able to know, hey, their story. Yeah. Absolutely. Awesome. Well, Valerie Matthews, and is it Louise? Which one would you prefer?
Valerie is fine.
Valerie, okay. All right. So you're a new author. And the question, as we were saying, is that how important it is for us in the body of Christ to. I love what you said, Teresa, too. But I'm gonna stay here on point right now. But there was something you said, is that that if you didn't step out of your comfort zone. So Valerie, would this be a stepping out of your comfort zone and taking courage to write your story?
Absolutely. Yes. Because I've been procrastinating for years, and the Lord let me know the door opened up and that it's time to stop pushing and give birth,
Yes.
Because what we have in us, so many people need that, God placed it in us for a reason to share with the world,
Yeah.
And I remember Miles Monroe said the richest place on earth is the graveyard with all the buried talents and gifts. And I don't want to be guilty of that at last.
Yeah, absolutely. And so there's so much here, as you said, procrastination. And from a coaching perspective, Coach Valerie, how many are you hearing that more and more that, and I'm going to be the first one to raise my hand, is that God really had to deal with me about putting stuff off. Come on, let's talk about that.
Oh yeah. So look how good God is. So I originally didn't reach out to Valerie because I didn't even know Valerie. I reached out to a sister friend of ours, the lovely Imani, who, by the way, has the beautiful the lemonade bar, lemonade stand. But I reached out to her. She referred me. She's like, I have a friend that may want to be in your book. So see how strategic it is. See, God is always moving in instruction. We get a thought, again, when we get a thought, it comes to us for a reason, right? If we come from the creator, then when we get a thought, we have the ability to create. But sometimes we doubt that we can do whatever God has given us to do. But again, if we get the thought, and if it's not to harm ourselves or anyone else, then we can literally give birth to that vision, to that dream, to that thought. We just have to put action to it.
And that's it, putting action to it.
By faith. And let me tell you, I just have to say, when I first became a published author in 2017, and then I started doing it more, is because I had to step out of my comfort zone. And then one day I said, well, I don't just have to be a contributing author in a book. I can be a visionary and reach out to women to be in my book. God gave me the vision. I put feet to it, meaning act the second book, right? Oh, that of the visionary over. And my thing is, I believe that, again, we are all here for purpose. We are here for a limited time only. And just like Valerie said, as she quoted from Dr. Miles Monroe, like, if we don't do it, the gifts and the talents go with us to the grave. We all have so many gifts and talents. That's why we're here. We're here to show up. We're here to be bold. We're here to move in our zone of excellence. And I believe, just like I met Dawn, didn't know Dawn, I just met her last year. And so for her to even say, hey, you're going to speak at my event, God had already gave me that vision long ago. But had I not stepped out of my comfort zone, and started connecting and collaborating with other women, I would have never met Dawn. And so I'm grateful. And so I think about, like, Teresa, I think about Elvira and Darissa. These are women, and especially Elvira and Darissa and Rika, like, they hadn't been in a book before, but I see so many gifts and talents in them. I see their light that they continue to shine. So why not say, here's an opportunity, and they can take their chapters and do many more things with them. You can be a speaker, you can be a podcast. And so I just encourage women, because it's who I am. I know I was created to encourage, inspire, and uplift. Whatever, like, I'm going to do that. So I'm grateful for these women who have said yes. And I want many more women to come into this. I don't want to say circle, but just to come in, because we all have something to share, and we each learn from one another.
That is amazing. As I'm sitting here, and this book you're talking, and the book is called Womb Men, the Gift. And we're talking about birthing. We're talking about all of those things surrounding the subject matter of pregnant and carrying something. Come on, Farika. I'm feeling the Lord about right now. Dr. Darissa, let me do this. Dr. Darissa, we see you. Come on.
Good evening, my sisters. I'm so sorry. Y'all know my story. I can't do nothing but praise the Lord, because it hashtag he not me. Because baby, your sister over here struggling. She's over here trying to get these hands to work.
Oh my God. Come on and say hello to us, if you will.
Yes. Good evening, good evening, good evening. God bless each and every one of you. I'm so excited. Maybe that's part of the problem. I'm just so excited over here. I'm discombobulated because I'm trying my best, but I'm just so happy to be here amongst these beautiful women of God. You just don't even I've been so excited about this today. So that's why the enemy's trying to get in the way. That's
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, listen, it is an honor. We know of you and the great work that you do, and to have the privilege and the honor to have you on our show this evening. It is an honor. And so you're part of the book. And so, Farika, I know that there's something on your heart and your mind because we're talking about birthing. You know, when you get pregnant, you get all out of shape and clothes stop fitting. And so what is that? That's spaces that you go in, people that you're around. You know, sometimes it's that you're outgrowing, so to speak, or, you know, it's not that you don't love them, but God's taking you to new places and higher heights and deeper depths in Him. Come on, Farika, talk to me now.
Oh my goodness. Yes. So much happens in the womb. I just wanted to kind of answer the question though that you asked. I definitely believe that it's important for us to be able to walk in our gifts. For me, I'm a single mom, and I just believe that we have those coming behind us. I remember when I was a single mother, just, you know, starting out, and I didn't think about purpose. I was just trying to make sure that I was the best mom for my girls and go to work, do what I thought that I was supposed to do. But it was when God was forming me and making me that made me want to search for purpose. God, what am I here for? What is it that you want me to do? I always had a love for him, but I just didn't realize, hey, I'm here for purpose. And I just feel like it's so many people that don't live their life that way. And, you know, maybe they don't know Christ yet, but I believe like that this book would be able to introduce him to them. So I totally agree with you, ladies.
Listen, let's talk about those painful growing, the growing out of your spaces and out of clothes. Come on, Dawn, talk to me. Yes, when you're growing and you've got this baby, and that baby is the book. The baby is a project. The baby is you're becoming a leader for the first time. Come on, share, because I believe that this is all the gift that we're talking about in this amazing book that you all are a part of. So come on and share with us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say this. Like, one of the greatest lessons I've learned throughout this journey is that nobody has to understand your calling, your vision, your purpose. You know, it could be your children who you love more than anything else in the world, or your spouse, or, you know, somebody else. But sometimes we let our families or the people that we love the most dictate how we think what our journey is supposed to be like. And I will say this to you, like to everybody, do you. And that's one of the hardest things that we get to do in this world, is like not feel like we're wrong because everybody's telling us like, what's wrong with you? Like, why do you feel like that way? But I will say, like, there's magic on the other side of that. And I never felt it for a long time because I was thought that, oh, what's wrong with you? Because I was believing what everybody was telling me. Like, why do you want to be that way? Like, why do you think this? And it was coming from my closest people in my life. So once you get outside of that notion of like, nobody has to understand it beyond yourself, you're going to find this tribe of people like Valerie, my sister, you know, like we're going to find our tribe of people who get get our crazy or whatever. So like don't let people dismiss your dreams because you will have those. But then you will also find the people that share your dreams and want to help you with your dreams.
I love it. That will help you with your dreams, because a lot of times we put our dreams on a shelf because we walk in fear, or we walk in disconnecting, or afraid to break that glass ceiling, as they say. And I'm still trying to understand that metaphor, the glass ceiling. But Elvira, come on, talk to us. We're talking about walking in our purpose, giving birth to the gifts and the talents and the result of it. You're saying yes to this book. Come on and talk to us. What's on your heart about this conversation that we're having? And Angela, she says, yes, Dawn, do you? She's loving it, giving the heart. Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, for me, I mean, it's, I'm so blessed to be here. God is so good because he knows how to connect us with, with everyone. So he connected me with Valerie. But first, I was born in Mexico and raised in Mexico. So I came to this country without knowing the language, without knowing anything, but God had a purpose for me to bring me to this country, United States. And I never thought, what I'm gonna do here or anything, because I didn't know my gifts. But little by little, he was like introduced me to people and continue to grow as a single mom. It was very hard for me, like, as you know, English is my second language, and it was very hard for me being a single mom with 3 all these years. But God is so good because he's the only one who strengthened me all this time and guide me with all of the beautiful people that I met, and being like, like meeting you guys too. And I never thought of myself that to be in financial. Never. It was just like, it was the God's connecting me that and telling me, yes, you can do it. You can do this. So that's what I'm doing this. And I never thought of myself to be here. That's God is so good that I connected with Valerie, and Valerie connected to each of us, and we are here. We are so blessed. And to be like an entrepreneur is just like I never thought of myself. It's just like, no, it's like I'm an alien. I'm an alien from other country coming here, and to be an immigrant is a challenge, to be here in this country. But I'm here, and it's just like, thanks God. And like God says, my part of my story is to introduce God, what he's been doing in my life. And what is next, and still growing in each of us. We are unique, and each of us has a different gifts that he gave us, and to use it, because there's a lot of women over there, and I'm not the only immigrant in this country. There's a million people, but are not only immigrants, for all the cultures, to someone is gonna get inspired, like we don't have to happen here. We had to, continue and seeking God and continue with this, life. But yeah, this is a blessing for me to be part of here and to doing what I'm doing that I never thought of myself. To come to this country and do what I'm doing, to learn another language, to know other cultures. It was just like, but I was God's plan, so that he brought me here. So
and that's so powerful that it was God's plan. And we often, Coach Valerie, we often say, especially, and here's the beautiful thing, let's talk about it, is that this book has various cultures and races and from different backgrounds. but one of the common thread is our relationship with the Lord. And we often, here is what I've learned in my old age, y'all, is that when other little girls can see themselves in us, but when the mirror turns around, thank you, Lord, and we can look and we see a group of little girls, and they may be Hispanic, they may be the African American, they may be the Caucasian little girls or whatever, but they're playing together. They're loving each other, they're playing together. But here is where my point is that we look out and we see, God, that used to be me. Or look where I am now, but you kept me back then when I was a little girl. Oh my goodness. Oh, and so this is a beautiful, beautiful book already. And so y'all hadn't even gotten started talking about the chapter yet. But we are. Thank you so much. But this is beautiful. Oh my goodness. This is so beautiful. We're definitely going to talk a little bit more, dive in. Those of you that are tuning in, thank you all for sharing. Thank you. Tag a couple of people. My number is 5. I always say put 5 people. I am Sandy Sanders, host and creator of the Coffee Conversation and Book Talks with Sandy platform. This is where we are part of the CTR Media Network, and it is our platform where we host authors, anthology book projects, and most of all, I say that it is for you. I am having a ball tonight, and why do I say that? About this is a platform for books. It's for you, because you just might be looking for a good book to read, and this is definitely one of them. So, would you like for the ladies to give some snippets of their chapter? We got a little bit of time.
And I want everyone to give a little bit. Dr. Darissa, has to definitely give a little bit, because she will probably, we all are going to bless someone, but I think her tonight definitely will bless us all. I'm so grateful. I'm grateful for you all. I'm grateful for you, Dr. Darissa. And I'll let her.
That is awesome. Yes, at this time, we're going to hear from contributing author, Dr. Darissa McAllister. And yes, she is TV host, speaker, global speaker, author, and the whole nine, y'all. She's got some amazing, amazing accolades. But most of all, we know her as a woman after God's heart. She loves the Lord. She loves people. So at this time, we're going to hear from our contributing author.
Dr. Darissa.
Dr. Darissa, you with us? Yes, ma'am, you with us?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry.
It's time for you to speak.
It's okay.
Oh, no, I'll wake up for that.
Come on, we need to hear from you.
Bless us.
Yes. Oh, I have been waiting. I've literally been up like 2 nights straight. I've been so excited about this, and just kind of formulating my feelings, because the last couple of days have been a little interesting. The enemy has been running amok like he does when something fabulous is about to happen for the kingdom. So, I recognize game when I see it, and it's okay. I ain't scared. I'm not scared at all. So I'm just excited to be a part of this, and to be a part of y'all, and to be able to tell the story and to share what the Lord is doing in my life. Some people don't understand when I make a statement walking around here carrying stage 4 brain cancer, and diabetes and blood clots, and they like, what you smiling about? Because my Jesus loves me, and I'm good. He wouldn't have allowed it if it isn't. He wouldn't have allowed it. So this season in my life, the chapter that I wrote, the den I'm in, is all about sitting yourself down somewhere and letting the Lord do what he needs to do with you. And And I realize every day that he wakes me up, he's answering my prayer for more time. That I started praying 5, 6 years ago. So it's manifesting before my very eyes. And the den that I'm in now, which is like a pause, den is an acronym for a divine experience or environment that God deems necessary to align you with his perfect will, plan, and purpose. Because I'm a AAA personality. I'm out here doing my thing. I'm doing Darissa's thing. And that might not be what he wants me to do. And the only way he gonna get me to slow my roll and obey him, so this life of mine, this dash of mine will be right when I skip on out of here, is if I slow down and take instructions from him and follow them to the T. It's not about me. It's not about me. It's about getting this life right, serving, blessing someone with a story so it can help another woman who probably got diagnosed today or yesterday, and she's somewhere pulling her hair out because she don't know what to do. She might not have the support that I have. She might not know Jesus Christ. She's all messed up, but I can help with that. So I'm thankful for my den. I'm thankful for my den. The Lord will use me when this is all, as he makes it clearer to me. So, and that's a good thing. I love you too. Ooh, I'm chatting. I'm getting this, y'all. I'm getting it. I'm getting. That's good. Yeah. I want to thank Sister Angela and Sister Valerie for thinking of me and inviting me. And I just think this is a wonderful opportunity to just represent Jesus Christ and to do something as far as kingdom building is concerned. What better way to live your life? To spend to use your dash. And the dash is basically that time and space between the day you're born and the day you expire. What you doing with it? There was a song, I think her name was Yo-Yo back in the day. How you living? How you living? I ask myself that every morning. How you living? I get up and say, thank you, Jesus, for opening my eyes, answering my prayer for more time. So what we doing today? What we doing today? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Sister Dawn. I see you. Sister Sandy, I see you.
We love you.
I love you too. I love you too.
Wow, what a phenomenal story. And you were right. Y'all were certainly right that we need to hear her testimony, her story. And like you said, is that the gift, this gift that you have, you're not going to waste it. You know that you have a gift and you're using it.
I refuse. And let me share something with y'all. One thing I know about that low down, dirty dog called the enemy. Yeah. He gets busy. And that may be an indicator to you. When he starts coming at you hard, coming at you all kind of ways, sideways, shady and crooked, and you about to do something. God about to use you in something, and he trying to block it. He pulling out all stops. I know when I was diagnosed, we have no cancer in our family. We have no diabetes in our family. So all of this is foreign to me. This what's this called? Neuropathy, where you lose your So when y'all see me, I come from a military family. Late is not in my vocabulary. So all these shenanigans that was going on trying to get in here, they ain't nothing but the enemy. Because I ain't that chick. I don't do that. My daddy would shake his, he rolls over in his grave. He was always late for something. The morning that he got murdered, he just literally left us at the house that Sunday morning. Because we were in the car. We just don't do late in this family. So please forgive me and know it's not intentional. I just can't get my body to do what I wanted to do yet. And I've been praying on that. So it's like, thank you, Jesus, because I know it's coming. I know my healing. The word says, by his stripes, I am healed. That sound like past tense to me. Sound like it's already done.
It's already done.
You know, so
already done.
You know, y'all pray for your sister because she over here shaking and baking, trying to do it, trying to make it happen.
We got you covered. Coach Valerie, this is phenomenal. This is phenomenal. You've got some very powerful women in this book. At this time, yes, what I want to do is take a moment. Coach Valerie is actually going to be one of our keynote speakers. We have a author tour coming up. You all do look out for the information. I'm going to bring up the notification in just a moment, but I'm super excited to have Coach Valerie that will be joining me on our Coaches Who Are Authors. Our theme is positive transformation leads to positive results. And we're looking forward to her sharing her area of expertise. And she will be speaking to us on our platform on that Saturday, which is December the 9th. I'll be sharing out her graphic probably by tomorrow. So you all get the word out. Yes, I'm looking forward to her coming and just sharing and speaking from her heart. And looking forward to not just her, but and I want to thank you for as doing this. You are a sponsor of our program, so I'm very honored to have her as a sponsor of the Coffee Conversation and Book Talks with Sandy platform. At this time, we're going to step back and let the ladies share their heart, share about their chapter. They said yes, and then we'll come back around here. And then the final question that we have for the ladies on tonight is, what would they like for you to walk away with? They're going to let you know how you can get the book, how you can get your autographed signed copies. And when I say that, you all, your first time authors, how do you feel about that? Yes, you're going to put a autographed copy in somebody's hand. I'm loving it. I am loving it. Yes, indeed. I am going to cheer you on for sure. Teresa, since you were the first, start with you. And those of you that are tuning in, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing it out. Thank you for plugging in those names and sharing it out and tagging a friend. We do again give honor to the contributing author, yes, Minister Angela Lewis, who is right there moderating for us in the background. And yes, so she's moderating for you, making sure that she's there to support you. So we thank God for that. At this time, we're going to hear from contributing author Teresa Obadu. And I know I didn't say that right, but come on, if you will. Come on and just share a little bit, if you will.
Okay. So I want to say thank you to Valerie and Angela for making this happen. When Valerie first asked me to be a part of this vision, I was scared. And I was thinking to myself, can I really do this? I've never wrote before, and who would want to hear some of the things that I've been through? So I was a little skeptical about it at first. So I prayed on it. I didn't say yes right away, and I prayed on it, and immediately I heard from God, and His words were, "Speak out, don't stay quiet." So for the longest time, I've been quiet about situations that happened in the past and things that I went through. And it was time that I needed to actually speak out and start to heal. So I want to say thank you, Val, for giving me this opportunity to heal and to tell my story, to share my story with women. I want to let women know that regardless of what we go through, God is always going to be there for us. He's always going to be there through whatever situation we go through. And whatever it seems like, it may seem hectic at the time. It may seem like we're never going to get through it. It may seem like, why am I going through this? but he's going to bring us through regardless of what it is. So I just want to say thank you. My story or my chapter is a little bit about some of my childhood and what I went through and how I got to the point that I am now. The name of my the title of my chapter is Afraid to Be Alone. And of course, I was afraid to be alone. I don't want to go into too much of it, but I definitely do want to say that throughout my life, I have dealt with a few different men, and I was looking for love in places that it was the wrong places. God was always there for me, and I was looking for love outside of what God had for me. And it wasn't until I truly tapped into what God was trying to show me and give me to where the healing process started. And I had to realize that I'm going through this relationship and this relationship and this relationship. And it's the same thing over and over again, over and over again. God has always been right there. I didn't have to go through this relationship and this relationship and this relationship when he's always been right there. But I never took the time to tap into him. So I just want other women to know that you're not alone. You don't have to feel like you're alone. You don't have to be afraid. You don't have to settle for
that part.
You don't have to go through the domestic violence. God is my man. He is my lover. He is my husband. He is my best friend. He is always going to be there for me. He got me through. He got me through what I went through. He was molding me to who I am today. And I'm just so thankful that I even went through those things. At first, I was kind of, I guess I would say I was kind of resentful for the relationships that I had, but I didn't understand that I had to go through these things to get to where I'm at now. And if I have one word, if I can use one word right now to describe who I am today, I'm free. I'm free.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Yes, we can take ourselves off of mic and we may echo a little bit, but she says that she is free.
Yes.
Oh my
Yes,
goodness. Yes.
Teach them, Teresa.
Get it. Yes, Lord.
Right.
Elvira and Darissa, yes, cannot wait. Wait. Yes, indeed. At this time, we're going to keep it rolling. From Valerie, tell me, where are you from? What city and state are you in?
I'm in Richmond, California.
Richmond, California. So
yes,
the way from Richmond, California, it is indeed my pleasure to introduce to you contributing author Valerie Louise Matthews as she shares her portion of the book, The Woman, the Gift. Go ahead, take it away.
Amen. Thank you. I too would like to thank Angel Angela, I call her, and thanks Sister Valerie for allowing me to be a part of this project. And I'm a transplant from New York, but I know the Lord put me here for a reason, so I can meet all of you, and so that these gifts and talents can be surfaced. So for my particular chapter, it's more of it tells a little bit of my story, but it's more of words of encouragement to women. And for me, my different chapters talks about a letter to the womb man, womb abuse, womb appreciation, some advantages of being a womb man, and lessons for the womb man to remember and implement in their lives. And why the womb? And then there's challenges for the womb women. Words of encouragement, words to challenge us to rise up to our potential that God has created us to do. So many times people have asked the question, like, what's the highest praise? And, we used to say, hallelujah, but realizing that the enemy, people can emulate everything that's genuine that God has. And so when Pastor shared the truth about that, the highest praise is the life we live. So being that we've been translated out of darkness into the marvelous light, whereas the womb was a dark place, a place of nurturing and everything, where God has brought us out of there, even in the spirit realm, so that we can shine as well as be salt in this earth. And it's just so much of a blessing to me to write, as a being that we were given the freedom to write as the Holy Spirit led us. And one of the, I just want to read a portion of this. The avenue of the womb is up close and personal, because I believe God had intimacy, relationship, and restoration on his mind and in his original plan. The mystery of the guiltless dark womb lets one know how much more personal and up close intimacy can one get than being conceived and formed in the womb, which initiates an intimate relationship. Spiritually, who have delivered us from the power of darkness and have translated us into the kingdom of his dear son. Colossians 1:13. We have even been naturally transformed from darkness into light via the womb and birth canal. And as Sister Sandy talked about transformation in Romans 12:2 talks about, be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. And for me, discipleship has helped with that. Discipleship is God's plan to conform us to the image of Christ. And going through the process of discipleship has helped me to grow, which we're commanded to grow in our relationship with the Lord, as well as to challenge me to be a better believer, dealing with this flesh, because the flesh is a mess no matter whose bones it's on, no matter whose, and so really dealing with this flesh, it really helps me, because if I'm just operating in the flesh, I can't be of much help to nobody else is in the flesh, so like I said, in this particular, the particular chapters that I wrote is more of encouragement and questions to challenge people, women, to be all that God created them to be. And I just thank God for being able to be a part of this project. I don't want to go on and on because there's others to speak behind me. But if you buy the book, you can read my story. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. As she says that, just buy the book and you can read her story. I love the points, the takeaways. So you're giving that call to action. And I love how you're giving your story and your information and bringing God's word. Again, powerful, powerful. God, if we're hearing it like this, Coach Valerie, just in the conversation, definitely they need to purchase the book for sure. Elvira is a contributing author as well, and so you all, let's sit back and take your notes, and we're going to be and then our moderator, yes, contributing author, Minister Angela, she's in there and she's putting those links out so you all will know how to get those books, okay? And we certainly want you to do that and support these authors, so we appreciate that. At this time, we will be hearing from contributing author, yes, Elvira Rendon.
Okay, hi. For me, thank you, Valerie, for inviting me. This is my first time, and I never write anything about my life, but to write this chapter of my life, was a therapy for me. It helps me a lot, like to heal inside for everything that I went through. And the title of my chapter is Across the River. Like, because I am an immigrant, I came to this country, I crossed a river in the border. And, it was just like hard, but like Sister Teresa says, we are not alone. God was walking with me crossing the river because it was his plan to bring me to this country, and he rescued me from a abuse relationship, the father of my kids. But it's just like to write in this part of my life. At first I was like, thinking about all this day, the enemies putting in my mind, telling me like, who's gonna, who's gonna inspire, or who's gonna listen to your story? because there's millions people coming from other countries in this country, but but God talks to me, and at the almost at the last minute told me, just ask, Valerie, you still have the opportunity to, if it's not too late for me, to be in the book. And I just text her, and I was like, it's not too late to be there. She's saying like, let me ask Angela, but I don't think so. You are, and that's why was God's plan to be here to share my story, what He has done for me, because that's what I'm saying there. Because coming to this country, like I said, like not knowing the language, anything about it, but He was always with me. He told me, when He met me in the middle of my, all the circumstances that I went through with my little ones, and it's just like, wow, God is so good, and I am so happy. And this part, this it heals, part of my, inside of me. Yeah, it was a healing for me, and continue to I want to other single moms, like not to walk in fear, because and introduce Him, that we can trust in Him. He's our husband. He's the provider. He is everything, for us. So that's what I thanks God, and I all about it, just like what He does for me and my kids. All this process that I went through, coming to this country as an immigrant. And, is I know a lot of people who's gonna read the book, each of us story, they're gonna help themselves, and to encourage other women, single mothers, and that God is there, He's always there, and He's waiting for us, and just like I'm very thankful to be here, part of this. It's a lot, but just a little bit of the introduction that what I wrote in my chapter. But thank you, Valerie, and thank you all of you guys, for being part of this book. And this is gonna be a blessing for for a lot of people.
Yeah. And it really is. And thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for your transparency. Thank you. Those of you that tune in, y'all know that when we bring on these authors on our show, I want to thank visionary author Valerie and what you do to help women reach their highest, to excel in the highest. So this book has new authors, for the first time authors. And what an avenue that you have opened up. Talking about a wound, giving birth to something. These are your babies, and they have the baby of sharing their story. I think this is incredible. Listen, thank you all. Y'all are really, we're kind of running over, but I don't we're not rushing, so we do understand y'all listening to the replay and the whole nine, because we are getting, this is great conversation. Y'all are doing really, really good. Thank you all to Book Talks with Sandy. This time we're going to now hear from, let's see, is it Dawn? Would Dawn be next, or is it Dr. Orissa? Oh, okay. And then Farika, I think is she still with us? I think she had to step away.
Yeah, she had to leave. She did put something in the chat.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Great. Okay. All right.
Okay, so I'm here.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Dawn. And you're helping me keep up count, because I can lose track. Okay. Those of you in our audience, I'm reading all of what's happening in the audience. Valti, Imani is just, thank you, Imani. Thank you for just hanging out with us and sharing. She says, this is powerful, ladies. I'm seeing that. And she said, Val T, you did that. And I love what she wrote. She said, Val T, you did that with these fabulous women. And yes, indeed. And yes, we're giving a shout out as we are hearing from our moderator and contributing author, Minister Angela Lewis, podcaster and speaker as well. She says, shout out to Visionary Author. Absolutely. And to purchase your book from her, we do have her link as well. Each of the ladies, those of you, and this is streaming on our Facebook side as well as our YouTube side. At this time, we're now going to hear from contributing author, and I think that you will be the last unless anyone else has something else that they want to add to the conversation. Dawn, it's on you now.
I'm here.
Yes, there you go. So you're going to share just a little bit about your chapter. Yeah, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Share a little bit about your chapter, and what would you like for the readers to walk away after reading your chapter?
You know, when I again, I love Valerie so much from the depths of my soul. And when she asked me to be part of her book, I said yes. And I didn't know what I was going to write. And when, she gave me the topic, I sat for a little bit because I'm like, oh God, like really right. But I wrote some of the aha moments that I've had in my life based on being like a woman, having children, and, how do I express the things that I learned from being a mom. And being a mom was like probably one of my greatest teachers. So like I like my chapter is disjointed, probably not like everybody else's chapter, but it's literally like some of the aha moments I learned like by being a mom.
And what was some of those aha moments? What is the one that you can talk about?
I think just like loving yourself.
Okay.
Loving yourself and loving yourself like you love your children. As a mom, we love our children, but sometimes we don't love ourselves. One of the things that I think that I learned over the last several years is like our self-talk, right? There's self-talk all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And when I said to myself, you know what? You would never speak to yourself the way you would speak to your children. That was an aha moment in my life where I was like, what?
Mm-hmm.
I would not talk to my children the way I speak to myself. And that was like, I wanted to like delve down and talk about that and say, why would you talk to you in a way that you would talk to your children?
Yeah.
And that's been like a really like huge journey for me over the last few years, where it's like, that's horrible. I would not speak to my friends the way I speak to me. I would not speak to my children the way I speak to me, yet I speak to me the way I speak to me. So this has been an amazing journey. But I think that knowing that I wouldn't speak to somebody else the way I speak to myself has been a huge like journey forward.
That's good. Thank you so much. I think what you've said is powerful because a lot of times we talk and we speak and the different tones or and it makes you wonder and it makes you think. And so you're causing us to really think. And so thank you so much. Can't wait to get the book. And speaking of, can't wait to get the book. We're now going to Dr. DeRissa, you got anything the Lord's got on your heart? You want to say something here? Because we're about to dive into how we can get this book in our hands. Anything on your heart?
Honey, I always have Romans 8:28 on my heart. I live my life.
You better go ahead.
Baby, that's the scripture right there. I learned at 19 when my father was murdered, Super Bowl Sunday, that I don't care what it looks like. I don't care what it feels like. All things will work together for good. And it actually led me, I'm sorry, Lord, for we know all things work together for good. So we don't, we don't sit here and we don't ponder, we don't debate, we don't research. We know. We are persuaded. We should be that all things, I don't care, like I said, what it looks like, and focus on the word all. That's the uncomfortable, the unjust, the unfavorable, the unfair, all things. He gonna pull that thing together, baby. It's gonna work together for your good. And we aren't, even on our best days, smart. And I think I'm a pretty smart chick. On my best day, I can't figure some stuff out. Like this diagnosis. Where'd that come from? None of it, nothing in my family that even points in this direction. Had a headache. I can count how many headaches I've had. My 59 years of life. Lord, let me see the 59th birthday. Thank you, Jesus. You know? And it's like, what? I'm sitting in the ER. I hear wah, 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 wah. Tumor, huh? And then I hear cancer. What? So some might say, how is this working out for your good? Well, let me tell you, it's the den I'm in that I'm in right now that really explains it all. Because I know the kind of chick I am. I'm gonna get it done. I don't need no help. I got this, you know, with the Lord, of course. And he had to use this space, this season, to show me, number one, slow your roll, because it ain't about you, boo. It's about the dash. It's about you learning and grasping and implementing what I'm trying to put down deep inside you, so you can change some ways of yours, because it ain't aligning with what I got in store for you. And I know I would not have ever slowed down long enough to hear that message. He had to knock me on my back, put me in the hospital, listening to a doctor talking crazy to me about some cancer. I got it now. And I look forward to what the end's gonna be. As crazy as that may sound, but I know he's working this thing out. He knew me before I was in my mama's womb.
Yeah.
And I look back with my carnal eyes, and I can see the things that he let me experience. Den stands for a divine experience or environment that God deems necessary to align you with his perfect will, his perfect plan, and his perfect purpose for your life. So I needed this space, so he could get me straight. You see what I'm saying? Because otherwise I wasn't going to willingly go. I haven't for 59 years. So things like my mother having Alzheimer's, taking care of her for 10 and a half years. And that prepared my daughter being born with a rare syndrome, having seizures and things like that, nonverbal. She's in the wheelchair too. And for now, till the Lord say something different, it prepared me for mama. Death never has scared me. I ain't freaked out. I'm a believer, so I know I'm going. Either way, I win, you know? And this den I'm so thankful for, because he's teaching me things, number one, about myself, about people, and about him. And it's drawing me closer to him. You can't help but be close to somebody. You know what a den is? It's usually small, dark, maybe a little cold, uncomfortable. But he's in that space with me. Oh, honey, we be chopping it up. We in here touching. I'm in the word more than I ever was in my whole life. This is what a den will do to you. This is what a den. Don't despise it. Get in there and soak it up. Ask him to dwell with you, touch you, heal you, provide for you, whatever. He'll do all that. And I promise you, you'll be happy you're there. So just remember, whatever you're going through, nothing is too big for our God. He gonna work that thing out. It's already worked out. You just ain't got the memo yet, but it's worked out. It's worked out. Love you all. God bless you. Peace be unto you.
Peace.
Mhm. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you for this opportunity, Sister Val and Sister Angela, Sister Sandy. I just thank you. I thank you. God bless you all my sisters. God bless you.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am. Oh my goodness, what wisdom, Valerie. Yeah, did y'all feel that? Is it like you just had to be quiet? Yeah.
All right, so at this time we are welcoming author, podcast, businesswoman, coach, podcast influencer, Coach Tina Ramsey.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. Yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
Hi, my name is Muffy, and I want to encourage more kids to read. I am the star of King's very first book, King the Dream. King taught me how to read and he can teach you too. Let's read together with King the Dream Storybook. The future looks bright for young learners everywhere. Our goal is to inspire 1 million kids to read. Will you help us reach our goal by purchasing the King the Dream Storybook? It's located on King Can Read website, www.kingcanread.com.
be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be.
Hey, it's me again. You got
DJ Tony Duff. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin'. Yeah, she a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She truckin'.
My name is Nate Johnson, and I'm the CEO and founder of GLCS. GLCS supports drivers by streamlining office processes, deploying and supporting company software, and connecting in-cab technologies to in-office technologies. I've spent nearly 30 years in transportation, starting my career as an over-the-road driver. Recently asked what was my favorite experiences as a driver. I recall waking up in the morning many times to a light fog, the sun rising, having a good cup of coffee, and rolling out of a truck stop, starting my day feeling rested and refreshed. Those experiences are something that I cherish and recall and really only get to experience on long road trips now. Drivers, thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Drive safe, keep up the good work. We're all here to support you. Thank you to all the millions of drivers that safely keep America moving. Happy National Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Welcome to the She Trucking Podcast. My name is Cindy Tunstall and I'm your host, and we have a great show for you today. My show is called Enjoying Life OTR. I care a lot about work-life balance, and I really want to do things that are going to help us to stay focused on the work, but also get rested and refreshed in our downtime as well. You know, I drive a 26-foot box truck, and I'm an OTR driver. I have my own authority. I have since the very beginning. I'm still a new baby in the trucking industry. I've only been driving for about 2.5 years, but I love this industry. You know, I love to travel. I love to get outside the truck and explore the places that I'm visiting, and it's a challenge. You know, we always have to struggles about truck parking and trying to find, you know, our hours of service and, you know, just being exhausted when we get done with our long drive. But, you know, we need to have a life outside the truck too. So I really care about those things and creating work-life balance. And for me, it's all about, you know, maintaining my business in a way that I can still not be too stressed out, not be too overwhelmed with the business of trucking, where I just can't function for my family and my friends and my downtime when I'm not driving. So I care a lot about work-life balance, and I want to be able to provide drivers with fun things to do outside the truck and make it streamlined and more easy. I have a Facebook community that's called Enjoying Life OTR. I also have I have a website where we'll be posting pictures and things that we've been able to do while we're on our downtime. I understand that it's a challenge to get outside the truck. There's the truck parking is a challenge. Like I'm in Chicago right now, and I did a lot of research trying to find some fun things to do this weekend, but decided to do, laundry and get caught up on some bills. And, we need to do that sometimes, but every once in a while we find ways to make it work. And we get outside the truck and do something fun. Yesterday morning, I just popped in Google search and I said, park near me. And I found a park that was right by me. And there was a little truck stop right there. And I had to walk about half a mile. And I got to see this beautiful, gorgeous lake. There was these beautiful ducks were flying in there. And, I just sat there. That video with those leaves, that was on my stop yesterday. So I spent a couple hours there. I was on my 34, so I was on personal conveyance, and I just wanted to spend some time outside the truck. And when I got to hike around this beautiful lake, and I just had a great time, and it was really refreshing for my soul. 'Cause, I've been running hard the last 6 days, and I was worn out, and I just needed to spend some time outside the truck. It was starting to feel a little bit more like a prison than work. So I was really happy to get to see those sights. That was the first day of fall, and I got to see those beautiful leaves and lights catching through there. So it was a lot of fun. Anyway, those are things that I care about. And I also care about the business of trucking. I love this industry. I love negotiating freight rates, and I love studying the different markets because that has a direct impact on, how well I'm providing for me and my family. So I care about the business of trucking as well. I self-dispatch, so I am constantly on the phone and wheeling and dealing and trying to find the best places for me to go next. And I love all of that. I love the freedom of being able to pick where I'm going to go next. Freight rates are pretty rough right now. And a lot of truckers are struggling, even company drivers. I mean, I see even in our community that their driver will post that, they're getting a pay cut, and they're wondering if they should leave that company or go somewhere else. And a lot of drivers are really struggling. So I think more than ever, we need to be really intentional about self-care. We need to be really intentional about ways that we manage our stress. We need to be really intentional about taking care of our bodies. Because all of these stressors that we have in our job, because the job itself, just driving a big rig down the road, is very stressful, and dealing with traffic and schedules and deadlines and docking and, four-wheelers, all that stuff. So we want to be really intentional to take care of ourselves when we can and do some good self-care. We have a really great show today. I'm going to introduce our guest to you in just a few minutes, but I want to tell you a little bit about what I have learned from her and how it has impacted me personally. Every now and then as an owner, I have an issue that I might need some legal advice, or I need I have some questions that I need to ask somebody, and I just don't know where to turn. I often think about, I'm watching a movie sometimes, and I watch this family, they're rich and they've got a family lawyer that they're going to call when they have a question about this contract, or, they're having an issue with the IRS, and, somebody's, suing them. They call the family attorney. They just hop on the phone and they call that person. And I always kind of laugh about that. I'm like, that must be nice to be able to just pick up the phone and call your family attorney. For me, when I'm having a struggle with a question like that legally, or I will sometimes, get on my Facebook community, or I chat with my social media, and I'll say, hey, anybody know a lawyer, because I have a question and I just want to run this by him. It's just going to take a few minutes. And, somebody, never fails. Somebody will say, well, I didn't go to law school, but, I took a contracting class. Maybe I could answer your question. And, so I get somebody that's trying to help me, but it's really not legal advice that I wanted. So one thing I love about Sue, our guest today, she has a program that's going to be able to help us to have legal counsel that's available while we're on the road, even if we're not trucking. Like there's some, I'm 57 years old, and I've got some financial things that I need to get in order. And it's just a lot of questions that I have that are beyond my skill set. So I'm going to bring on our guest, Sue Adams. She is with Legal Shield. Sue, welcome to the show. We're real excited to have you here, and we can't wait for you to share the things that you have about the products that you're offering our community. Sue, welcome to the show. I'd love for you to tell everybody how you got connected with.
Thank you so much, Cindy. I'm happy to be here. Sheree and I, so my husband and I, since 2016, we sold everything and we began full-time RVing, and we haven't looked back and have no intentions of quitting anytime soon. So back in about 3 years ago, we were coming back to Michigan, which is where we're from. We're here typically in the summer to see our kids. And I said to my husband, you know what? Let's stop in Chattanooga for a couple nights. There's this amazing young woman, Sheree, who has She Trucking, and I showed him the Facebook. I said, I just need to meet her. So we had been communicating, and so we met. And she took me on a tour of her training facility, her truck driving school in Chattanooga, and took me around town, and we went to lunch and just had a great time. So that's how we met.
Well, Sue, you're involved with Legal Shield and now a partner with the She Trucking community and our She Trucking Foundation. What I love about Legal Shield, there's so many ways that you could benefit our community, whether it's, somebody, a driver like me that owns my own trucking company, or just somebody that's a dispatcher. I mean, really everyone could benefit from the services of Legal Shield. Would you mind giving us a little bit of an overview about Legal Shield and maybe tell us how you, started working with this company and why it's important to you personally?
Oh my God, yes. So we have been, my husband and I, with the company with Legal Shield since 2005. And before that, we were in a traditional brick and mortar auto body business with 30 employees, doing the Google decision thing. Well, we didn't have Google back then. That was over 20 years ago. So I guess we were just doing the guess and hoping it worked. Well, it doesn't work. We ended up, so we were refinancing our commercial property, which included some environmental challenges with our building. And we should have had a qualified attorney. We didn't, because the contracts were written by an attorney, just not ours. And we ultimately ended up filing personal bankruptcy due to our decisions. So that was the first. And then my dad passed away years ago without a will. And he had a massive coronary, 58 years old. He figured he was going to live forever because he was healthy. And he didn't have a will. And my mom and him were married for years. Everything was joint, but she still had to jump a lot of hoops to get some things straightened out. Had he had estate planning done, that wouldn't have happened. And being a full-time RVer, we are 65 foot long with the vehicle we pull. And I have a huge respect for truckers. I mean, we get cut off all the time. And just the little bit we drive, the miles, we don't drive anything like truckers do. So I imagine what they go through. And if they're in an accident and it's a tragic accident, that's not a good thing. And when I learned about Legal Shield, one of the plans, I can go, we have commercial driver legal plans. So we take care of things from the from just small things to tragic things. So with the commercial driver legal plan, you have a transportation law firm. So you call one law firm in one state, and they connect you with a law firm across the United States, wherever you got a citation. So, and I'm going to read some things just so I don't miss any, because when you and I were talking, you said they were important. So if you
before you share those things, let me make sure I'm understanding about the service that you offer.
Okay.
I have a question already, and then
Okay.
let me interrupt you too. Okay, so how does this work for, like, if it were, somebody that like me, a truck driver, I own my own trucking company, and how does the services work? It's like a monthly fee, or is it just a one-time thing that I pay as I use, or how is it set up to make it affordable? I know you said it was a more affordable option. How does that work?
How it works, great question. It is a month-to-month service, so all we sell is service. And you call the provider law firm, you pay once a month. And for the commercial driver legal plan, we have two plans. One runs $1.08 a day, so $32.95. And the other one runs $1.48, which is $44.95. So it depends on your needs. And that's why I always ask people, the website is going across the bottom, but I always ask people, my contact information is on every page of that website. Please do not hesitate to reach out and ask questions.
Well, Sue, tell our audience a little bit about, we have truck drivers in here, we have dispatchers, we have brokers, we have recruiters. Our audience is a wide range of people in the field. Tell us a little bit about this commercial driver legal plan and what kind of benefits this will offer for the drivers.
So we have from trivial to the traumatic. So we have tragic accident. So if you're in a tragic accident and you get charged with manslaughter and voluntary manslaughter, you have coverage. You have a law firm for that. You have moving violations. You just snap a picture of the violation, upload it through your app. We all have apps, and it goes to the law firm, and they contact you.
That's awesome. Those moving violations really affect our insurance. So whenever we get a moving violation, we want to do everything we can to keep that off our record and keep a clean driving record. So that in itself is a huge benefit.
Your insurance and your livelihood, because with the moving violations, the points, and they cover the DOT and non-moving violations. So some of those are for logbook, over height, hazardous material, equipment violations, over length, over width, overweight, load spillage, permit violations, no medical card, no insurance, no motor carrier authority. So, I mean, it pretty much, you have CSA consultation, just through the commercial driver, and then you have some family coverage there as well. Because
that's pretty incredible. A lot of services that they offer available to drivers, and I would imagine this would really lower our stress when we're having a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because when you're on the road, you're being taken care of. How it works, it's through collective buying power. So everybody pays, and the attorneys, they are paid in advance. So they're there to serve you, not bill you.
I love that. So it really is like that, like I described in that movie, where they just call their attorney and they can handle it. We would have our own attorney. It's very reasonable. I mean, for just a little over $30 a month, we could have, I don't have to be calling somebody on Facebook that says they took a contract law class one day and not even an attorney. I can talk to a real attorney to handle my issues. So what about with contracts and things like that? That you would be able to help, like, read over those contracts and things. Is that services available for?
Yes, you have contract and document review. So we have the commercial driver legal plan. So that's for you and your truck, and then some family coverage. We have we actually have 3 small business plans for just the business. And that depends on your needs. So the cost is $49 to $189 a month. So there's 3 choices there, but it depends on your needs. So you choose the services. So
That's a great benefit too. A lot of truckers have, a side hustle, and they have other businesses. Like they could have a small business. Like I have a small trucking company. It's just me, so that's considered small business, obviously. But many times we have another business that we're doing on the side as well, where we may need some assistance. So that could all fall under the small business plan.
Yes. In your case, Cindy, since you're the only owner, you could actually do the family legal plan, which covers you personally, with the home-based business supplement, which covers your business.
Okay, I see. There's a lot of overlap on some of these. So it's really helpful, Sue. I think that you're available to answer questions, because I would assume that everybody's situation is a little bit different, and they may need some help deciding which of these plans are a good fit for them. Is that something that you can help with?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because not everyone's situation is the same. And I would rather have a consultation with someone so they don't overbuy and get what they need.
Yeah, that's good. Now I see on the screen there that it was 5 reasons to make a will. Sue, I'm 57 years old. So when you told the story about your father, I was like, it really kind of freaks me out. I don't have a will, and I don't have a lot of assets, but I do have a few things, and I don't have like a medical directive or anything. Are those services that will be fitting under the Legal Shield? And what kind of plan would you recommend for doing those types of things?
That you would be able to get under the family plan and the commercial driver plan, depending on which one you and your spouse or significant other, if you're in the same household, are covered, and you would get the will, the medical directive, and the financial power of attorney, and you can update it once a year for free.
So if somebody aggravates you, you want to cut them out of the will, you just make a phone call. I'm cutting you out of the will.
I do.
Truck drivers have one of the most important jobs in America today. Why are there so many trucks on the road? Because almost everything we wear, eat, or use is delivered by a truck driver. The Legal Shield Commercial Drivers Legal CDL plan was developed to help commercial drivers by providing access to a lawyer for your most common legal needs. Let's face it, you're a professional driver, but you can't know every state, county, municipality, or federal law and regulation. For about $1 a day, you'll have access to a law firm in your corner to help keep your CDL record clean and your CSA points low. Being a commercial driver comes with unique responsibilities. Access to legal services is more important than ever to keep you on the road and protect your bottom line. As a Legal Shield CDL plan member, you're entitled to defense for alleged violations on charges related to logbook, over length, overweight, over height, over width, no medical card, no motor carrier authority, load spillage, radar detector, hazardous material, expired inspection sticker, equipment violations, no placard, no insurance, and permit violations. Because we know how important your CDL is, we cover you in your personal vehicle too. Don't wait. Enroll today and have peace of mind, knowing you have access to legal services just a phone call away.
Wow, that is incredible. All of the services that they have available for the drivers. I mean, it's really so many things, and those are all stressors for all of us, like worrying about having to get those things taken care of while we're still driving, because that's the other issue. Sue, I have a question. I was thinking as I was watching that list of things. So say a driver has a violation and then they they take a picture of that and they send it into Legal Shield. Will they have to go to court, or how does that work? What will be the role that the driver plays, and what will be the role that the attorney plays in getting those violations taken off when they're, coming up against a deadline to get those things resolved?
The law firm's goal is to keep the driver on the road and not have to go to court. So they do their best to keep them on the road and take care of it for them.
So I guess there may be some times where the driver would have to go, but a majority of the time the lawyer would go on your behalf.
Correct.
That's awesome. That's really great.
Yeah, they know when a driver is off the road, they aren't making money. So they do their best to keep them on the road.
Well, you've told us a good bit of information about the commercial driver legal plan. Would you mind going through some of the other options? Because I know that there's other services that you have available for us. Could you kind of give us some highlights of some of those?
Yes, we have. So we have the family legal plan, and that covers the member and the spouse or significant other and children up to the age of 26, never married, living at home, or full-time college students up to the age of 18 for whom you're legal guardian, and mentally or physically challenged children for their lifetime. Okay. So that is, so all of the plans, the commercial driver, the family legal plan, you tap your app, you have any questions, call the law firm, and an attorney calls you back within 4 business hours. So you would call and say, I need advice on whatever you need advice on, and an attorney calls you back that specializes in that area of law. Contract and document review. They will look at your contracts and documents. Since now I don't sign a contract without having the law firm look at it. Just again, because another attorney wrote it, it wasn't mine. And then you have the 24/7 emergency coverage. So that is if you're in an auto accident, if you're pulled over, feel uncomfortable, you can actually tap that and call the law firm, and they send them home with cell phones to direct. And we always say, be polite, and just say, I'd like to call my attorney. And you get the will, the medical directive, healthcare power of attorney. You can update it once a year for free. And then we have supplements that go on the family legal, which are the home-based business supplement. And then we also have a gun owners, a ride share and delivery. So if you're a Uber driver, you Uber Eats, the ride share and delivery plan, and then trial defense, and then the home-based business supplement that I talked about, those all go on the family plan. And then you have the small business plans I mentioned, those are strictly for the business itself. Okay. And then we have ID Shield as our identity theft protection. And identity theft is one of the top complaints to the Federal Trade Commission for many years, and our plans run from $14.95 to $34.95 depending on the plan. But the main benefit with ID Shield over any other is you have a licensed investigator that goes to work on your behalf, doing whatever it takes, as long as it takes, to put you back to pre-theft condition. So
Wow.
most people think identity theft is financial. That's actually the smallest part. So child, character and criminal, driver's license, social security, those are the major types of identity theft.
Oh, wow. And I think you had shared, I have young adult children, and they have new to credit, and they could maybe apply for something and find out that something had been, you said that thieves will sometimes get a hold of a child's credit and use their social and things. How is that happening?
Yes. One of my colleagues, because they don't have anything on their credit because you don't check it. I have a colleague that recruited students for a university here in Michigan, and she said once a week she would get to the financial aid part of getting the child into the university, and either the child or the parent was a victim of identity theft. So they had to clean that up before they could go to college, and they didn't even know it.
One of the things I think about, like credit, like even it affects my credit score. And when my credit score is affected, I mean, that affects my insurance. I mean, it could literally make a difference whether I could get commercial insurance for my vehicle. I mean, when you have those things going on, I mean, it's very troubling how far that is. I mean, we think about, going to buy a truck, obviously it would affect you, but even my insurance is dependent on me having a good credit score. I mean, it's very far reaching how this could impact me professionally and personally.
Yeah. And if somebody commits a crime in your name, again, that can show up down the road. You don't even know it until you try to renew something.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, Sue, I'm curious about the procedure. Like if I decided that I wanted to have Legal Shield do a will for me, how does that work? Like, do I meet with somebody in person, or we do Zoom meetings, or how does the procedure work for doing things like that?
We have a few options now. I have to tell you, in 2005, when I started with Legal Shield, we had black and white brochures. Now they've come a long way. So now you have a couple of options. You can do it right from your cell phone, and it's saved from the app, and it saves. So if you want to go out and come back in, if you don't want to do it from your phone, the law firm will send you a will form that's fillable. And then I also have some that I send people in a PDF if they want to do it that way. And you call the law firm with any questions, and they direct you. They direct you how to send it in, and you get it back within 5 business days.
5 business days. That's so quick. That's so quick.
You get it back within 5 business days to look at it and make sure everything's correct if you need any changes. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate this, Sue. We're going to go to a commercial in just 1 second, and I want to give our, our audience an opportunity to ask you any questions that they may have. And so we'll come back to that in just a minute in case somebody has some specific questions that you could answer for them, maybe about the plans that you offer, or maybe even a specific legal issue that they're having. Like you could maybe give them an idea about which one of the plans would be a best fit for them. Does that sound okay?
That sounds great.
Okay, that sounds good.
Thank you.
Just looking through the comments here and see if we have some questions already for you. Okay, I don't see any in there yet. Maybe they'll have some others that will come on. I was thinking about claims. Sometimes there'll be a claim on our, like somebody says that our truck hit something, or or even a claim with the freight that's damaged. Sometimes I'll secure the freight, or the shipper will, they'll secure it and seal my truck, and I'm not even allowed back there. And then when I arrive at the shipper, there's damage to the claim. Are they able to help with those types of claims, with freight?
Yes, that would be something a small business plan would address, because it's income producing activity.
Okay.
So that would be under a small business plan.
Well, Sue, I'm really grateful for the information that you've shared with us. Do you have any other things that you would like to share with the audience that maybe I didn't hit on, or other products or services that are available from Legal Shield that maybe I didn't touch on?
I hit all of them that we offer. So what I would suggest is the website going across the bottom is where you would go and look at the different plans, because you can click on, okay, I talk with my hands. You can click, if you scroll up a little bit or down, you can click on right there on the small business legal plan. It lists them all for what it covers. The small business, and it covers, and like I said, look at it, but then feel free. My contact information is at the bottom of every one of those pages. You can call, text, and then on Wednesday, I am going to, if you're not a member of the She Trucking Community Facebook page, join. On Wednesday, I'm actually going to go through each plan on that website, just more in depth, and how to navigate around the website.
Sorry, you're doing a webinar for us this week, and that will be an opportunity too. So maybe people will think of some questions that that they think of after the show, and that would be a great time for them to connect with you. So I really love this, because there is some overlap on some of the plans from when we talked, and I think so. You'll be available to answer questions. People in our She Trucking Facebook group, Sue is also in that community, so you can find her in our She Trucking group, and then also on the website there. Well, Sue, I'm so grateful that you were able to come on and share these things. Looking forward to your webinar and learning more about it and finding out which plan's right for me. And honestly, I want to get my will done. So I've been procrastinating that so badly. So I'm so grateful that it's so easy and quick, and because it feels like a big burden, honestly. So I'm grateful it's very easy to do.
I have to say, Cindy, don't feel bad. I had the plan 2 years before I did it. And this was years ago, because I thought it was going to be so awful. And then I did it even back then when it was a lot, different. I'm like, it only took 20 minutes. Why did I wait so long? And now, and the attorneys are amazing when you call, because everybody's situation's different. We have a lot of blended families, and, just questions on how to best handle. And even at the top of the website there, they have a lot of free information there.
Well, thank you, Sue. You're very knowledgeable, and I'm really grateful that we got to spend this time together. And thank you so much for coming on the show. We're so grateful you're a part of our community, and what a blessing to have so many resources available, and it's so reasonable. I had no idea that it was so reasonably priced. So thank you for coming on.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have an amazing week.
You too. Well, this wraps up another show of Enjoying Life OTR. And, like I said in the beginning, we have to find ways to manage our stress and to handle our business so that we can, be available for our friends and family, enjoy our downtime when we're not working. And Legal Shield is a really wonderful way to help us to take care of some of those things that are just little stressors that we're kind of riding around, thinking about those things, knowing that we need to get this done. And it's a way to lower our anxiety and to help us to be able to enjoy our life and our work and our family time. So I just want to thank you so much for coming on to the show today. And if you aren't a member of the She Trucking Foundation, please visit the shetrucking.com. We have so many resources available for drivers. If you're just considering getting into the industry, there's opportunities for you to learn how to get your CDL. But we offer so many more things as well. So even if you have been benefiting from our community for all of these years, this is a way for you to give back, to be able to help other women to be able to succeed. And you could look at all of these webinars that we have coming up. Sheree has so many things planned that will help us to be able to thrive in the industry. So I just want to thank you for joining us in today, and we're looking forward to our next episode. Thank you so much for joining in, and we'll see you soon. Y'all take care out there and be safe. Bye-bye.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you
Peace. My name is Mrs. Lacey Taylor, also known as the Melanated Millennial Homemaker. As a homemaker for 10 years and unschool mother for 8, I know how vital mental health wellness is when it comes to learning. But before I get into that, let's fast forward about 13 years prior. Being retired Army, I know all about stress. Let's face it, there's 2 types of stress. It's good stress and bad stress. And the good stress, we call it eustress, and the bad stress, which is distress. And being in the Army, I know all about that distress, okay? And one thing that is not conducive to learning is distress. In my homeschool, one thing that we practice is mindfulness. And in doing so, one thing that I have my oldest learner do right now, my 2 youngest, they're a little too young, but my oldest learner, one thing that I have him do before we start our day of learning is he has to write the date, and he also has to put a magnet, and they're different color magnets, next to his emotion that he's feeling at the moment. So he has 5 different emotions he can choose from. Excuse me. So those emotions are happy, sad, frustrated, content, and angry. Now, in doing so, he is aware that his emotion can change throughout the day. He's aware that just because he might be feeling frustrated right now, he knows that he can be happy, in a couple of hours, maybe even a couple of minutes. One thing we practice is mindfulness. Mindfulness is the key to conducive learning and helping the learner to learn what it is they want to learn as well as what they need to learn. When they're mindful of how they feel, they're mindful of the things that they want to learn as well as the way in which they want to learn them. Also, when we talk about mental health wellness and homeschooling, we have to talk about our learning styles. Knowing your learning style as well as your students' learning style is integral to a successful homeschool journey. With the 3 different learning styles, there's a multitude, ranges of, the learning style that your child and yourself might possess. And sometimes, an individual might be, a combination of learning styles. But knowing the learning styles, it helps to decrease stress. For instance, I am a visual learner. My son is a kinesthetic learner. I cannot teach my son how I, like to learn or how I prefer to learn. I have to teach him in the way that he can learn. And being a kinesthetic learner, he likes to learn with his hands. He's hands-on. My son's an artist. And so one thing that we do, with learning history is he has to find a picture of that historical figure. And with that picture, he has to sketch that picture. And he also has to write out their autobiography. Being a kinesthetic learner, this helps him to learn more about the person he's learning about. He's able to look at their features while, learning about their life. And the person he's learning about right now is Alberto Santos. He's one of the creators of the airplane. And one thing that he has in common with Alberto Santos is, for one, he's melanated, and 2, he has siblings just like he does. And that's the beauty of being able to homeschool and to be able to homeschool in a stress-free environment. Children get to learn what they want to learn. My son, he wanted to learn about the history of airplanes. So we're learning about airplanes. We're learning about the history. We're learning about, what speed is, what velocity is, but in a fun way. Education is stressful. Whether you be in the public school system or even private school, it's stressful. Even sometimes homeschooling, more often than not, is stressful. When homeschooling, out of all types of schooling, should be as stress-free as possible. Because when we homeschool, our students are able to learn what they want to learn in the way that they learn best. And the number one way, my advice to you, is to learn your learning style, as well as learn your child's learning style. Learning your learning styles and, finding out the different ways in which you can teach your children and to where you can learn different materials to teach your children, it alleviates a lot of stress. I cannot, begin on, the stress that a lot of families encountered when the pandemic started. And a lot of that honestly can be alleviated if, for one, we weren't under so much stress, but how it's hard to be under stress during that time, but 2, knowing your child's learning style and knowing your learning style. For instance, like I said, with my son being a kinesthetic learner and myself being a visual learner, I learn best by reading and, watching. He learns best by hands-on. If a lot of parents knew their child's learning style, a lot of stress would be alleviated. And lastly, I want to talk about curriculum writing. Curriculum writing, it might seem very daunting, but believe you me, curriculum writing is very simple. Coach Tina can tell you, okay? One thing that, has helped me and as well as other families to alleviate stress in their homeschool journey is to encourage them and show them just how easy it is to write your own curriculum. I've established a template, a curriculum map template, to help you write out 6 months worth of curriculum in at least 1 hour. Well, at max, I should say 1 hour. It reduces the stress on you. It reduces the stress on your learner. However, needs are being met. And all you got to do is play and play. Going forward, one thing that I suggest for families, if you haven't started practicing this already, is to have a day that you use for mental health wellness, a day where you stop everything and just use that day to let everybody do what makes them happy. And these days in my home are called mental health days. And on these mental health days, everyone does what they love to do. My son, he binge watches, whack fu or whatever anime. I crochet or bake. My husband does his wood drilling. And my baby girl, I let her have a ball with Coco Melon. And, we all relax. Nobody's under stress. And with this, going into Monday, we're not dreading it. We're actually excited to get back to learning because we learn Monday through Thursday. Friday is our mental health day. Come Monday, we're recharged, ready to learn, and ready to tackle the math problem that we were getting wrong last week. Stress, like I said, there's two types of stress. You got the good stress and the bad stress. That's eustress and distress. It's time for us to start experiencing more eustress, and it's time to start kicking distress butt. Start asking yourself when you first wake up, how am I feeling today? And then ask your children, how are you feeling today? But you don't have to ask them directly. What I do is I put on the whiteboard those 5 different emotions, and my son has to put a little magnet, a color magnet, next to how he feels. We don't discuss it unless he wants to discuss it. But check in on how you feel. Check in on your emotions. And when you check in with your emotions, there might be a day where, I can't do homeschool today. And it's okay to say I need a break. But how would you know if you didn't check in with your emotions prior to that learning session for the day? Check in with your emotions. Allow your children to check in with their emotions. And when you do this, you're practicing mindfulness and you're setting yourself up for success in that day and as well as for the future. I invite you to reach out to me on Facebook. Also, I provided my website, restassuredconsultingllc.com. You can find me on Facebook at Lacey Taylor. And also for the melanated homemakers, I have a community called the Melanated Millennial Homemaker, Embracing Femininity, where we embrace everything about homemaking, being melanated, and family servitude. We cover homeschooling, we cover mental health wellness, recipes, parenting, love, relationships, you name it. If it has to do with homemaking, we cover it. I also have the Melanated Homemaker University. It's amazing. We just celebrated our first graduation. Listen, these ladies, I'm so proud of them. They're better with their homeschooling journey. They've written 6 months of curriculum in 1 hour and 30 minutes. And honestly, these ladies, they have set themselves up for success. And I couldn't be more proud of them. They've learned how to minimize the stress, not only in their homeschooling, but in their everyday life, as well as in their families' lives. And, I'm excited. And if you're looking to better your homemaking journey or looking for some ways to, increase, your homemaking skills, I invite you to come on over and slide into my DM, and I'd be more than happy to, help you on your journey. So remember, in closing, there's 2 kinds of stress. You have the eustress, which is the good stress, and you have the distress, which is the bad stress. When we check in with ourselves, we're eliminating the distress and we're elevating the eustress. So until next time, balance, love, and light. And I'm wishing you nothing but success on your continued homeschooling journey.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network. Start the show.
Hello, hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of The Tina Ramsey Show, and I am so happy to have you here today. You know that our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers who are truly making a positive impact in the world. And today is just like any other day where we bring you the best of the best of thought leaders within the community to help inspire you to grow. And today we have in the building, Richard. Yes, he is an amazing, amazing author, and he's also sharing with us about DNA. And this is something that's really near and dear to my heart, because when I think of the words culture, when I think of the words empowerment, passionate, greatness, and who you are, these are the words that describe today's guest, Richard. He is making he's making a compelling, riveting description of what DNA is, what it isn't, how it feels to connect, how it feels to be lost, but then you're found. Woo! He's doing a lot. So I know you're ready, because I'm ready. Let's go ahead and bring on the amazing Mr. Richard. Hello, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. I was really just rocking out to that intro. I was, you had me just bobbing my head over here. I said, okay, I'm ready. Thank you so much for inviting me on. I'm just so pleased to be here with you today.
Oh, I am pleased to be with you today, because you're speaking about a topic that many people don't know. I have been on my personal little journey of finding myself, finding who I am, my culture, my tribe. And when I saw what you do, I was like, oh my goodness, I have to have this conversation with you. Not only you're a coach, but you're a speaker and you're an author. And you're passionate about this topic of finding yourself, and you tell about your journey as well. So I want to know, many today are now, just like myself, are now just learning more about our ancestral roots. What do you want to say to individuals like myself and to them?
Okay. What I tell people, because one of the things that I get when I start talking about this is sometimes people are a little apprehensive. They say, nothing wrong with our culture. And absolutely right. We have a rich culture. I even talk about this in the book. We have African Americans, Afro-Brazilians, Afro-Caribbeans, wherever the descendants of the former enslaved are, we have developed wonderful, rich cultures. We know that our culture is rich because the African American culture and others are copied around the world. So I tell people, my one question I can tell, I tell people I can prove with one question that we're exceptional. And the question is this: who are the most copied people in the world? And we know the answer is descendants of African descendants, whether it's Africans, African Americans, Afro-Caribbeans, Afro-Brazilians. We are the most copied people in the world. And you only copy what you admire. No one copies what they don't like. So the fact that we're copied means we're exceptional. But if you're copied after a 500-year negative stereotype that everybody knows, but they still copy you, that means we are super exceptional. So I say, yes, we're exceptional. But the analogy that I've come up with is the full moon. Because when we look at the full moon, it's beautiful. Songs are sung about it. We just love, once a month to go out and see the full moon. Mm-hmm. But every time we look at that full moon, there's a part just as big that is unseen and unknown. it's the dark side of the moon. It's a great analogy for us because our rich African American culture is like the full moon. Beautiful, right? But then there's a side that we don't know. And no fault of our own. It's the legacy of enslavement. So we have the technology now, so we can go and find out. You know, there's two different types of tests they can do: the country test and the tribal test. But I found out by just visiting Africa. I mean, I was kind of backed into it. I wasn't actually looking for my roots. I was just going with my doctor to visit Nigeria, and I was just so excited about that after having gone to the Independence Day celebrations and gotten exposed to things like a goosey soup and pounded yam and all that, this Nigerian food. And then the fashion. Oh my goodness! If any of the listeners or anyone that's watching has not seen Nigerian fashion, go just go to DuckDuckGo. I tell people to go to DuckDuckGo because they don't follow you all around the internet like other folks. DuckDuckGo is a search that you don't. I'm not a paid spokesperson, but they don't. I like privacy. So anyway, just put in Nigerian fashion, women's fashion. Just like this is what I'm wearing right now is actually a traditional Yoruba and Igbo type of clothing that they wear. It's cool. You notice it doesn't have the collar like Western attire. I like better. This particular one has the where you can have the cuffs, but I have them also where you don't have the cuffs. But it's just so comfortable. And when I wear this out, oh my goodness, the compliments. People, they'll stop me in Costco. I really love what you wear. I mean, of all different races, not just African American. Now, the African Americans will tell me, "Hey, where did you get that from? I want to get me some of that, right?" So because we connect to that culture, this is all part of that culture, and so that's why I tell people that it is transformational. Connecting to your roots is transformational. It's easy to just say, okay, it's been so I don't know when the last time anybody knew what we were connected to, so I'm just going to go on with my life like this. Let me give you an example of my sister, right? I came home one day with some egusi soup and pounded yam. My niece was there. My sister, the mother of my niece, was there. And my mother was there. And so I told them, I said, hey, you all, I have some Nigerian food for you to try. And so my mother and my niece were like, okay, right? My sister, oh, no, I don't want to try it. She looked at me, I don't want to try it. I said, it ain't gonna go to waste. Don't worry. It's not gonna go to waste, okay? So my niece tried it. She said, oh, that's good. And my mother tried it. She said, that is good. Then my sister, well, okay, let me try a little. She tried it. She liked it so much. She said, that is really good. Because she had this stereotype, this negative stereotype they've given us about Africa, right? She thought there might have been flies in it or something. I don't know. But anyway, the bottom line is she was like, it was so good. And then she found out a few days later at work, because I joined the local Nigerian community. She found out a few days later that one of the people in the community who was a Nigerian worked with her, right? Because they were just talking and everything like that. And then she said, the next time you cook some egusi soup, would you bring me some? Now here it is, from I don't want to try it to bring me some egusi soup, right? It's just life enriching. It really is. So what I have to tell people is take the time to get connected to your roots. And then when you find out what people group you're from, some people say that tribe is a negative word and something like that, but whatever you want to use, people group, you want to use tribe, whatever, find out which ones you're connected to, right? And then save up enough money to go for like at least 2 weeks. A month would be better, but it's better to save up and go for 2 weeks than it is to just say, okay, well, I'm gonna just go for a week. Because I've seen people come for just a week and then they're here 2 days, there 2 days, there 2 days, and they go home and they're just tired, and they haven't had time to really soak it in. So I say at least 2 weeks. And don't sleep on places. You want to go and just enjoy the culture, because it's gonna be like an experience that you've never had. So what I will do when I come back, I usually bring the currency. Either if it's Ghana, it's the cedi. If it's Nigeria, it's the naira. That's their currency. And I'll show it to people at the store, or I'll show it to them at the hotels when I check in. I say, have you ever seen? And they say, no. And they take pictures. They say, I'm going to show my children, because we've never seen Black people on money. And when I talk to my African friends, they say, well, of course there's Black people on the money. I said, yes, but you were raised in that environment. I said, we were in an environment where we never saw anything like that. I said, so it's a big deal to us.
Well, let me just give a shout out to our live studio audience. Hello, Sheree from Detroit. Hey. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you, everyone. Remember to like, share, comment, and subscribe. Okay, you said so many different things that was eye-opening, because, you know, African Americans, including myself, in the United States, you're right, we have different perspective, and we do have our own culture.
Rich culture.
We do have our own culture here within the United States. But like I said, I have been on this personal journey to find out, who do I belong to? Where do I belong? You know? And so I know from the little pieces that I have found already, the contentment, the wholeness that I'm experiencing, because now I see individuals who look like me. I feel the connection. Now I understand why I like this, I do that, you know, and the certain type of rhythm I have that's naturally inclined to the beat of my body, that's built down in the culture of which I'm a part of, that I was disconnected from. And so the fact that you're bringing this to the forefront. So I know that you had just said that you went to Africa, or Ghana, with your doctor. So was it a particular reason?
Well, I went to Nigeria. The first trip was to Nigeria with my doctor.
Yeah, with Nigeria. So have you ever experienced any type of life-threatening illness? Because for me, before you get started, for me, I know that I have ran into some health issues. And then when I start understanding what culture I am, what blood type, all this different stuff, I could put the right foods in my mouth. And as I'm digging deep into culture, I realize that certain foods that we eat in the United States is not indigenous to our land, from being from Africa, and it can actually make us sick. So my question to you is, have you ever experienced any life-threatening illnesses? And if so, did your trip with your doctor to Africa help you any?
Okay, that's a good question. Actually, I'm glad you asked me that, because after that first trip in 2013, I wanted to get back. Actually, every year I wanted to go back, but I didn't get back until 2019. And, you know, you have to get certain travel injections. And those travel injections, because I had tried to get them well in advance, but they never called me back for my appointment. And so I had to call them and then go down there. So it was just like a couple of days before my trip that I got the travel injections. And then by the time I landed in Nigeria, I had a raging fever. My friends grabbed my hand. They said I was so hot. So those injections actually adversely affected my kidney and my liver, because, you know, when you do your blood work, creatine is the number that tells you how your kidney's functioning. It's supposed to be 1.4 or less. And in January, when I did my physical of 2019, it was 1.21. So everything was all good there. But when they did my blood work, because the hospital admitted me, as soon as they brought me in, they said I was so out of it that I couldn't even answer questions before kind of trailing off. That's how high my fever was. And then when they did my blood work, they said my creatine was 4.94. Now, 1.4 normal, it was 4.94, which was chronic kidney disease stage 4. So the diagnosis was that I was going to have to take dialysis for the rest of my life, and the liver is looking like it might have liver failure as well, because those numbers were way out of whack. And then just to, you know, make it fun, it was like a side order of sepsis, which also could kill you. I mean, so this is like slap, 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 you know. But fortunately, the Lord had given me a prophetic word 3 years before to the month. It was June of 2016. And he told me that I was going to be, the things that he had put into my mouth were not just for my state and not just for my hometown. He told me to get ready to travel. So I said, if the Lord said that to me, then I cannot be taking dialysis, because if I am on dialysis, I can't travel like that, right? Like the Lord said. So I told the doctor after she gave me the diagnosis, because she told me that with chronic kidney disease, it is medical science says it's impossible for the number to go down. They said if you do the right things, you can maintain, but it can't reverse. That's what she told me. She said it's impossible. But fortunately for me, I believe what God said is impossible with man is possible with God.
It is.
And I looked at what God told me, and I said, if God told me that, and one of my favorite verses in the Bible is Numbers 23:19. God is not a man that he should lie. Neither is he the son of man that he should repent. Has he said something, and shall he not do it? Has he spoken, and shall he not surely bring it to pass? So I told her, I said, well, that's not going to happen. I said, I'm going to make a miraculous recovery. In 5 days, I'm going to walk out of this hospital. My creatine is going to be back to 1.21. So I did 2 out of the 3. In 5 days, I did walk out. And even the doctor said it was a remarkable recovery, but my creatine was not back to 1.2. It was actually, it went from 4.94 down to 3.4. But my doctor told me that a drop of 1.5 in 5 days, she said, that is like remarkable. She said, that just doesn't happen. She said, that is remarkable. Although I was not happy because I was believing that my creatine was going to be 1.21. I said, God promised me this, but it took 3 years, but God healed me. So even though the diagnosis by man was dialysis for the rest of your life, I can tell you that I am a living, breathing, walking example of the miracle power of God. And my doctor told me that if I hadn't changed my lifestyle, because after that prophetic word, I changed my lifestyle. I lost like 70 pounds. I look younger now than I did 15 years ago by the grace of God. But if I had not, my doctor here, when I got back, he told me, he said, if you had not changed your lifestyle, you would have died. He said, there's no question in my mind that you would have died. He said, you losing that weight, you eating, changing to organic, drinking green tea and lemon, which is putting more high alkaline in your body because, cancer likes acidic body.
Yes,
sugar, soda, all that stuff. And so I'm trying to make sure my body's alkaline. I eat papaya, fresh pineapple, things like that, so my cutting board is used all the time. I got me some sharp knives, and I use my cutting board all the time, for whether it's vegetables. Matter of fact, just before this show, I didn't have time to finish cooking it, but I have my chopped up cabbage and onions ready for after the show. So I'm going to go in and cook me up some cabbage and onions, But I do all of that because I changed. When God told me what he told me, he said, I'm going to strengthen you in the natural and in the spiritual. And he knew what was going to happen 3 years later. And I just thank God, because if he hadn't done that, I probably would not be here talking to you today. There's no doubt in my mind. And I just praise God because I am a miracle. If anybody listening or watching has never seen a miracle, just look at me, because I'm telling you, I have the medical records to prove what I'm saying. The doctor even wrote not miraculous, because doctors, you don't like to say
I know.
But she said a remarkable, it's in the record. She said the patient has made a remarkable recovery. What makes it so great is because I told her before, I said, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to walk out of here. I'm going to be healed. And the only thing that didn't happen is the 1.21. But by the grace of God, it took 3 years, but I'm totally healed.
Yes, but three is complete though. So let me give some love to our virtual studio audience who are tuning in from all over the world. We have Teresa in the building. She said hello. We have Sheila here. She said, love this. Sheila, she said, wow, when you was telling your testimony.
Thank you, Sheila.
Then she put up her hands like, oh, praise God. Woo, woo. And then Teresa said, preach, God is a healer.
He's a healer. Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. So you guys, what we're going to do right now, we have to take a commercial break, but we'll be back in a moment with this riveting journey about how Richard took all of this information and how he is not only found his way, but how he's helping us to find our way as well. And it's all wrapped up in your DNA. We'll be back in a moment.
Are you ready to skyrocket your podcasting journey? Look no further than The Power of Podcasting by Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. This book is not just any ordinary guide. It's a game changer that offers insider strategies, captivating content creation tips, proven techniques, and monetization secrets. But that's not all. When you purchase The Power of Podcasting, you also receive a complimentary bonus, Dr. Ramsey's sought-after podcast 30-video course valued at $999, absolutely free. It's no wonder this book is a #1 bestseller on Amazon and has been rated one of the top 10 best new podcasting books to read by Book Authority. Dr. Ramsey's expertise and practical advice have earned her acclaim in the industry. So, what are you waiting for? Take the leap and unlock your podcasting success today. Grab your copy of The Power of Podcasting, Unlocking Tips and Strategies for Podcast Success by Dr. Tina J. Ramsey on Amazon, or visit their website at ctrmedianetwork.com. A link will be provided in this episode's description. Your podcasting journey starts here.
And just like that, we are back. But I come along with a friend whom you might ask, the amazing Richard, who's going to help us get reconnected to our history and our DNA. So let me bring him back on the stage. Welcome back.
Hey.
All right. So before the commercial break, you was telling us all about your journey and also your real life testimony of how you was able to walk out of the hospital in pretty much a situation that looked pretty bleak. And so, and it shows the power of what God can do for you, because you knew that he already told you was going to do X, Y, Z. And you know that in the book of Numbers, God cannot lie. And it's in Titus as well. He said it again in the book of Titus. So you knew that. And going all the way around, how you changed your diet, lost the weight, start eating the right foods. Now you look younger than you ever did. And now you're on this health and wellness journey. So my question to you, for all of us that are, whether we're in the United States or not, and if we feel like we're not connected, we don't really know if we're part, what tribe? I say tribe. If it's offensive, I don't mean it to be offensive. But what culture, what part of Africa, what's the name of the people who you are a part of? If you don't know that, what does it look like for us to add that ancestry culture to the culture that we already have? Because some might feel like we dismissing what we built here in the States if we give attention to our ancestral roots. How do you think we can navigate that and give respect to both areas?
Now, that's a great question. So I'm going to ask you this. Have you ever been to a restaurant that says it's a fusion restaurant? You know, it's like, it's got a fusion of two different cultures, right? So let me just give you an example. You know, you've heard of jollof rice, correct? You know, we know that that's a West African staple dish. Jollof rice is like for Chinese people, fried rice. For West Africa, jollof rice. As a matter of fact, there's like a contest between who has the best jollof rice between like Nigeria and Ghana and Senegal. Oh yeah, if you talk to Africans, they'll tell you, oh, my country has the best, you know, and they even have contests about who has the best jollof rice. Okay, so I've learned how to make jollof coconut rice, because when I got connected, I went on YouTube and found some videos. I learned how to make egusi soup, learned how to make jollof rice. Okay, and then I came up with this jollof soup, because there's no jollof soup in Nigeria. Okay, and so I came up with jollof soup, and it's delicious. It's like one of the most delicious soups I've ever eaten, right? And so I let my doctor, and he said, this is not Nigerian. I said, no, my brother, it's not Nigerian. I said, it's Nigerian American. I said, I'm an American Nigerian, you see? I said, so you got to get up out the Nigerian box with me, because it's a fusion of two different things, right? Even what I'm wearing right now, I'm wearing traditional African attire, West African attire, but I have my Western hat on, you see? This is my Western hat. So I'm combining the cultures right here. And this is what I want to tell you. One of the things, as you connect to the culture, you're going to find some similarities. So you know how it's very common in the African American community for us to say, but God, right?
Oh, yes.
It's happened, but God.
But God.
Would it surprise you to know that in Ghana, the Fanti, I'm Fanti of Ghana, of the Fanti people, and the Ashanti, and there's like, they call them the Akan tribe. They're like cousins, so they're a kindred tribe. They have ancient Adinkra symbols. And there's one symbol, the most popular one, GYENYAME, GMA. It's the most popular Adinkra symbol. It literally means except for the Lord. It's the same thing that we say. Yes, and this symbol is ancient, okay? So we were separated for hundreds of years over ocean, but yet so common in our community, it is for us to say, but God. Another thing, another similarity. It is very common for us to say, if I say, I say, Dr. Ramsey, how are you doing? You say, well, I'm doing fine by the grace of God, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that common for us to say, by the grace of God? Over here, they say it this way. NYAME is God, ADOM is grace. So if you say good morning, you say mache means good morning. You say mache etiseng. Etiseng means how are you, right? And they might say mehoye pa, that means I'm doing well, right? Yame adon, by God's grace. So I'm hearing these little things. I'm looking at our culture and I'm saying, this is just like our culture. We do that too. Y'all say it a different way. We didn't have the symbol, but we say, but God, and y'all are saying, except for the Lord. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
It's the same
wow. So you're saying how we don't have to dismiss one side when we are reconnecting with our past, because we just fuse it. That makes it really, really better in the sense that we fuse it together because we give him respect. And then you also, I like the way that you explained it, the similarities with the similarities that we already have, and the fact that even though, like you said, we've been disconnected for so long, but we still use
the same DNA though. We got the same DNA, even though it was separated for hundreds of years overseas. With the same DNA. There's so many similarities that I see. And then when you connect, you're gonna see people that look like people that you saw in school. Some of your relatives, you're gonna say, that person, you're gonna see people that look like your relatives. I'm not kidding you. It's amazing. It's good, absolutely amazing.
Well, let me show some love to our virtual studio audience because they're coming in today in trolls. Okay. Thank you guys for tuning in. We have Annie.
Oh, that's my mom. That's my mother.
Oh, hello. She said, hello, Richard and Dr. Ramsey. Love mom.
Mom is 84 years old, feisty as everything. Mom goes where she wants to go. She drives herself, okay? Goes where she wants to go. Because I told her about eating raw pineapple, because raw pineapple actually, they said they found medically that it can help you to not have dementia and Alzheimer's and things like that. So mom's mind is sharp as a tack. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much for tuning in and supporting and commenting. And Sheila,
Yes.
Thank you, Sheila. She tagged someone saying,
I told you she was feisty. I told you. But I just can't get her to call me Ezzy. She won't call me Ezzy. She said, I'm just going to call you Rick. I call you Rick all the time.
Baby, I named you.
Then she got the church folk calling me Rick too. I'm like, Mom, let me tell them what I want them to call me. Now, this is Rick, y'all.
I know. She gave you that name. It means it has the meaning to it. So she respects.
I got the Richard, but I'm like, Mom, you call me that, but let me tell other people to call me, my African names.
Listen, Mama. Listen, let Mama call you what she want to call you, because Mama.
That's exactly what she told me.
The history is tied up in her.
I'm your mama, boy.
Exactly. So she said, I had an amazing time in Ghana with my husband. We experienced the food and the culture. Oh my God, it was a blessing being there. Thank you, Teresa, for sharing your experience in Ghana. And so right now we're just having this healthy conversation about culture, about finding oneself, about feeling disconnected and how you can reconnect. We're also having a conversation about enslavement. And we know here in the United States, that can be a little touchy topic. But in order for us to overcome and get over these negative feelings, we have to start having, and I like to say, healthy conversations so that we can get to the root of the problem, so that we can move past it. We can deal with it, right? And so we're disconnected. We're just gonna keep it totally 100, like my kids say, keep it 100. We're disconnected, and we need to get reconnected with our culture, with our roots, so that we can really walk into our full purpose. And so right now we're gonna we're gonna go into the lane of, when you think of this, what does it mean when we say the phrase, or what do you say it means when we hear the phrase nullify the legacy of enslavement?
Okay, I tell people that because sometimes people ask me, especially African Americans, they'll look at me with a funny look and they say, "Why you change your name for? Why you want to change your name? Why'd you do that?" Right? And so I tell them, I said, for me, it was nullifying the legacy of enslavement. I said, let's think about it now. I said, do you think our ancestors had English names when they were taken from Africa? I said, no, they weren't. And so when I did my, when I went to Nigeria, the Igbos saw me and they asked me if I was Nigerian. I said, well, I don't know. I'm African American. Slavery thing happened. Got to do some DNA. And they said, you are an Igbo man. I tell you, you're an Igbo. I said, really? And they said, yeah. I said, well, how do you know? If you did not open your mouth, you look like you were born and raised in Nigeria. I said, really? Yes. So later on in the trip, some Yorubas asked me the same question. And I said, well, told them the same answer. And they said, well, you seem to have Yoruba features. I believe you are a Yoruba. And so I was like, okay, well, let me do my DNA. So when I did my DNA, I found out I'm Igbo and Yoruba on my father's side. I am Fanti of Ghana on my mother's side. Igbo and Yoruba of Nigeria. And Fanti people of Ghana. And so I changed my name to reflect Fanti name, Igbo name, and Yoruba name. So my name is Richard Kweku. Kweku means Wednesday born in the Fanti language and also Ashanti. Ezeagu, and that is Igbo, and it means King of Lions. And Akiyemi is Yoruba, and it means warrior king well suited to power. So if people say my full name, Richard Kweku Ezeagu Akiyemi, what they've just said, because Richard in English means powerful ruler, so they've just said powerful ruler born on Wednesday, King of Lions, warrior king well suited to power. And the Yoruba say you will live up to your name. So to me, that is nullifying the legacy of enslavement. And even my wife, I told her when we have our children won't have English name. Our children will have Fanti, Igbo, and Yoruba names. And at first she said, well, babe, because over here the Catholic Church would make people have an English name. Make them, yes, to be in the Catholic Church. And so she said, well, I said, babe, do you think people in England are naming their children Nigerian names, Fanti name, Yoruba name, Igbo name? I said, no. I said, they name their children English names because they're English. I said, so we're going to name our children of what's in their blood because the blood doesn't lie. You see?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We have another comment from the Virtual Studio audience. Teresa said, the purpose of our trip was to connect with our roots. We also got our Ghana name.
Yeah, share your names in the comment.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. And before we even came on today, the show, we had our little sidebar conversation, and we was Richard and I was like, this is who I am. And he was looking at me, he was like, you got a little bit of this. And a little
I thought I really, I'm not an expert, the Africans will tell you better, the Ghanaians and Nigerians, but you look like you have Yoruba in you to me. That's just to me. So when you do the one that tells you the people group or the tribe, then you'll know exactly, and you'll be able to drill down into that because there's a food, there's a culture that go with it, and the food is delicious. For anybody that hasn't tried West African food, it is delicious.
Wow. Oh, she put a name out. So wow.
Afia. I think that means born on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Afia. Is Afia born on Friday? I think that's what, just like Kweku means born on Wednesday.
Wow.
I think Afia is born on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of the days. It's one of the days. They call them spirit names in Ghana. And of the Akan tribes, they do spirit names. So just like, you've heard Kwayese, like Kwayese when he changed his name. I think Kwayese is Sunday born. Then there's, Kwajo, which is Monday.
She said yes.
Okay, so Afia is Friday. Okay,
she said yes.
I know the men's was better than the women's. I know Ya is Thursday. Yao for men, Ya for women. So they call them spirit names. And most of the Ashanti and Fanti, they named their children. The first name is that spirit name the day of the week that they were born.
Wow, wow. I mean, this is so enlightening, this conversation. And I feel that I'm getting more and more of my connection. I'm enjoying this conversation. Thank you guys for the studio audience, virtual studio audience that's actually sharing your journey.
Yeah.
Our audience that's sharing and everyone that's tuning in. Make sure
the studio audience.
Yes.
Double high five for the studio audience.
Yeah, high five. Okay. And so let's what people don't know, this is what he actually have a book, right? And so I want to encourage everyone to go pick this book up because I actually ordered it as an ebook and a paper copy because I couldn't wait for the paper copy to come because Amazon, you need to speed up the shipping. But he has a book, and the book is actually titled Found My People. And it's a compelling, inspiring, inspirational book that he's writing about how he found his people. And so right now I want you to tell us just a little taste about why you decided to write this book and why did you decide to name it I Found My People, Found My People. Why did you decide to do that?
Okay, that's a super question. There's some particular things about African Americans. We're the only Americans that are called by a continent instead of a country. I want you to think about this for a moment. We call ourselves African Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Most of us has never tasted African food.
Mm-mm.
We're the only Americans that's true. Do you think any Italian Americans never tasted Italian food?
No.
How about people from India never tasted Indian food?
No.
How about people from China never tasted Chinese food?
No.
Every other American, whatever name they have, they're intimately acquainted with their food and their culture. Okay. In the 7th grade, one of the stories I tell in the book, in the 7th grade, we had Cultural Day. I'm sure a lot of y'all did too. I'd be interested to know what other people bought on Cultural Day because I didn't know anything about a goosey soup and pounded yam when I was in the 7th grade. So I bought tacos, and they weren't good tacos because we didn't eat tacos that much. So we didn't really, have the professionalism down. So we're the only people that call ourselves by a continent, because if you talk to people if they come from the East, they don't say, we might say Asians, but if you talk to the individual, they'll say, I'm a Chinese American, I'm a Japanese American, right? Mm-hmm. If they come from Europe, they'll say, I'm a German American, or I'm a Spanish American, I'm an Italian American. Well, we say African American, but there's 54 countries in Africa, okay?
Yeah.
And each country has many tribes. Like Nigeria has like 200-something tribes, over 200-something tribes, actually. Mm-hmm. And then we have had so many names, like Negro, Black, Colored, African American, and now for anybody that is on here and doesn't know, that the new seat they want us to sit in is called BIPOC, Black Indigenous People of Color. That's the new name for us, right? Marcus Garvey once said, a people without the knowledge of their history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots, True. And so it is time for us to reconnect, because what is in our blood is undeniable, okay? Mm-hmm. And when you do reconnect, because there have been people that told me, oh, you're not Nigerian. Then this is what I tell people. When somebody tells me that, I look them straight in the eye and I tell them this. I said, when you know who you are, it doesn't matter what anyone else says. Yeah. I know who I am because the blood doesn't lie. I said, I am of the Fanti people of Ghana. I'm of the Igbo people of Nigeria. And I'm of the Yoruba people of Nigeria. And because in the 70s, you all may not know this, but in the 70s, you probably do, but many of them listening may not know, but there was a civil war in Nigeria, and it was the main two that were against each other were the Yorubas and the Igbos. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times when the Igbos and the Yorubas, when I tell them that I'm Igbo and Yoruba, they say, huh? How could that happen? I said, anatomy and physiology. Y'all know how that happened. Now, I don't know why you're asking me how that happened. You know how that happened. But at any rate, then somebody told me, well, you're going to have to choose one because they don't like each other. Mm-hmm. I said, telling me to choose one of the cultures that I just learned about after 50-something years is like telling a parent who had lost a child or children for several years, and then they just got their children back and they said, okay, now you can only pick one. The other two got to go back to the other family. No. Not going to happen. The Fanti people, I'm going to learn about my Fanti people. I'm going to learn about my Igbo people and my Yoruba people, because each one of them is a great people. And I love each and every one of those cultures. And that's part of who I am. Now, in Africa, this is the interesting thing. In Nigeria, particularly, I can't just say all of Africa, but in Nigeria, if the father is Yoruba, the child will call himself, even if the mother's Igbo, or the mother is, or the mother could be Hausa or Fulani. Or if the father was Fulani and the mother's Yoruba, the child will call himself. So they don't even count the other part. But I say, I'm not, see, that's where that other American part of my culture comes in, you see, that African American culture that says, we ain't leaving no part of our culture behind. We taking all our culture with us.
Yes, we are.
You can't say bye-bye to the Fanti, bye-bye to the Igbo, or bye-bye to the Yoruba. No, come on, y'all. We just found y'all. We going together, you see? That's what I say.
Yes. Listen, everyone, I want you to go to foundmypeople.com, and you'll be able to see this beautiful website, and you'll also get to know more about your roots. And if you're a person like me that have been on this journey of oneself to find my roots, where I belong, so that I can really walk into my full purpose, this book is unlike any other book. I can say that because I was able to read the foreword with the ebook so far, and I can't wait, because it's something about getting a book in your hands versus having it, electronic. You'll be able to feel and totally immerse. And so what I really like a lot about his website is that he also tells you about the benefits. Most of the time people just telling you about their book, but they're not telling you how reading their book is going to benefit you, the reader. And so make sure to go and check out this amazing book. Make sure to go pick it up, because listen, this conversation is a conversation that needs to be had. This is a conversation that is long overdue, people. It's long overdue.
You see, you're already on the podcast interview section. Did you see your logo there?
Yeah,
you're already on the podcast section.
Oh, that's so sweet. Let's see. We have
my webmaster is fire. My webmaster is fire.
We have It's Me and say, hi, Dr. Ramsey, from your cousins in Michigan. Okay.
Oh, that's my dear sweet cousin. Yes.
Oh, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in, everyone.
See, she said Ezzy. See?
Yeah, she said Ezzy.
Will call me Ezzy. Mom will call me.
Well, at least your cousin gonna call you Ezzy, but
at least my cousin call me Ezzy.
Yes, you guys. I also want you to follow him on Instagram as well. It's Instagram.com / found my people. I also follow him on Twitter. Same thing. Twitter.com / found my people. Listen, Richard, what you're doing, it is purposeful and it's mission driven. And this is one of the conversations that I have had a lot of different conversations being a host on the TV show podcast over the years. But this has been one of the most empowering interviews in regards to race, because it can be very emotional. It can go left. It can go left. And so
you slip out.
Yeah, it could go a little left, but this has been a very, very good interview in the fact that, we had to talk a little bit about slavery, but the fact
it's just the fact of our history. It's a fact. We have to confront the history and move forward. And that doesn't mean that we're not supposed to have reparations, because yes, we definitely should be. It's well past due, especially with the history. It's well past due. But we can move forward because we can find out who we are. We don't need to be like a tree without roots. And I can tell you, when you connect to your DNA, that's why you notice at the top of my website, I have a logo made. It's Embrace Your DNA. Another thing I want to share with you is every part of this book, from the website to the logo to that Embrace Your DNA, the publisher is a Nigerian publisher. The people that are involved in this book are of the African they're African descent. Everybody's of African descent. Because I'm tired of people saying that we can't succeed unless we get other people involved. that we are not able to succeed. Yes, we are. And I said, I will prove that. I don't have a big publishing company or anything like that. I said, I am going to prove it. I'm going to go and talk to my people, but I'm going to bring something that can help, because my goal is to help millions of us connect to the culture, because I don't know whether you all realize this or not, but 47 million of us in the US, over 90 million in Brazil. When you count Canada, the Caribbean, Central and South America, it's over 200 million of us descendants. It's as bad as the Holocaust, as bad, but for a much longer time. Some people say it's worse, but I don't compare because it's not exactly the same. We just say both are bad, but this one was for a much longer time and involved much more people, and those are just facts, okay? It is as bad. And so but we don't talk about it. We just, everybody's telling us, forget about that. No, when you say never forget 9/11, and 9/11 just happened in 2001, right? We should never forget that. But we're never going to forget this. And it's time for people to know, because one of the things that they've done is made us think that we're inferior. But when I started doing my research, I found out that the most, and this is what I want everybody listening to know, the most educated group in America is not the Asians like they try to tell us. That is a lie. The most educated group by percentage of degrees is the Africans. First is Nigerians. They get bachelor's degrees at a rate of more than 2 to 1 compared to native-born white Americans. And they get advanced degrees at a rate of more than 3 to 1 compared to native-born Caucasian Americans. And that's just a fact. O'Reilly, the Bill O'Reilly that used to be on Fox with the No Spin Zone, he actually did a show and talked about this. And they're the highest earning group. So they are literally the most successful group that has ever set foot on US soil. And they don't want us to know that. But I want y'all to know that. And so this book is, so basically I want you all to share this, not just because I want to sell books, okay? The main goal for this book is to connect us back so that we can put our roots back. And if you look, and because you bought the book, I have a fact sheet, because there's deep cultural meaning on the cover of this book. There are 10 ancient Adinkra symbols. I picked each one because of what it means. And I have a fact sheet for those that buy the book. So Dr. Ramsey, I will be sending you yours. These Adinkra symbols, and the one that's most ubiquitous, the little bird like that's looking back, it's called the Sankofa. And that Sankofa, it's ancient now, ancient Adinkra symbols. This is from Ghana. The Sankofa means there's no shame in going back and getting what is at risk of being lost. And so when I connect to my roots, I got that which was at risk of being lost. And that's why the Sankofa is on there. But there's 9 other Adinkra symbols. One of them, the one over Found My People, you see it's 3. Those, the one in the center is the GMA, the one I told you was the most popular one, the one that means except for the Lord. That's what that means. And I put 3 because one for the Father, one for the Son, and one for the Holy Spirit. And that's why those are the way they are there. But each one of these Adinkra symbols has a particular meaning. And everybody that gets the book, come back on the website, contact, say, hey, I've got my book. I want to get the fact sheet to tell me the significance, the rich cultural significance embedded in the cover of the Found My People book.
Wow. That's powerful. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to take one more commercial break, and then we're going to come back with one more wrap up question, and then we're going to say goodbye until next week, people. So make sure, if you need to get your little snack, a little beverage, go ahead and get it while we have our commercial break, and we'll be back with Richard. Okay, we'll be back with Richard. We'll see you in a moment.
It's in your DNA poem. It goes like this. It does not matter what they say. There is greatness in your DNA. The proof is in the lies they choose to tell. to make themselves feel superior. They point to chaos in different places, but hide what their hands did to bring it about. There is greatness in us, but they don't want it out. I think they know they could not compete if the field were level and they couldn't cheat. So on they go, lives filled with lies to make pretend and rationalize. They say all is equal. Why do you complain? Pretending that the constant lies have not changed the game and made people perceive just by your skin who should lose and who should win. There are some things you have to know. Don't wait for someone to tell you so. Reject the lies of yesterday. Embrace the greatness in your DNA.
And just like that, we are back when we're back with Richard. And I hope you enjoyed that commercial courtesy of Found by People with Richard. And I want you to embrace your DNA, like he said. And so we're going to bring him back to the stage. That was an amazing commercial of just taking us through a journey of just embracing our DNA, embracing our greatness, embracing that we are not what we are told we are based upon the color of our skin. Our mindset is a little bit different here in the United States versus someone who's born and raised in Nigeria or Ghana. And so the fact that we need to change our mindset in order to embrace who we are and who we're going to become as a people. I want to pull this up because I thought that this photo of you, we featured this on the cover of the Tina Ramsey Show magazine, but I really want to talk about this. Is that a cane? Or
yes, it's this. What you're seeing is traditional Igbo attire, and that red cap. The only reason I'm able to wear that red cap is because when I joined the local Nigerian community, and they saw that I legally changed my name, they said we have to mark this occasion. So in 2017, at the Independence Day celebration, they had on the program where the Igbo chiefs and the Yoruba chiefs actually called me up, officially accepted me into the Igbo and the Yoruba tribes. I mean, people group, just depending on, who you are and what you say. And then the Igbo chiefs, the chiefs have to confer upon you to be a chief. You can't just be a chief. So they actually made me a chief. And so this is when you see an Igbo wearing that red cap, it is a chief. Only the chiefs wear the red cap. The clothing is called Ishiagu cloth. Agu is lion. Just like my name, Eze Agu, means king of lions, King Eze Agu, lion. This is the Ishi Agu. It's the lion's cloth. And this cloth is particular to the Igbo people. The necklace, this bracelet also, this is particular Igbo attire. And the 04 is the cane. And you see the lion. You see there the lion. So yes, that is traditional Igbo. That's the kind of attire Igbo chief will wear.
Wow. And I did not want to let this episode go by without giving it the spotlight that it needed in order for us to be able to connect. And many of us, we're still on that journey like myself, but it's so refreshing to hear your journey, to feel the confidence come through. And I want all of us to feel that. I can't wait for my book to get here. But listen, you guys, you can go to Amazon right now, or you can just go to foundmypeople.com. Yes. And go and purchase it, foundmypeople.com, and go ahead and pick up this book today to get connected with your roots, to get connected with who you are and why. I mean, I didn't understand why I did things the way I do it until I started digging into my DNA. And then I realized that's indigenous to the people who I am. We do this, certain things that we say, a certain rhythm, like I can hear a beat. And my body just naturally moves to it. And it's indigenous to, well, the peoples or the tribe, whichever terminology you want to say. That's right. The same thing. And I didn't even know I was doing it until I started digging. And I was like, oh my God, I do that all the time. I say that. So really, it's a connection that we all need. And it is something that we really need to have these healthy conversations, and also go to individuals like Richard, who actually have the information and can kind of walk us through hand in hand on this journey of reconnecting oneself. Okay. So Richard, is there anything else you would like to share with our audience today?
Yes. First of all, I want to say hashtag we are exceptional, because I want you all to think about this. Anytime somebody might try to make you feel inferior or something like that, or by the color of your skin, number one, the tanning booths around the world make billions of dollars because people like darker skin. That's number one. Number two, a lot of people won't get in front of a camera until they get the color put on their skin. And we don't have to get that done. The melanin, a lot of people are using Botox to do what melanin naturally does for our women. You should see my mother, how good she looks at 84 years old. My mother's 84, and there's some people, that are other younger that don't look nearly as good as my mother does, right? So I want you to understand hashtag we are exceptional. But what I want to leave you with is this, because the poem that you saw, that they just saw, that God gave me that on Badagry Beach, which is the point of no return. If any of you have Nigerian ancestors, Badagry Beach, a suburb of Lagos in Nigeria, is where the last place that they set their foot on the African continent before they were taken away. But there's another poem that God gave me, and it's the same title as the book. It's called Found My People. And it goes like this. I've found my people. You can too. There's a people for me and a people like a door that you found in your house that is new, with elaborate furnishings, all belonging to you. A people who will welcome and make you feel new. I've found the people for me. Now find the people for you.
That was simply amazing, you guys. So make sure that you go to foundmypeople.com and make sure that you go and purchase that book. And also, when you get the book, take a little screenshot to let us know that you got the book, and reach out to Richard so that he can send you that PDF.
That's right. You want to get that fact sheet, because it's going to tell you, it's going to unlock the mystery on the cover. And the easiest way to find the book is actually to go to the foundmypeople.com website, because if you're inside of Africa, it goes to Okada Books, so that you can click that Africa button. And if you're outside, USA and global, there's a button there for you. And so it'll take you to whatever Amazon is the closest place to you in the world. So the easiest way to get the book is actually to go through the foundmypeople.com website. And then you have the beautiful video. And, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, there's this great picture of, there's just like handsome guy at the bottom that you can see, this nice picture of. So, I'm not going to say no names, but, and then there's a podcast section, there's a podcast section right there where you can listen to podcasts that I've been on. And so, there's that handsome guy right there.
Yeah. So make sure you go to foundmypeople.com and make sure you go check out all of this amazing information. You can even listen to previous interviews that he has had as well. And as you can see, he make it super duper easy for you to be able to get the book, no matter what four corners of the earth you find yourself at on today, whether you USA, whether you're global, whether you're in Africa, you can still connect and be able to easily get your copy now. Thank you so much, Richard, for stopping by the Tina Ramsey Show and sharing.
Thank you. I've had a great time.
Oh, I did too. I really did too. So right now, you guys, I want you to know that if no one told you that you're amazing, that you're worthy, and that you're valued, I want you to know that I love you, and I'm saying that you're amazing. And until next time, what do I want you to do? I want you to do what? Keep smiling. Okay, I'll see you guys next week for the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast at 7:30 p.m. EST, because it's time for you to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show. Bye. Bye.
Go to teachermeet.com and purchase my book.
Well, you have any closing remarks before we head out?
Y'all, please support the movement of CTR Media Network. I'm telling you, being a part of this amazing media family, I can't go wrong, right? They have the support. They support us in all that we do. When we have questions, they take the time out to advise and mentor. So definitely check out the different plethora of shows that are on the network. I promise you, and I'm not saying this because I'm part of the family, but I promise you, you will be uplifted, inspired, educated, motivated, all the good stuff that we all need to carry ourselves out through the day. So definitely go check it out, y'all.
Awesome. I definitely appreciate you.
Here are a few ways for you to consider when organizing your curriculum. Traditional method. This approach uses structured subject times focused on working through textbooks and workbooks. This approach is very goal-oriented and highly organized. Unit study method. This approach integrates several subjects focused on one topic or theme. You can pick a topic that interests you and your child and create learning opportunities with the same theme. This method works well with teaching multiple grade levels and ages at the same time. Classical method. This approach teaches through classical languages, critical thinking skills, and Western civilizations. Unschooling method. This approach surrounds the child with opportunities to learn in an unstructured environment. This can also be thought of as interest-initiated learning. With this method, your child will learn from real-life experiences. Children are encouraged to pursue their interests and glean learning opportunities. Community method. The child learns significant real-life lessons by participating in events outside the home. This method can include youth group activities, volunteer work, organized group situations, or church activities. Eclectic method. This approach picks and chooses from all the other systems. Once you know your family's teaching method, you are ready to look for the right curriculum. Remember to ask any veteran homeschoolers in your area for advice on materials in your chosen method. However, several websites and catalogs will direct you to materials that match your needs. Watch helpful videos on the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine podcast on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also purchase the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine on Amazon.
My name is Brittany Petty, and I help teen girls to heal from physical and mental abuse so they can achieve their goals, such as attend college, develop a trade, or start their own business. So it is so important to understand that in today's society, a lot of teen girls, they don't just go off to college because they're presented with so many different opportunities. And so for me, that is what I'm passionate about, is helping teenagers discover their passion and their purpose and what it is in life that they are put here on earth to do. And so whatever they tell me, if it makes sense and it's something that they're willing to put forth the effort and apply action and dedication to, then I'm willing to help them to achieve those goals. And starting a trade, so many young girls have told me that they want to start their own lash business, go to cosmetology school, do all these different things. So I'm here to support the vision as long as they're willing to put forth the action. But first, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I grew up in Cedar Hill, Texas. Go my Longhorns. And I'm also a part of the Mean Green Crew, University of North Texas. That's where I graduated from. I majored in business administration, minored in communications, and I also attended Capella University, where I majored in school counseling, which has led me on the path of mental health counseling, which has been amazing. I was in the military. I did Army Reserves, and I've met so many amazing, wonderful people along my journey in life. And so I'm really grateful for the opportunities and the people I've met and things of that nature. But a lot of people always ask me, they're shocked when I tell them I was in the military. And a lot of people always like, were you interested in that growing up? No, not at all. So it's just amazing how God can transform our life and take us down so many different paths and roads. But I'm so grateful that he did that, because I wouldn't be the woman I am today had I not taken all these journeys and tosses and turns and things of that nature. I also have 4 beautiful, amazing children. I have 3 boys and 1 girl. And I have an amazing husband that I've been married to for 11 years. But because of my life and my past journey and things that I have experienced and dealt with, I have had to heal from physical and mental abuse from my childhood. And so that has led me on the path, because after working in corporate America, I have a really good friend who got me into the field of education, which I'm so glad she did. At the time, I didn't see it, but I'm so glad she did. And it allowed me to realize that so many are hurting inside. And so when we're a child, when we're growing up, we have to deal with those pains, our past pains and trauma and things of that nature. And so that's why it's so important to heal from physical and mental abuse, because if not, we end up taking those things into our adulthood. And so for me, I am so passionate about helping, middle school girls, teen girls to heal from physical and mental abuse so they can live a life that is worth living when they get into their adulthood, because you don't want to carry all of this baggage around, which is so important, because in life, if we don't learn to let go of that baggage, it will just weigh us down, and that becomes a very heavy weight. And so it is so important for me also to help others to define their self-worth, discover what it is that really pushes them forward to excel and propel into this world ready to fly their wings, just ready to navigate whatever it is life has in store for them. And so when I tell you I am so passionate about helping others to define their purpose, I am. Because when I was growing up, I didn't know. I didn't know what my passion was. I didn't know what my purpose was. And when anytime I would ask, people just say, oh, just, your purpose is just whatever you're passionate about. And for me, I was like, okay. And then I realized that, okay, I love helping people. That's something. But I would lay awake at night still not knowing what my purpose in life was, because helping is so many things, right? It can be helping the elderly. It could be becoming a nurse. It can be so many different things. And then I was like, okay, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, but I'm not necessarily happy doing it, right? And then I had to realize, okay, after I've been through different life experiences, okay, I like this, I don't like that. I like this, okay, I want to do more of that, right? And so because of life's journey and the things that I've been through in my life experiences, and also having a teenage daughter, it's important for me to be able to help others to say, you know what, I too deserve happiness. I too deserve to live life and be free, not holding on to that baggage. And so today that brings me to my topic, what I'm going to be talking about. Okay, on top of discovering your self-worth, but the importance of hashtag staying focused. But before I talk to you about that, I'm going to give you a little bit of tea. Okay, so let me ask you a question. How many of you have a teenage daughter or know someone with a teenage daughter? Okay. Did you know that 1 in 9 girls experience some type of mental, physical, or sexual abuse by the age of 18? And did you know that 82% of all victims are girls? It's so important for us to address the issues and things that are going on. And that's why I am so passionate, once again, about talking about self-worth. Hashtag staying focused. So today I'm going to talk about the 3 top ways to hashtag stay focused. Okay? Tip number 1 is we have to let go of those self-limiting, self-sabotaging beliefs. So anytime someone in life has said, you can't do this or you can't do that, or you are not going to amount to anything, or this or that, you have to let it go. Anything that is holding you back from excelling, propelling, letting your wings go so you can fly, anything like that, you have to learn to let it go. Okay? Tip number 2, you have to stay focused on yourself. Stay focused on yourself. You have to. I wrote a book called Stop the Drama, Stop Comparing, and Focus on Yourself. And it's so important because in this book, I talk so much about the importance of you loving yourself, discovering what self-love is, not comparing yourself to others, understanding the difference between self-worth, self-love, self-esteem. Because if you cannot look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself and embrace yourself how much you love yourself, then you're not going to be able to turn around and love others. And so I am so big on setting a solid foundation, because if you don't set that solid foundation, it's going to be very hard to move forward. Okay? I'm telling you guys, I'm giving you guys all the tea here. Okay? And tip number 3, you have to take action. Okay, you have to take action in order to determine your dreams and your desires and your goals. Because so many times I hear time and time again, so many groups of young ladies, they sit around and they talk. I've even heard this amongst adults. They talk about life and what they want to do, what they desire to do, or what they're going to do. But why do you think they are still in the same place 1 year later, 3 years later, 10 years later? It's because they didn't apply action. They might have heard something that sounded good. They might have heard something and they say, you know what, that's what I want. That's what I dream. That's what I desire, right? But they didn't actually put forth the effort. They didn't put one foot after the next to get to the next place. And so it is so important for you to say, you know what, I'm not going to be that person that just dreams about it and not take action. No, I'm going to take me a notepad, okay? And I'm going to write down step by step what I need to do. And if I don't know what to do, I'm going to look it up, attach myself to the right resources, attach myself to the right people who can get me to the next level. A lot of times in life, we just have to ask questions. We have to surround ourselves. We have to expand our brain, our knowledge, read, listen to things that are empowering us, pushing us to excel and be better. And so my question to you today, what are you doing that's different from the rest? And I say that and I ask that question because if you are #staying focused, then that means you are focusing on how can you get yourself to the next level? What can you do? And so what are you doing that's different from the rest? Meaning if you want to get to the top, you have to do something different. If you want to be successful, you have to put forth action. You have to let go of those, number 1, let go of those self-sabotaging beliefs. You have to, number 2, you have to focus on yourself. And you have to, number 3, you have to take action. So what are you doing to separate yourself? What are you doing to not allow those self-sabotaging beliefs to get in the way? What are you doing to say, you know what, no matter what, I can push forward. No matter what, I need to stay focused on me. No matter what, I need to take action. And so when it comes to everything, I want you to make sure that you have to be healed in order to go to the top. So I encourage you to go to focusyoursuccess.com to download my free ebook. And you can follow me on Instagram at Ingeniously Made Whole. And you can also book me to be a speaker. Okay, I would love to come and speak to all of my teen girls and everyone to help push you to excel, to be better. So thank you for tuning in and listening to #Stay Focused. I am Brittany Petty from Cedar Hill, Texas.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Thought for Thursday. I hope we're all doing good. Let me start out right away by apologizing for being late, for starters. And secondly, I'm late because I'm having trouble over on the Instagram side. So if you're looking for me over on Instagram, I'm not there. Okay. But I promise what I will do is once we record this, I will go ahead and put it over on the Instagram side. I hope that you guys are doing good. It's a great short week and we're almost at the end, y'all. Come on, that's something to celebrate, right? Absolutely something to celebrate. Well, something else to celebrate, or something else at least to talk about, is the fact that we're talking about a topic that really is important, something that affects everybody. You all know that you are my niche, you are my 45 plus group. So I definitely approach things in perspective of you and your age group and trying to determine exactly, what's going on. What are some things that you need that are going to be able to help you to get to the next level? And a part of understanding what it is that you need, we also talk about the things that you don't need, right? Because in order to be able to fix things and to make sure that we have things going in the right direction, we have to do the things that we know are going to help us. And in order to do that, we really do have to make sure that we understand some of the things that are hurting us, right? That's very important. Understand what is hurting us. And something that hurts so many people and something that we all struggle with, and I'll tell you, was a huge struggle of mine. And I'll be honest, I still have issues with it. It's people pleasing. What is people pleasing? People pleasing is really a pattern that we all follow when we are so dedicated, so concerned, so determined to help others, so much so that we often do it to the detriment of ourselves. Yeah, I think we're all guilty of it to some extent. However, people pleasing, that is done because we want to be accepted. We want to be loved. Some people still operate under the idea that everybody is going to like them. And if they don't, well, why not? What is wrong with me? Not realizing that everybody isn't going to be pleased with the way you look, with what you do, with how you act, with where you work, with who you're married to, with who your family is. Yeah, you name it. People are going to be upset about something and they're not going to be pleased with you. They may be jealous of what it is that you do. Come on, let's just face facts. It's the truth. They could feel that you are doing things that maybe they want to do. They may feel that you feel a certain way about yourself and you're really not all that in a bag of chips. It could be any number of reasons why people are not going to be pleased with you. And the quicker we accept that, the quicker we understand that, the better off we'll be. Because our goal is to be ourselves, to be the people that God has designed us to be. Now, in being ourselves, of course, we want to stick to our values. We want to stick to the things that we know are right. So we want to be the best version of ourselves. And if we are being that, there is absolutely no reason whatsoever to feel guilty about who we are. So I wanted to say that up front. And if you can tell, yeah, it's something that I'm passionate about because I hear it so often. And I hear it so often with the women that I coach. They kind of mask it by saying, I want to be there for people. I want to do things for people. Well, why is it that you want to do that? Well, I feel a responsibility. In many cases, it is that. But in some cases, it's just the fact that they don't want the person to be unhappy with them, or they don't want people to feel as though they're not giving, or they don't make accommodations. So how is it that we can love ourselves for who we are, how we are, what we do, what we think, and not be so concerned with how others may perceive us that we are going out of our way to create some acceptance for ourselves, all right, to the detriment of ourselves? How is it that we do that? Now, don't get me wrong. It is perfectly fine to feel an obligation to support someone, to help someone. That is perfectly fine. But if you are doing that in response to wanting to be liked or wanting to be loved, that definitely points to something bigger. That definitely points to an area where you need some support around. So, are you one of those people? Do you feel that you are a people pleaser? So much so that you have done so much people pleasing that you have dreams, goals, aspirations that you have put on the back burner for a very long time in order to make sure that everyone else is accommodated and happy. You've succeeded in having a lot of people like you, all right? And that is important to you. But is it really important to as far as you not getting where you want to be or doing what you want to do or having what you want to have? Again, to the detriment of you. And hopefully, in thinking about this and listening to some of what I'm saying, and perhaps just doing some reflective sit down time with yourself, figuring out what you want to do and why you haven't been able to do it. And if you see that some of the reasons why you haven't been able to do that is because you've spent most of your time making sure that other people's needs are met, other people's wishes are being met, then maybe you do need to sit back and look. Not because you feel that you need to do this, but if you're doing this because you just want everybody to love you. You don't want anybody to look negatively at you. You need to know that you are fine and you can't be so concerned with how everyone else perceives you, as long as you know that you are doing the right things, going in the right direction, being the person that God wants you to be. All right, so you say, okay, you've been talking about this for a minute now. What is it that we can do? A huge piece of people pleasing is so simple, and it's such a simple, quick way to get around feeling that you have to do everything, feeling that you have to be everywhere, feeling that you have to oblige with something just because you don't want somebody to look at you negatively. And it really is as simple as saying no. I know, such a small word, such a quick thing to say, and causes us so much pain. Because we don't want people to feel like we're not there. We don't want people to feel a certain way about us because we are telling them no. So it's so much easier to just say yes. So how is it that you can begin to focus on saying no when it is appropriate? No isn't appropriate for everything. But in the case of people pleasing, where you just want people to like you, you really need to get used to the word no. So how do you do that? All right. Some self-awareness. I talked about that already. First of all, you got to realize that you're dealing with the issue. Recognize the behavior. Identify when and where there's some people pleasing going on. All right. Sit back and take a look and figure that out. Journaling can also be a useful tool, even if it's you just journaling your regular day's activity, putting in there things that you've done, places you've gone. Look for patterns across the journaling. When is it that you wanted to do something that you've set aside to do for yourself and really haven't been able to do it? Why is that? Is some people pleasing in some way involved in why you're not reaching those goals or getting those things done? And in doing that, it's important for you to understand the root cause, which is what I just said a few minutes ago. Understand why it is that you want to say yes to far more things than you should say yes to. Yes to being on that planning committee. Yes to heading up something for the 15th time, knowing you have absolutely no time to do it unless you infringe upon some me time or you infringe upon some family time. What is it that you want to do? Doing that extra work, doing somebody else's work for them because you want them to see you in a positive light, work that they really should be doing for themselves. I see this and hear this a lot with people on their jobs, been in their careers for a while, and feel that it's really okay to do the work and let somebody else take credit for it, as long as the person that they're doing the work for is pleased with them. Well, you may want to look at that too, because you're building their dream. But in the meantime, what's going on with yours? All right. Set some boundaries. That's so important. it might be hard for you to say no. So to counter that, set some boundaries so you don't always have to say it, so that people won't always come to you. Now, that may take some time, particularly if you've been people pleasing for a while. It may take some time for people to realize, okay, I really can't always go to her. I always can't go to him and ask for these things. I really need to focus perhaps on getting some of them done myself. All right. What else? Practice saying no. Yeah, that sounds kind of silly, doesn't it? Practice saying no. Start with the small things and then progressively practice turning down requests or tasks that aren't aligned with personal needs or value. And that's big. If what you're doing really doesn't involve your values, that's huge, or doesn't align with your values, there's more than one reason why you shouldn't be people pleasing, right? What else can you do? Self-care. Realize that if you don't take care of yourself, you're not going to be there to tell anybody no, yes. You're not going to be there to tell yourself yes. And it's going to be no by default, because you will be run down and you won't have the capacity to take care of anyone else, and mainly yourself. So self-care is a huge catalyst, is a huge incentive for stepping away and pulling back from people pleasing so much, and adhering to some of these tools that I'm talking about to help you to say no. You've got to value your self-opinion. Give weight to your feelings and needs and opinions. Your feelings, they're valid, they're important. A lot of the people-pleasing syndrome really does encompass some self-confidence issues and self-awareness. Of course, I already said that. And just feeling as though you are not capable, you are not enough. And for this reason, you need validity from others. And nothing could be further from the truth. You are fine just where you are. You are designed the way God has designed you to be, and you are enough, no matter what that enough may look like. Your enough may not look like the next person's enough, but that doesn't mean you aren't enough. All right? So make sure that you remember that. I talk about this all the time. I even have cards that support it, affirmations. You may need to start telling yourself on a regular basis who you are, what you're capable of, what you're designed to be, what it is that you can do, what you're good at. Remind yourself of the accomplishments that you have made. Remind yourself of what's important to you and the things that you want to do. All of this to help you to realize that you have value, and your value isn't in someone else's approval of you. Your value isn't in someone else's approval, and since it's not in their hands to approve you, their approval doesn't determine your value. Therefore, it's okay if you tell them no, and they really feel some kind of way about it, because you're turning them down to take care of you. That's really okay. And then I also invite you to kind of look at that person who is looking at you cross-eyed because you've told them no after you've told them yes for I don't know how many times. Or if you've told them no because you genuinely cannot accommodate the need, and they feel and they look at you in a negative way. Well, then is that someone that you really want to be able to validate you anyway, if they're not going to look at you in a positive light? Something to think about. You may need some support for this. Let me tell you, get a coach, get a mentor. It may be so deeply rooted, you may need counseling to be able to get above and rise from this thing. It is a very real and a very deeply planted tool that can be used to your demise. Does it sound like I'm really making big of it? Yeah, I am. Because it is the small thing that can fester and grow and grow and grow and really destroy your dreams, destroy who you are, destroy how you feel about yourself, and run you into the ground as you're running around doing everything and not doing the things that are really, really important to you. So you may need that support. Don't hesitate to get it. And something else, and I will leave off with this: celebrate the small wins. You've been people pleasing for a long time. It's not the easiest thing to just stand up to somebody and say no. It's not the easiest thing to say that you're not going to take on that project that's going to have you committed for the next Wednesday and Friday of every week for the next year. That you're not going to spearhead that thing that you know nobody else is going to take up if you don't say yes. Don't feel bullied into doing it. That you're not going to go ahead and organize or orchestrate a plan that you have orchestrated for years upon years, because you haven't been able to say no. And you know you have it perfected. Feel okay in finding someone to take that over for you, and then feel the relief of releasing that burden. Yeah, we can get real stuck in that, feeling like we have to do it because we're good at it. Well, just because we're good at it doesn't mean that we have to do it all the time. Check in to find out if that's really going to align with what you need to do, where you need to be right now, and the things that need to happen in your life in order to get you to that fulfilling life that you desire to have. All right? So that's it. Getting over people pleasing can be done. Saying no can be done. If you say no, you will still have value. If they don't look at you as though you have value, well, then that's okay. That person never recognized your value in the beginning. Think about that. They never recognized your value in the beginning. You have a lot to offer. You're going to have plenty of yeses that you're going to say for the right things. One yes and being committed to doing something this week doesn't mean you have to do that same thing every week. Weigh what it is that you say yes to. Choose your best yes and be happy about it. Much of what you do, pray through, or all of what you do, pray through, so that you can make good decisions. Decisions, yes, that are going to help you to help others, but also help you to help yourself. Again, get to that life where you are thriving. All right? So some tips for saying no. Make sure you celebrate those small wins. Little things. I said no today for the first time in 2 years to doing something. You know, that's a big celebration. I said no to, I said no to driving everybody to the PTA meetings like I've been doing for the past year because I didn't intend to go tonight. Another example. All right. That was my example. I haven't had a PTA meeting in a little while, but you get the gist of it. All right. Listen, you guys go. Oops, dropping my camera. You guys go and have a great rest of the evening. Have a great weekend. It's been a short week. Spend some time on you as you come across the weekend, as you come up to it. Know that you are enough and that a good friend, a good family member, a good boss, a good cousin, you name it, they can take a no and they will love you no matter what. All right? That's it, guys. Have a great one. Bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm so excited for you guys to be tuning in to Empower You Crown Up, where we know that this is where everyone comes to be inspired, to hold their crown up high, and to know and understand their worth. If you're not following me, or if you haven't started following me yet, what are you waiting for? Make sure you go to Empower You Crown Up, where you can follow me on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, everywhere you look, you'll find me under Empower You Crown Up. As you know that we just did our whole new launch to where we wanted everything to be centralized and focused on understanding your worth, feeling empowered, and just walking into excellence and knowing who you are and whose you are. For men, for women, just for anyone who really wants to be empowered as we go through navigating different mental health challenges, just different ways to keep a positive mindset, and just really understanding the importance of your self-worth. And that's what we focus on: positivity, understanding your self-worth, and just knowing who you are and whose you are. So I like to start with a quote that says, let no man pull you so low as to hate him. Who said that, right? Who said that? Well, Reverend Martin Luther King, right? He said that. He said, let no man pull you so low that you hate him. And I like this quote a lot because it allows us to realize that in life, it gets real sometimes. There's so much going on, and we know that it's just sometimes the past just seems unbearable. And it just feels like you can't see past what's going on right now in the face of all adversity. But we have to keep pushing through. We have to keep pushing through. We have to keep pushing and doing what we know we need to do to just be the best version of ourselves that we can possibly be. And so I like this quote a lot because it allows us to realize that we're not giving our power to anyone. We're not going to allow someone to pull us down or, meet them on their level and different things of that nature. And, you can choose to look at it how you choose to look at it. For me, I'm like, hey, you're not worth it. I'm not going to allow your words or your actions or what you're doing to pull me in the pit with you. I'm not going to stoop to your level. And so as you get older, you learn to realize that, hey, my old me, I'm not that person anymore. And so when we think about those things and we talk about that, what are some things in your life that you're like, okay, I see growth? I want you to think about that. I know for myself, I'll never forget. Oh my gosh, working at Walmart. I worked at Walmart when I was in college. And, I remember I'll never forget a young lady had said something to me. She said something fly, something about what I had on or whatever. And I just remember being like, hey, I'll bust your windows, slit your tires. And I'm so real, I'll sit on the hood of your car so you'll know it was me. Right? But growing up, you're like, really looking back at it, I'm like, really? That wasn't even worth it, right? It wasn't even worth saying that I'm going to meet you by your car, sit on your hood. But it's called growth, right? It's called growth. In my 30s, I'm not doing it, right? But when you're your teens, the early 20s, you'd be like, oh, I can meet you there. And now I remember exactly what it was. I had on heels. That's what it was. I worked in the garden center and I had on heels. Even though I look back, that was crazy. Like, why am I wearing heels in the garden center, right? But I had on heels, and I remember can't even talk right. The young lady said something along the lines of like, why did I have on heels? And something that black and blue don't go together. And I just remember just going off. But when I look back at that moment, I'm like, really? Really? I was really, at the end of the day, who cares? Who cares what I have on? Who cares? Black or blue, whatever. But at the end of the day, it just goes to show that it's all about growth in your journey. And we should all be able to look at our lives and look back and say, you know what? I've grown and I am growing, and I'm not the same person I was 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. And even for myself, I see the change in myself, even in 1 year. I see where I am now, and it's only up from here. And that's why I'm in a season of knowing that anyone that's not in alignment with me and where I'm going and what God has in store for me, I don't want it to be a part of me in no form of fashion. Because I'm telling you guys, when you see the vision for yourself and you start imagining yourself and manifesting that you are getting ready to go into another level, you don't care what anyone says, thinks, or does, but you just get to a point where you're just so hungry and you're like, I want this life, I want it. And so when I think about where I am right now, and I think about manifesting, I think about removing and cutting off anyone that's not aligned to where I'm going, it gets hard sometimes, because the ones that you thought were there to support you and be there, you learn and realize like, damn, you saying one thing, but your actions are not in alignment. And so I say that to encourage you, that whoever it is, whatever it is, I encourage you to be great, be happy, be you, be great, and know that your inner happiness comes from within you. And in order to create the life you desire, whether it's peace, happiness, joy, whatever it is that you want for you, you got to start cutting some people off. that are not in alignment. Their mindset's not matching. We got to cut them off. Talking about you behind your back, cut them off. They're talking about you in your face, cut them off. And so I say that to say, in the season that you're in, I know this has been a difficult season for a lot of people. What is it that you need to cut off? What is it that you need to say, you know what, I'm not putting up with this anymore. I'm no longer allowing people to have a say-so in my future, in my peace, in my happiness, in my joy. And whatever that is, I encourage you to be at peace with that decision, and move forward, whatever that looks like. So the title of today is Hurt People, Hurt People. And so I was like, okay, who said that? And so when I did some research, I came up with Pastor Rick Warren. He said the phrase of hurt people, hurt people. And when I think about that, and when you get into therapy and the mental health aspect, you start to think about, okay, why is that? Why are people who are hurting people? And a part of it is because that's all they know, right? Just like if you know to give love, you're going to give love, right? Or if you don't have love to give, how can you give love, right? And so I say that because it's important for us to understand and recognize the signs in people, that people do things that they do because they don't know any better. And we've got to start recognizing and allowing ourselves to be called out when we do wrong. And so the reality of it is, whether it's a friendship, a relationship, or whatever the case is, you have to acknowledge your hurt and your pain. Because if not, that leads to generational hurt and pain. That leads to people not feeling like they can come to you and talk to you because they're hurt. And it's because of the hurt and pain that you're inflicting. And so I feel like you should never be so far away from yourself that you're not analyzing yourself. You're not looking at yourself to say, hey, you know what I said was wrong, or what I did was wrong. And I feel like in this season that we're in, most people, they just want some accountability. They want people to take accountability and acknowledge their wrongs. And it's so many times that people are like, okay, when are you going to apologize? When are you going to this? And when are you going to that? But if you're that person who's waiting on someone to apologize to you, don't base your healing off of that. If they apologize, that's an amazing added bonus. But if they don't base your healing off of that. Because the reality of it is that some people, they are never going to apologize. There are some people who don't even believe that they did you wrong. And I say that because there's so many people that I've talked to in this season who are hurting and they're going through so much. And the reality of it is they wish somebody would just give them that closure, give them that peace, give them something that they're looking for. And the reality of it is that person is not in a place where they can say, you know what, I'm wrong. I acknowledge the hurt. I acknowledge the pain that I've inflicted or caused upon you. And so the reality of it is that we've got to start saying, hey, I deserve better. I want more. I desire to be who I am and know that I'm on the right path of knowing whose I am. And then that will allow you to be able to not put yourself in a realm to where you continue to get hurt or stomped on. When a person shows you who they are, believe it. Stop giving people so many chances. Because when you really sit down and look and dissect the situation, the red flags, everything, it was there. Whether it's a friendship, your relationship, whether it was, family ties, whatever that is, when you pay attention, it's been there, but it's covered up, right? And so you have to do the work. You got to do the work. So you say, okay, where do we start? How do we stop allowing hurt people to hurt people? Well, one, bringing awareness to it. Bringing awareness to what's going on, having conversations about mental health, understanding that it's okay to say, hey, my mental health is not in the best state of mind right now. And it's okay to say that because you're being real with yourself. Understanding the importance of intervening early, okay? Identifying, addressing those emotional and psychological issues early on. So yes, teaching our children how to self-regulate is important, because if not, when they become an adult, they're definitely not going to know how to self-regulate. And that causes a huge area of issues when we don't know how to self-regulate, because then when the first person breaks up, with someone, or they feel rejected, they lose it. And if you can match that as a child, you can go so much further in life. Understanding emotional intelligence, being educated to know like what is going on. So again, you can manage those emotions, being able to emphasize to others, communicating effectively, which is so important. Having that family support where everyone can be on the same page. And it's okay. Like I tell parents all the time, if you need to go to a parenting class, please go, because we don't have all the answers. Parents, you don't have all the answers, but you give the best that you can. And I feel like if you're in a relationship, the best thing you can do is support each other and be on the same page when it comes to parenting children. When you think about those emotional needs and just understanding the importance of acknowledging that from a family support, okay? Next is conflict resolution. We have to learn to teach our children how to resolve conflicts, because then when they become adults, it makes it that much easier. Being able to express your feelings, understand that we don't all have to agree on things. Finding ways to do it in a way that's nonviolent, where you're not putting your hands on anyone, but you can state how you feel, the other person say how they feel, and either sometimes we have to agree to disagree, right? Because you're entitled to your opinion, I'm entitled to mine, and we have to continue on from there. Looking at community programs, developing community programs, and I think that's important to understand the importance of knowing that, okay, there is support, you're not in this alone. And the more we can get support and get in other groups that show that support, it helps us, because then okay, yes, I'm hurt, but there's somebody else in this group as well that's hurt, and you're not alone. And feeling like, oh my goodness, I'm hurting, hurt people, and I'm all alone. But there is support. Whether you get into some type of community, start attending community resources, getting group counseling or individual counseling, but still it helps you to know that you are not alone. When we think about those issues that are very, very deep, that have been passed on from generation to generation, then it's important to understand trauma. Just getting involved in educating yourself on trauma-informed care is important, because we have to know that in order for us to be able to recognize something, or in order to be able to address something, we have to be able to recognize it. And if we can't recognize it, then we're just going to keep continuing this cycle. And so just understanding that if you know the effects that trauma has on people and communities and different ethnicities, it's important to know that, because if you know that, that's what's going to help us all work together in just being better. Just really understanding the importance of rebuilding relationships. In life, you have, just like families, you fall out, at the end of the day, you're still family, right? But just be understanding the importance of restoring those familial, inner loops and things of that nature. Next, we want to focus on promoting empathy and compassion, being compassionate to one another, where we are able to have a community, whether it's at home, outside of the home, that focuses on kindness, understanding. And I really believe that when children are taught at home, they will go out of the home and they will show that. So if children are taught to love each other and be kind to each other, then guess what? They're going to do that. But it starts with what they see in the adults. And so we don't realize it, but our children are paying attention to everything we say, everything we do. They are paying attention. And so my question to you is, how are you leading by example? I'm not saying you're perfect, because nobody's perfect. But how are you leading by example to show kindness and to understand and just really show that, and we have to show that with each other and just, day in and day out. Just encouraging one another to read and be mindful of what you read, what you listen to, and just being mindful of your thoughts, because our thoughts lead to our heart. And so we're mindful of what we see with our eyes and what we listen to. That impacts our thoughts, which then leads to our heart. And just really understanding that, life is full of many ups and downs, but it's just important for us to be able to create those safe spaces and just know that you are accepted just the way that you are. And, if you don't have a positive role model, I encourage you to go get one. Somebody, whether they know you or don't know you, but somebody that you can look up to, follow, and just know that in the midst of everything that you're dealing with, that you can be great. But it starts with you. And so my question to you is, how do we stop the cycle of people hurting people? Well, we talked about that. We talked about a lot today, but we talked about stopping it so it doesn't repeat from generation to generation. We talked about just really understanding, in order to break the cycle, we got to lead by example. We have to be that positive role model. We have to be the person who is truly compassionate and understands, society as a whole. And when we think about the big picture here, we've got to understand that we have to create a safe space for ourselves, for our children, promoting that empathy, be compassionate, educating ourselves on trauma, getting involved in community resources and programs, just supporting one another. I love how my neighbors and we all work together, and how we all are just really supporting each other and just intervening early, but knowing that we have to recognize what's going on and acknowledge it in order to, do something different. And if we want to do something different, we got to do something different. But change starts with you. Don't keep saying, hey, I'm waiting on the next person. No, change starts with you. And so I encourage you to lead by example. And don't forget, we're going to end with our quote again, by Martin Luther King Jr. Let no man pull you so low to hate him. Meaning, don't allow anyone to make you stoop to their level. So you know what? If they saying some things that don't, necessarily elevate you and make you feel worthy, ignore them. Ignore them, but also separate yourself. You don't have to keep hanging around someone who keeps tearing you down. You don't have to be in someone's corner where they are constantly making you feel some type of way, like you got to hate them. And so it's just important for you to give your best, be your best, and know your worth. Know who you are and know whose you are, because you matter so much. And so it starts with you. Be great and don't allow anyone to tear you down, and just understand your worth and stand tall, because you deserve to be the best and be treated as your worth. Thank you. Don't forget to follow me on Empower You Crown Up. And you can also go to my website at www.focusyoursuccess.com and download my checklist on 10 ways to keep a positive mindset.
everybody. Welcome to Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie Green. I'm your host, Dr. Green. Thank you so much for joining another episode of Wisdom Tips, where we dive into profound transformational wisdom. And today we're going to be embarking on a journey of wisdom to recognize the tricks of the devil and to recognize his entrapments of how he likes to offend us and get us all twisted up in our mind, upset and disappointed. So thanks again for dropping in. I'm here to drop pearls of true wisdom, giving you the tools that you need to live a victorious life. I am so excited about this episode because it's a book that I had been reading years ago. And I ran across it the other day and I thought about it would be a good segment to talk about on today. And it's basically talking about wisdom, how we can get entrapped by the enemy. The name of the book, you probably have heard of it, those of you that know John Bevere. It was by John Bevere called Bait of Satan, The Bait of Satan. And it has really been a blessing to me. And over the years, I go back and I reread it when I go through things and situations with relationships and getting along with people. And it just gives you a fresh insight and uncompromising desire to want to help others. And that's why I'm trying to help you guys today, to help others recognize Satan's bait, how he can come in and try to totally destroy our life and destroy our relationships. And I want you to just come and just listen in a little bit on this evening so you can avoid the pitfalls at all costs and know exactly what the enemy is doing to us. Now let's talk about what the Bible talks about on offense. Offense in the Bible speaks often of how we can get offended by what people say, what they do to us. And sometimes it's really an emotional thing that we're all tied up about because we have been offended by somebody that we love, somebody that we trusted. And the offense comes and we begin to be angry and resentful and all those type of things. And because it is an emotional, it really, offense really won't kill you. But sometimes you may feel like you about to die because you can't believe what they did to you, right? So if you know about anybody that has offended you lately, put it in the comment. I would like to hear from you what your thoughts are. But I want you to be careful. Be careful by getting irritated and frustrated, because when you get frustrated and irritated, sometimes it can cause worse emotions to come upon you, like bitterness and grudges and anger and all of that kind of stuff. And so just allow God to have his way and don't allow the person to lead you into that direction because you're upset. Because sometimes when we allow that and we hold on to it, it causes our own devilish mindset to come in and to kick in, because we get to start thinking about what we're going to do to the person that offended us. So the word in the Bible of offense, it's translated in the book of Matthew, chapter 18:7, where God uses it 3 times. It says offense is a trigger or a trap on which there's a bait that is placed, and it's hidden most of the time, especially if you've ever tried to trap an animal, and even maybe a mouse that you've seen in your house, and you go get the things that they tell you to get. Sometimes they could be those little sticky things, and sometimes it can be a real trap that you put a little peanut butter on, and all of a sudden it gets trapped. So that's what offense in the Bible talks about. It talks about anybody that's ever tried to trap an animal. The first thing you do, you set the trap, and then you put it in a hiding place, and you hope that the animal trips up and get caught on the trap. So that's pretty much what the enemy does to us when we're offended. He does it easily. He's a very slyful. Before he's not going to let you know exactly what he's doing. He's going to sneak and he's going to do it, and he's going to trap you, or entrap you, should I say, in that offense. So if you have ever in your life seen this happen, even on TV, you've seen people trap animals and stuff like that, then sometimes you in your life that you live in, the life that I live in as well, have been trapped and has been hurt because of somebody's offense that came upon us. So beware of what Satan will do to us if we're not careful about what we do. Satan is the enemy of our soul, and he incorporates both strategies in our life. He sneaks and he hides and do it, and sometimes he'll do it in plain sight. So we want to learn the tactics and the tricks of what the enemy can do to us if we allow offense to come into our lives. So as he lays out his most deceptive things in his deadly traps, they are both hidden and they are both shown where you can see it clearly, and sometimes we'll walk right past and won't even know it. But even Satan have his co-hosts, that's a co-host that helps him, which is the little demons I call them, that also help him, and they can do little things to cause deception, and they're very cunning and very crafty in their operation. So beware. In John's book, John Bevere's book of Satan, he reveals one of the most deceptive kinds of traps. And that deceptive kind of trap that we're talking about is that offense. Actually, offense, like I said, it's not deadly, but it hurts. But if you are ever trapped in that situation, dear hearts, don't hold on to it. Let it go, because you will allow your heart to get more and more bitterness in it. And when we do that, it's hard for us to bounce back from those offenses. Offense people produce much fruit, such as hurt, anger, outrage, jealousy, resentment, strife, bitterness, hatred, envy, and it goes on and on and on. So you don't want those spirits to start just growing up in your spirit because of offense. Some of the consequences of picking up these offenses and being assaulted or attacked, it causes us to be wounded. It causes division. It causes separation, brokenness in relationships, betrayal, and backsliding. That's how deadly that it can be in our lives. Some people get offended at church and they'll leave the church and they'll end up backsliding and going back into the world because a fellow Christian or somebody that they were close to, could have been a pastor, a minister, somebody that prayed with them, walked to the church with them, and that they knew very well that they thought that offended them. And it can cause people to backslide. But often those who are offended do not even realize that they have been trapped. Let me say that again. Many times people that are offended don't even realize that they've been trapped by the devil. They are oblivious to their condition because they are so focused on themselves. And they're focused on the wrong that was done with them. They're constantly thinking about, I can't believe they did that to me. And sometimes they are in denial because they have been trapped and don't even realize it. And you know, dear hearts, the most effective way for the enemy to blind us is to cause us to focus on ourselves. Yes, the focus on ourselves. So when we are offended, sometimes we need to stop and think about, why did that person say that to me? Why did that person betray me? Why did that person hurt me? Start thinking about what happened to that person that would cause them to do something like that, that hurt you and broke your heart. Where dear hearts, there's more, and you don't want to miss it. So I want you to come back with me. We're going to take a break, and when we return, we're going to share with you the wisdom tips for the day. There are going to be some very good wisdom tips, and you don't want to miss it because you don't want to be trapped by the enemy. You want to tell your friends, get on the computer and share with somebody. And please, if you haven't, tap that little button so you get the notification when I'm coming in with new content, you're going to miss some great episodes. So we don't want you to miss it, okay? Stay with us now. We'll be right back, right after the commercial, and we're going to share the wisdom tips with you today. God bless you. I'll see you after the commercial. God bless.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book a next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, please share this broadcast with someone. We've been discussing about how to have wisdom to recognize Satan's tricks when we are offended. You want to hear this broadcast completely because we got some wonderful wisdom tips that I'm going to share with you now. It's going to really, really help you. I know I've been there, done that, got the t-shirt. I've been offended so many times it ain't even funny. But I had to learn how to not be feely and hurty and having all these emotions and crying and getting upset. I recognized that I had been trapped because I had been happening to me so much. And I found this book called The Bait of Satan by John Bevere, and I started reading it. It would really bless my soul. And I want to just bless you all this evening so you can be able to learn how to get away from the tricks of the enemy. And when they try to trap you, don't even fall for it. Even now, if somebody offend me or do something to me, I don't get mad as quick as I used to. I just let it go. So, if you're here today and you know somebody want to listen to this, please let them know we've been talking about how to recognize the tricks of the enemy when he offends us. Tips number 1, when offense comes, stop focusing on it. In other words, stop focusing on yourselves. Dry your tears. I often say we ain't got no time for tears and fears. Dry your tears, get over it, because we live in a world that's nothing but a bunch of humans, and a bunch of humans are what? Flawed. We all are flawed. So we must realize sometimes that if people offended us, you need to look back at some of the times that you have offended somebody, right? And so you was wanting someone to forgive you. So you're going to have to forgive them and forgive them immediately. And as we do this, we'll build up the spirit of love, the kind of love we can love like God, that agape love where we can forgive people no matter what they've done for us. Many times my husband often tell people, I'll forgive, some of the worstest people he ever known. And was one man that he talked about was some Matson man that killed a whole bunch of people a long time ago. I know I didn't pronounce his name right, but he was a murderer and he killed a lot of people. He said she'll even offend that person. But it wasn't always that way. I was always wounded, always offended, always upset when somebody did something to me or offend me. So I had to start having tough skin. And it was about the grace of God that gave me the tough skin. And what he began to reveal to me when I was in those state of mind, that I've got to love and I've got to let go no matter what, because nobody is perfect. So tip number 1, when you're offended, stop focusing on yourself. when you offended, and you start focusing on yourself, then you're going to go into all different directions. So get free from offense, because it's essential for everybody, even especially as a Christian. Because if we don't, Jesus said that it's impossible to live a life and not be offended. Now, that's what the scripture says, and that's in the book of Luke chapter 17:1. Go read it in your reading time and devotion with God. Tip number 2, let all bitterness and wrath go. Let all bitterness and wrath go. The scripture said in Ephesians chapter 4:31, let all bitterness and wrath and anger and clamor and slander be put away from you, along with all matters. So we got to let that, because that's a heavy spirit. When you get upset and you get offended by somebody, you can get a very heavy spirit where you don't even want to talk to nobody. And sometimes you don't even want to have friends anymore, because you feel like everybody that you've had a friend with or associated with we always get hurt. So you just go in and you just shut yourself in. You like building up a wall because you don't want to be hurt again. But the Bible says, let's read that scripture again. The Bible says that fences will come. And we might as well go ahead and live and let it go, because the Bible told us that they're going to become. It's going to be opportunities in book Luke chapter 17:1. Those of you that just coming in, it's essential that every Christian, forgive immediately and stop being offended, because Jesus said it's impossible to live this life and not have an opportunity to be offended. So you might as well get on up and dry them tears and go on with your life and have your best life, okay? Tip number 2, let all bitterness and wrath go. Let all bitterness and wrath. We read that again, but let's read it again, because there's another scripture that's right up under it. Says, let all bitterness and wrath and anger and clamor and slander be put away from you, along with all matters. We've already read that. So it also says in one of the scriptures, Matthew chapter 6:15, but if you do not forgive others their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. Let me read that again. But if you do not forgive their trespasses, what is there? The people that hurt you. If you don't forgive what they did to you, neither will God forgive what you have done to him. He died on the cross for you because you weren't perfect. You did all kind of stuff. So I don't know why you think you're so special that you ain't never sinned, because you have. God died for your sin because he knew you wasn't nothing. We ain't not be dirt and mud. Yeah, somebody get mad at me right now, but that's the truth. Sometimes we think too much of ourselves. We think we can't get hurt. Well, look what Jesus is. He died on the cross and died for us, and he didn't have to, but he did. So we've got to forgive. Tip number 3, it is possible. The Bible said it is possible that no offenses should come, that offenses shall come, that offenses will come. Let's see what Jesus said. Jesus made it very clear that it is impossible to live a world and not have an opportunity to be forgiven. Yeah, I read it again, because it also said in response, it leaves us vulnerable to the roots of bitterness. So when we don't forgive, it leaves us vulnerable to be bitter, to be angry. And sometimes when we are offended by saints, people, or believers, whatever you want to call them, it shocks us. It bewilders us, because we can't believe. We thought that person was saved. We thought that person knew God, that loved me and loved everything that that I was doing, and because we were best friends, and they loved the part that I prayed with them and supported them when they needed money. I was right there with them. If they needed to be encouraged, I was right there with them. But that very person wounded me, and this response left me vulnerable and bitter. When you feel like that, dear hearts, get up, go to prayer. That's what I do. When I get very, very bitter or upset or shocked or bewildered by somebody that I was very close to, I have to take that to God in prayer. I can't even handle it. So if you can't handle it, go pray like I do and say, God, you're going to have to take this heaviness off my back. And then I pray for the one that offended me, because the Bible tells us to pray for those that have offended you. So pray for them. Say, God, I know they didn't mean to hurt me, because I knew that person real good. I don't know what's going on in their life, but God, please bless them, and God will. Tip number 4, it says, have good sense and look over fence. Let me say that again. It says, have good sense in one of the scriptures in the Word of God. And before I close out, I'm pretty sure I got that scripture. I give it to you. But it said, have some good sense. In other words, it says offense has imprisoned countless Christians in his book. That's what Bavard said. It says it has offended countless people and sinners as well as saints. And it has severed relationships. And many are unable to function properly in what God has called them to do. Dear hearts, when we are offended and God has called us out of darkness into his marvelous life, he's called us to service. You may be a pastor, you may be a Sunday school teacher, you may be a minister, you may usher, you may be a drummer, you may be over the praise team. I don't know what gifts and talents that God has given you. But when you are offended, and sometimes you may be offended by your leader, hello, get over it. Sometimes leaders can preach harsh, and it may feel like they have offended you, and you may feel like they're not sensitive. But sometimes they're preaching so you will get it, and not to offend you, but to get it. And as they read the word of God, don't be offended with the word of God. That's almost being offended of the what they call the old folks. You say you're offended at me, but you're not offended at the mailman. When the mailman brings you a bill, you open up the bill and you pay it, right? So don't allow that to affect you. Don't allow it to affect the relationships, especially if you're Christians. But unfortunately, in his book, he said he's seen countless, because he traveled all over the world. Many are unable to function properly in their calling because they've been wounded, hurt, offended, they have caused trouble in their lives and marriages and in homes, even in churches. They are handicapped and hindered fulfilling their full potential, their full calling that God has given them. Most often, it is someone that they love and someone that they were close to, or it's someone that's in the church. James 1:19 says, here it says, be swift to hear and slow to speak anger, because when you do that, you'll be slow to anger as well. So let me read that again. Be swift to hear, slow to speak, and slow to anger. So when you get upset, take those deep breaths that people often tell you to do. Even me, I've talked about, just pant blowing, where you just take a deep breath, count to 10, blow it out. And as you're taking those deep breaths and you breathing, ask God to help you, and he will. And that will calm that anger down. Tip number 5, what to do when a fellow believer hurts you. We'll just talk a little bit about it, right? I hope you got it, but we're going to give you some scriptures. In Matthew 18:15-17, it says, moreover, if your brother sins against you, go and tell him or her their fault between you and him. And then it's another scripture said, and if they don't listen, take 2 or 3 with you and tell them again what they've done to try to reconcile. And when you do that, about 9 times out of 10, the relationship can be healed by just speaking how you feel in a nice, respectful way. All right. And because I know it hurts when somebody that you know, somebody that you love, somebody that you trust, somebody you walked in the house with God, and then all of a sudden they hurt you and they betrayed you. They talked about you. It's devastating. Because I know the higher the expectation, the greater the fall. The higher the expectation, the greater the fall. Selfishness is really rampant in this society. Men and women today look out for themselves. So you might as well get used to it. Men and women look out for themselves. And they neglect and they hurt others that are around them. The Bible is very clear that in the last days, men and women will be lovers of them own selves. I know I'm talking good tonight. 2 Timothy chapter 3:2 says that, go and read it. Tip number 6, get free from deception of traps. The deception of traps I'm talking about is the trap of offense, getting upset about every little thing. In churches, you have saints in the churches that you would think that's happy and having a wonderful time in the glory of the Lord. But they get offended, and then they walk around and they talk about the pastor, they talk about the church, they talk about the first lady. They got offended about something the pastor said. They tell them, they get in little cliques, and they tell them the church what they don't like, what they do like, what they don't believe. They don't see no love. They don't see this. They don't see that. So why are they there? Because of offense, they're still there. They know they're not right, but they've been offended. Instead of going and talking to the person that they're offended to, they start cliques in the church, and they start, talking about people in the church. And a lot of times the stuff is not even true, but because they've been offended, sometimes they make up stuff. So don't let the enemy do that to you. Don't let the enemy cause your mouth to go to hell, because the Bible talks to us about our mouth, keeping our mouth clean, because we can be really destroyed by opening our mouth and saying the wrong things, especially when you're talking about leadership of those in authority or people that are anointed that God is using. Dear hearts, just because you're offended, don't be mad and try to make everybody else's life miserable and try to destroy everybody else's reputation. Go to that person that offended you and talk to them, and maybe you'll get some deliverance. Oh, I'm talking good tonight. Somebody don't like it. The Bible describes those who are in quarrels or opposition and talk about folks and then offended to try to destroy other people, fall into the trap and are in prison to do that thing that the devil wants them to do. So you don't want to be in that position. The Bible says that it calls them to be unaware. Those that do that, they're unaware and they are led captive. That's in the scripture as well. Go look it up. And you don't want to be that kind of person. I know you don't, because you're here listening to me tonight trying to get some wisdom, because wisdom is the principal thing. And all that get an understanding. Tip number 7, don't be deceived. It's just like the prodigal son. When he was out there and he had spent all the money that he had, and he found himself wallowing in the pigs and eating food from the pigs and cleaning up the area. And they was a Jew, and they didn't even believe in eating pigs, but he had got that far down that he just was there. And then he had to come to himself. He had to have an awakening. Somebody needs awakening tonight and get off of that sorry for me, don't nobody love me emotional roller coaster that you're on. Okay? God wants to deliver you. Let him deliver you. Have that awakening. When a person is deceived, he doesn't even realize that he's been deceived. He don't even realize it. So that's how easy the devil can come in and cause your emotions to go in directions that they don't need to be going, because it's going to be very negative. You're going to be very upset, frustrated when you're offended and you haven't, handled it in the proper way that God will want you to handle it. So tonight, I wanted to share that with you. I thought it would be a blessing, because it's been a blessing to me over the years, because that's one of the biggest tricks that the enemy has against the saints, offense. So in my closing thought, no matter what scenario it is, we can divide all offenses between two things that when people get offended. Number one, those who have been treated unjustly, or those who have believed that they have been treated unjustly. Let me say it again. It's two scenarios when people get offended. Number one, those who have been really treated unjustly. And number two is those who believe that they have been treated unjustly. It's only two scenarios. So which one are you? People in the second category believe with all their heart that they have been wronged. They believe it with all their heart now. The second category, the one that believe that they have been wronged, because they just believe. Often their conclusions are drawn in inaccurate information. Somebody has given them some inaccurate information and they have gotten offended. And they don't even know if it's true. But their conclusion is distorted. Every way they are hurt, anyway, they are hurt no matter what, because of what somebody told them. and they don't even really know. They judge by assumption and appearance and hearsay. When those people come around you that way in church, or whether it's on your job, church, home, or family member at a cookout, and it's wrong, don't listen to that garbage. Go tell them, go talk to the person that you're offended by, because they definitely need some deliverance. Well, dear hearts, that's it. That's it for this week's episode of Wisdom Tips. Thank you so much for joining me. Join me every Thursday, same time, same station, 7:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Join me on Facebook. Join me on YouTube. Join me on CTR Media Network, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and other platforms. And be sure to like and subscribe to this channel and click the notification button so you know to be reminded when we upload new information. And always remember, we ain't got no time for tears or fears. Why? Because it's time to survive and thrive. Also, because wisdom is the principal thing. And all that getting, what we're going to do, we're going to get an understanding so we can live a victorious life. I'll see you next week. Love you guys. Goodbye.
Little did I know that this was slowly bringing me to a point that would ultimately cost me my life.
Hush topics are those topics that people do not want to talk about, that we keep secrets in our family, we keep secrets at work, and things that happen to us like sexual harassment, sexual assault, domestic violence, if you were part of sex trafficking, if you were molested as a child. Those are hush topics that rarely are talked about, but are really affecting our communities, our families, our churches. And so that's what hush topics.
I am a victim of domestic violence,
sexual assault and sexual harassment,
sex trafficking and crimes against women, children, and the elderly,
sexual assault for child sex abuse,
sexual harassment. Every single person on this earth has a story, but not everybody has the courage to speak it.
My name is Alicia Harris,
Sheila Renee Bailey,
Brandy Richard,
Joyce Reed,
Yvonne Pierre,
Keith Phillips,
Ursula Kelly,
Linda Skolnitsky,
Chandra Cleveland.
I am Kathy Butler.
My name is Richard Butler.
A minute to go live. I hope everybody's doing good. Happy Thursday, everybody. Thursday after Thanksgiving. I didn't see you guys last week. It's great seeing you this week. Hope everybody had a wonderful holiday. Remembered all the things that you have to be grateful and thankful for. And as we go into what is going to be our last month of the year, that's hard to believe, December 1st already. But we're there. And hey, we are approaching, like I said, the end of the year and an opportunity to go out powerful and determined to make the next year even better than what we may have seen this year. So, as I promised some months back, I am going to continue to give you some ammunition to have you start the year on fire. That's my goal. And so we're steadily talking about reinvention. And some weeks back, I thought about kind of a recurring theme, recurring things that I have been hearing and seeing and even feeling myself. And this word just kept sticking out to me. And that word is exodus. So many of us need to flee So many of us need a way out of so many of the things that have been holding us back mentally, physically, emotionally. It's all in mental, just personal development type things that we really need to focus in on. And it has really been a theme that has occurred so often and has really pressed into my spirit so much that it prompted me to launch an entire podcast series that's going to be entitled Exodus. It is time to break free. And I know that seems like a strange theme for the Christmas season, right? Or for the end of the year. But there are so many of us that need to do just that. It's time to break free from some of these strongholds, from some of these things that have been holding us hostage, keeping us in a box, keeping us from thinking outside of the box and knowing some of the things that we can expand on to be greater, to be more powerful, to be healthier, to be better in a better mental place. So for that reason, I decided to launch Exodus, and I'll tell you some more about that in just a second. But tonight, again, we're talking about it's time to break free. And it is. It's time to break free of those things that we talk about so often that truly do hold us back. And all of this that I'm talking about tonight is as we gear up for this Exodus podcast. So first of all, before I go any further, I will say that podcast series is going to happen the week of December 9th. So stay tuned because I have some powerful reinforcement coming in during the first 3 days of that week to really focus in on this Exodus and to help us to break free. Because it's time, y'all. It's time. So there's some things that we have to understand. I'm talking about breaking free. Breaking free of what? And one word comes to mind when I think about that: chains. You know, many of us feel so trapped in life, and we feel trapped in a life that doesn't really feel entirely our own. And I talk about that all the time because we're so focused on perhaps doing things for others or doing just what we need to do to get by, right? Just what we need to survive, whether it may be a job that drains us or relationships that don't fulfill us or, habits that keep us from being our best, that keep us from growing. We all know the feeling of just being stuck. And being stuck is not a pretty place or a pretty feeling or a good thing to feel, right? You know, I can recall so many instances in life where I was just stuck. Yeah, one of them did deal with career and trying to figure out, I know right out of college it was my major is this, but I'm not doing anything in my major. I'm starting to feel my way. And in feeling my way to find the career that I really wanted to, there were so many instances where I was stuck that I really felt as though there was no way for me to be pulled out. And if you don't watch it, when you get to that point, you will just kind of acquiesce and just feel as though I'm here. Let me just stay here. You don't really want to find out what else is out there that may be outside of this block that you put yourself in. And being stuck, it's a vicious cycle. You often try to get unstuck and only end up sticking yourself in further, right? If you don't do the right things to focus on all of the elements that go into you being in this stuck place. So I know what it feels like to be stuck. And trust me, there are times, even though I know that there are methods and there are things that I've helped people to coach through and to go through and things that I've studied that will help you to become unstuck. That doesn't necessarily mean that you always remember to do those things for yourself, right? I'm preaching to myself now because I don't always remember to do those things that will get me unstuck. And if you're anything like me and you need a refresher, just hang in there with me because we have the cavalry on the way and we're going to work on getting past those points of being in that quicksand that we have in many instances feel as though it's supposed to be our permanent home. Well, I'm here to tell you tonight, quicksand is not your domicile. It's not your place to live. All right. So even though we feel stuck, I want to give you some hope. All right. For those of you who just feel like you're never going to move past where you are, you're never going to be in that job that you really want. You're never going to have that relationship, that house. The finances aren't ever going to be right. A huge part of us moving from the stuck place and actually getting to some of those things that we want is making sure that we have the right mindset. So imagine if you could just step out of those shadows, the shadows of all of the things that seem to be haunting you, those things that you really want to get past, those things that you really want to put behind you. Those are the things that you are able to do if you really focus in on where I'm talking about breaking free from. And that's breaking free mind, body, and spirit. So first of all, let's talk about the power, all right, of breaking free. I already talked about, being stuck and feeling like you're in chains. Well, now we're going to talk about the power of breaking free. Our minds, just like I said a few minutes ago, our minds can be our biggest prisons or our greatest liberators. It's up to us, depending on how we program our minds to work, right? On how we work on our minds so that we can break free from those things that seem to be kind of holding us down. And breaking free basically means one predominant thing, and that is getting rid of, squashing, eradicating those self-limiting beliefs and fears. You know, those things that kind of hang out on your shoulder. I have a girlfriend who says, they kind of sit on my earlobe and dangle on my earring so that they can get closest to my ear and just whisper all of those things of gloom and doom to me. I know I'm not the only one who goes through that. I can't see you, but I know that this resonates with a number of people. So getting rid of those, getting past that is really your first step in transforming to be what you want or to be where you want and to do what you want to do. So breaking free of those limiting beliefs are the first step in doing that. So not only are we talking about the importance of eradicating those self-limiting beliefs, that mindset, we're also talking about the importance of ensuring that our bodies, which are our homes that house everything, right? What we feel, what we think, what we can do, how we react, what it is that we're capable of moving on. Really, our bodies are that home that houses all of that stuff. So it's important to make sure that in addition to our mind, our bodies are straight too, because we can't break free from anything thinking we're going to break through mentally and not be able to break through physically. One feeds into the other. So it means that we have to really focus on not ignoring the signs that our bodies may be giving us that we really aren't operating at our optimal level. And one way to make sure that we're tapping into our bodies is to ensure that whatever is not working properly, we find out what that is and then find the best means to correcting that. So breaking free means we have to focus on breaking the chains here, and we have to focus on whatever is constricting us and keeping us unhealthy in the rest of us. And all of this right here is your core for transformation. Your core, everything that you want to do, all the reinvention that you want to take place, you have got to have this core straight in order to do that. So those are the things that we're talking about when we're talking about exodus and breaking free, making sure that we have our mind straight, making sure that we have our body straight, and making sure that our hearts are straight. What are we harboring? What is it that we're harboring that is really hindering us? Past failures that are hindering us. What about disappointments in people, disappointments in things that we really knew were going to be our breakthroughs and just didn't make it. Disappointment in investments that we've made, disappointments in just any area of life, period. How many of us are harboring ill will because of some of these disappointments, because of people who have disappointed us? How many of us have disappointed ourselves and we are not extending ourselves the grace that's needed so that we know that it's okay if we mess up, we have an opportunity to do things over again. The grace that's needed so that we can learn from those mistakes and reinvent and move into an area where we can definitely prosper. I always say embrace the journey. Embrace those things that you've gone through because they've all been there for a reason, right? If for nothing else than to tell us we don't need to go that way again. It's a lesson that we've learned and a valuable one that's going to help us to plow forward, to continue in the direction that we need to go. So we have to make sure that our bodies, our minds, and our soul is at the core of what we think, of course, what we believe, and who we are. It's our heart that really makes us the people that we are, and that really we need to tune into so that we can tap into what our purpose really is, what our passions really are. If we listen and focus in on those things, we'll be able to understand them. Make sure that we work on making sure that they're in alignment with what they need to be in alignment with, so that they can all work together to bring about the results that we want. When we align our lives with our soul's purpose, we don't just exist. I always talk about pursuing purpose and the power of pursuing that, and understanding that when you tie into that, you don't just exist. That is when you get that life that thrives, one in which you are not in a mediocre state, one in which you are not just treading water, all right, to keep yourselves above at breathing level, but one in which you're actually flourishing, blooming, and moving into what and where what you want to be and where it is that you want to go. It's about finding out what makes us tick, what makes us happy, what makes us sing. There's an exercise that we do that talks about what is it that makes your heart sing. And we go through all of the things. When I say we, I mean when I work with my clients, we go through all the things that bring us joy. Because you know what? It's some of those things that definitely tie in, if not all of them, that really tie into our purpose and really tie into what we need to do and what we need to pursue to break free from the chains that are holding us. So, what we need to do to break free, we need to get our minds, we need to get our bodies, and we need to get our souls right. I've been doing conferences on reinvention and journey sharing, and there's been a recurring theme across all of them. And all of them have dealt with these three things that really need to get straight, that need to be healthy, and to get into alignment. So that is what we focus on. Those are the things you need to do. Get rid of the limiting beliefs. Ensure that you are working so that your body is operating in optimal shape, right? So that you can be supported, so that this body can support those things that you desire to do as you move through life. And also making sure that your soul is right, that you're tuning into your heart and your purpose, and your heart's in the right place, and you're not harboring things like unforgiveness, and you're not focusing on past failures, and making sure that in all you do that you're extending yourself grace. So Exodus, it's time to break free. Focus on those things just a bit. But I want you to really come back and join me in a couple of weeks when we do the Exodus series. I have Melissa Brown, who is known as the Soul Love Coach, who is my life coach and who has just helped me to navigate some really dangerous and tricky waters, to be able to understand what soul ties mean, what wounds mean, what it is that you need to do to ensure that your soul is in the right place. You do not want to miss her as one of my podcast guests for Exodus. Another guest, Dr. Tabitha Russell, who is the millionaire mindset mogul. She's going to get our minds right. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Melissa also talks deeply about making sure that our mindset is straight. But Dr. Tabitha is going to deal with us on how we think about our finances, because it's time for us to break free of what we think we can't do because of what we see as limiting finances, or where things may not be where we want them right now. There is a whole methodology and a whole science behind getting your mind mentally straight and getting that financial mindset that you need to be that millionaire mogul that you really can be. She's going to be with us and talk to us about our mindset around money, plus some other things. And then I have Dr. Michelle Johnson, who talks about how food is our real medicine. She puts biblical principles behind it. She is a doctor, a bariatric doctor, who has studied this intensely and who brings such knowledge and expertise to this field. And you would be amazed at how we can heal our bodies by what it is that we put in them, and how it is that we look at our diet, how it is we look at our bodies, and what it is we feed to our bodies. So again, Exodus, y'all, it's time to break free. And I'm helping. The month of December, in 2 weeks, you want to be here for the podcast. It's going to be broadcasting live via Thought for Thursday, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and I'll finish things off on Thursday. So we have a 4-night series that I'm so excited about, and you don't want to miss it. It will be 8 o'clock each night. And watch out for my social media. And if you're on my mailing list, and if not, you want to get on my mailing list. So make sure that you DM me so I can get you on there, so that you will have the inside scoop on and get it first to find out exactly how these lineups are coming. All right. So it took a little longer, but I really focused in on a topic that has been near and dear to me, and something that's been resonating for a few weeks now. It is time for us to break free. Exodus. It's time to break the chains. Let's focus on doing that as we break into what it is that we want to do, where it is that we want to be when we start 2024. All right? That's it, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. It looks like my internet connection even held up tonight. Thank God. I've been having real trouble with that. But listen, I want you all to go out and be boldly yourselves, because you are needed just the way you are. Your touch is needed to make a difference somewhere. Make a difference in your life. Make a difference in the lives of others. I want you to know that you are worthy of being happy, that you are worthy of good things happening to you. Somewhere along the line, life has really started to press on us, and many of us feel as though we're not even worthy of better. You're worthy of better because God says so. He made you fearfully and wonderfully to do awesome things. But that thumbprint that he gave you that's unique, that no one else has, that only you have, go out and touch something with it. Join me back here next week. And of course, definitely join me for Exodus in 3 weeks. I'm sorry, in 2 weeks, the week of December 9th. That's it. You guys have a great weekend. Get your R's in. Rest, restore, reinvigorate, relax, all those things. Make sure you make time for that. All right? Have a great one.
Yes, indeed. And welcome to Coffee Conversation and Book Talks with Sandy. I am Sandy Sanders. I'm the host and creator of the Coffee Conversation and Book Talks with Sandy platform. This is our platform for Christian authors, and it's a talking segment for authors, anthology book projects. And most of all, I say that it is for you. Why do I say that? Because you just might be looking for a good book to read. Well, tonight I have with me these phenomenal women that are coming to share a book that it really sounds like it truly is a book that will help us and bring us back to the core and the center of our relationship with our creator. And we are with the phenomenal, yes, I've had the privilege of interviewing her in the past. She is a visionary author. There's so much to say about this young lady, but I'm loving her even the more as I'm getting to know her heart and her spirit. I am talking about Coach Valerie C. Thompson, also known as the Encourage Her. She is the founder of Own Your Truth and Rise Coaching Business or Coaching. She's a coach, an author, a podcaster, and a speaker. So come on, my lady. Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing great. Doing great.
Thank
I'm
you,
so
Sandy.
glad that yes.
How are
I'm
you?
so glad. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's going in and out, but you keep talking.
Okay. All right. Well, we need to check and make sure that okay. So maybe it's me too. Okay. Y'all know this technical sometimes, so we're going to pray and we're going to believe God, and, the devil's going to have to move out the way. And that's just, how we are. We're just going to believe God for an amazing time and conversation.
Right.
As I mentioned, is that we are with the visionary of this amazing book. I will be asking you a lot more. This book, I'm loving the title. You kind of got me on this one, but come on and say hello to us.
Hello, my name is Valerie C. Thompson. As Sandy said, I am created to encourage, inspire, and uplift. God gives me a vision, and I see it through. So the name of the book, The Womb. The womb, not only do we give birth physically through the womb, but we give birth spiritually through the womb. So when God gives us a vision, a thought, or an idea, we can hold it in the womb and we give birth to it spiritually. That's the meaning to me behind the woman and the gift. Again, the womb is the center of creativity, and we are all so very creative.
Yeah, what an incredible gift, as you have pointed out, the gift to produce, the gift to carry something. And thank you for opening up a dialogue. Thank you for opening up a conversation. I do want to welcome our guests that are watching us, and thank you all for taking time. Paula, I do see you. She's saying good evening. She's watching. She says, Valerie rocks. And yes, she does. And yes, Amani says, hi, ladies. So we've got some viewing audience there watching us live on our Facebook channel, as well as those that are listening and watching us on our YouTube channel. Thank you so much. We are also a part of the CTR Media Network. And CTR Media Network is a platform for podcasters. We are the network that are powered by the CTR Media Network. Under the CEO is Dr. Tina Ramsey. So we're super excited. We have our show is also on Spotify, iHeartRadio, and of course, I want to direct you to the CTR Media Network.com, where you will find all of our shows, various podcasters, and pretty sure that you will find these ladies on this show as well on the network. And so we're super excited. Well, listen, I am glad that you all are with me on tonight. So as I was mentioning, Valerie, you have this new book. Tell us about the conception of, and you talked about the birthing and what that's all about. And then we're going to know who your contributing authors are. I want to meet them. So yes, come on and tell us a little bit about, where did the thought of this book come? How did it come about?
Okay. So again, for me, I believe when we get a thought or a vision, if it's not a thought or a vision that's going to harm ourselves or somebody else, we go with it. So
yeah,
God gave me the vision, woman, the gift, talents with the world. Now, these women, some who I already knew and some who I recently met, but these women have phenomenal gifts to share with the world. And I was looking at some of them and I was thinking like entrepreneurs, right?
Yeah.
Everyone has a story. So we all come from somewhere, but they didn't allow their stories to keep them from pursuing purpose, from pursuing sharing their gifts. God, again, gave me the vision. These women came to my heart. They said yes. And so here we are. And we're missing a couple of them. I just thought.
And yes, we're going to show. Yeah, you've got some amazing women part of this project, and I like how you were mentioning that many of us, we have gifts, and so speaking to that tonight is, and this, I want you to know, is coming right at a pivotal moment for the Book Talks with Sandy and Coffee Conversation platform, because we're about to embark on an author tour. And this conversation, the majority of our audience is female entrepreneurs. And so you're talking about gifts and purpose. So I'm excited about this conversation. Dr. Tina Ramsey of the CTR Media Network, always supporting the podcasters and coming through. Thank you so much, Dr. Tina. I certainly appreciate it. And thank you so much. The love is in the house. Well, we are going to start with Teresa Obidai. Help me, Teresa. How do you pronounce your last name?
Obidio.
Thank you so much. Teresa Obidio, she is a contributing author of this book. And again, I want to reference, the book is called, let's see, The Womb Man, The Gift. So come on and tell us who you are and introduce yourself.
I am Teresa C. Obidio, and I am a new co-author. Yay!
Yay!
I'm so excited. I am a mother of 3. I have grandchildren, so I'm a grandmother. I am a licensed childcare provider, owner of Let the Little Children Come Childcare. I have a passion to care for children, nurture them, and create a positive atmosphere where I can pour into them and they can grow. I not only that, but I am a daughter of the Most High, and I'm excited to be here.
Well, I'm excited to have you here. Oh my goodness. I was just jotting some of the things down, and it's just how it came out. And I wrote your name, Teresa, and then I put mother, and automatically I was like, the heart of Mother Teresa. Y'all know. Okay, so we are Christian women. We're women who believe in the Lord. And immediately I'm like, what a powerful, because she had a major heart. She was definitely a staple in the world. She left a legacy, her heart. And you're doing it as a grandmother, as a mother, and a caregiver of children. And so thank you so much. I'm looking forward to knowing you and getting to know you and our audience as well, knowing a lot more about you. Thank you so much. At this time, we have Valerie L. Matthews. Come on, Valerie, and say hello to us this evening.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Good evening. Good evening. Glad to be here. Yes, as you said, my name is Valerie Louise Matthews, that is. And I'm a new author as well. I thank God for our sister Valerie, who invited me to be a part. And I said yes. I'm also a mother of 2, a grandmother of 6. I'm a retired nurse, but not really retired because now I'm helping with the grandchildren. But it's a joy to be able to pour those godly deposits into them. And I'm excited to be here. This is all new for me, but I thank God for it.
Amen.
On mute here. Okay. Well, thank you so much and welcome. I'm excited, you all, for this experience. You have a visionary author who is opening you up to new experiences. You trust her, and it's kind of like, here I am. So I'm trusting you to do this, but we are a safe space. And thank you so much again for being with us on tonight. And we have yes, I'm looking at my screen here on to my left, Farika, and she's going to come on and say hello to us. Hello, and tell us a little bit about who you are.
Hi, everybody. I'm also a newbie in co-authoring, but I'm just so humbly grateful to be a part of this. Thank you, Valerie. But to just share a little bit about me, my name is Farika Burr. I'm 36 years old. I'm from Nashville, Tennessee. I am a mother of 2 beautiful daughters. I have a 17-year-old and I have a 9-year-old. And I'm also a hairstylist. But I'm a hairstylist part-time. During the summertime, I'm at the salon. I also do hair here at home. And also I work in administrative at Cora House School here in Nashville at an exceptional ed school. So I'm just so happy and grateful to be a part of this new experience.
Well, we are definitely excited that you are here. Congratulations on your journey of being an author as well. And we have Dawn White that's going to come and share. She's also a contributing author on this book project.
Oh, thank you so much. It's Dawn Earhart Whitty, and I am so grateful to be part of Valerie's vision. I'm an author, I'm a speaker. I have a foundation called the Desire to Inspire Foundation. And just being part, like the moment I met Valerie, I was like, whatever you're doing, I want to be part of that. So I'm so grateful to be part of this book. And I'm so grateful.
You said you want to be a part of it, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And Valerie's going to be part of my retreat like next year. So we are sisters. We are soul sisters. Like the moment we met, I knew that just my soul sister. So I'm so grateful that I got to be part of this.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, listen, I'm going to bring you all in just a little bit closer here. And y'all just bear with me here. Those of you that are tuning in, we are with the contributing authors, visionary author Valerie C. Thompson, who's a coach, speaker, podcaster, as well as a visionary author. This is not her first anthology as a visionary. She has, how many? You've got a couple under your belt, right? You're on mute.
Okay, 2 anthologies. This is my second. This is my second anthology that I'm the visionary over. I've been
right
in, I believe, 9. I gotta count. But I'm having fun doing it.
That is awesome. Well, thank you so much. I do see, yes, that has joined us. Elvira Rundon. Come on, Elvira, and say hello to us and welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elvira Rundon.
Here
this is my first time to be in this book. You know, I met Sister Valerie like 15 years ago. So I am grateful and, thanks God for her life. And yeah, this is to write part of my chapter, my life of my chapter. It's just like, it was like, emotional, but I was great, to do this for my first time. I'm an entrepreneur and working in financial. So my passion is to help all the families, business owners, like all of us here, probably, we are entrepreneurs. We have our own business. So we help them, to save in a right program and to save and earn extra money, But yeah, this is what I'm doing. I am a mother of 3 kids. They are older now. So my oldest daughter, she's 26. My son is 24 and my youngest 22. And yeah, thank you, Valerie, and thank you all of you, to be here. And yeah, this is what I'm doing.
Great. Well, we're going to have a great conversation. I'm looking forward to learning and meeting you more, meeting and knowing you. And so thank you so much. And our audience, those of you that are tuning in, hi, contributing author Angela Lewis is in the house. She says, hello, ladies. Congratulations on the book. And yes, and we have the phenomenal, yes, Dr. Doris. Yes, there she is, Dorissa. TV host and author as well, speaker. Come on and say hello to us if you will. Yeah, no, you're still, yeah.
Because the phone is, I see me twice, but the one that I could actually see and hear from is not showing up on your screen. So if I show up twice on yours, the one that I'm waving on, can you keep that one and
I see you. We see
one?
you. Yes, ma'am. I can see you. Do you see? You can see me, right? We all can see you.
Working.
Dr. Dorissa, we can see you.
Okay.
I can see you,
yes,
Dr. Dorissa.
Yeah, we see you. We see your beautiful self.
Am I on there twice?
No, ma'am. You just move the camera a little bit. While she's adjusting her camera, what I want to do is what we're going to do is pause just for a moment, and we're going to hear from one of our sponsors. We are sponsored again by the CTR. We're part of the CTR Media Network, but we do also have sponsors on our podcast as well. And so at this time, I'm going to pause and we are going to hear from one of our sponsors, and then we'll come back and see how we can hear from contributing author Dr. Dorissa. Okay, we're going to be working it out, you all. Hold just one moment and we'll be right back with you.
Today's podcast is brought to you by KLD Consultors, featuring their latest ebook, Cooking to Heal, a Christian couple's devotional journal authored by #1 bestsellers Mr. Keith L. and Dr. Katandria L. Demps. This spiritual cookbook was written to offer 5 simple ways to help Christian married couples improve their relationships. Cooking to Heal helps couples to grow spiritually healthy, improve nutritional health, increase intimacy, have more efficient meal planning, and decrease stress with daily caregiving duties. To help you create the most out of your dinner, marriage, and prayer, go to https://www.cookingtohealbook.com. Pick up your copy today.
Yes, indeed. That amazing, amazing couple, Dr. Kat and Keith Demps, are authors and they're also coaches in the healthcare industry. If you are interested in knowing more about them, just simply go to thehealcookbook.com, and I will be putting up their information later on in the broadcast. Again, thank you all for tuning in. We are with the authors that are on tour tonight. Yes, that's what's happening. They're on their virtual tour, and their book has already been released. This amazing book that is the vision of Coach Valerie C. Thompson, also known, AKA the Courage Her, founder of Own Your Truth and Rise Coaching. She's a coach, an author, a podcaster, and speaker. She studied her master's degree in industrial and organizational psychology at the University of Phoenix. As I mentioned, is that as a coach, an author, a podcaster, and speaker, she's picked subjects that definitely are relevant, and I believe that going into 2024, there's a couple of things that we've been hearing in our spirit, and I believe it's more than a buzzword. Coach Valerie, I'm hearing the word transformational. Now, the Spirit of the Lord had begun to whisper, for lack of a better word, that word in my spirit, and of course, it came from us looking at Romans 12:2. And so, but I'm hearing it more and more now, and going into 2024. This book that you all have birthed out, have come together and collaborated with. Dr. Darissa is having a little bit of technical difficulties, but that's okay. We're going to work through this. So want you to hear from this amazing woman, Dr. Darissa McAllister. But we also have in our audience, she's also a podcaster, speaker as well. I want to call her Minister Angela Lewis. Then we have yes, Teresa, who is joining us, Elvira, Dawn, and we also have Valerie. And forgive me, I don't want to leave anyone out. I'm on the other screen here. So, and Farika, yes, she is, and Elvira is with us also. So each of these ladies saying yes, and we're talking about gifts within. Let's just have a dialogue. How important is it, Teresa, that we tap into our God-given gifts and our talents? Because many women, many people, but women being the subject, we don't know that we have the gifts that God has given us. And so how important it is once we discover that I have a special ability, and especially in I'm speaking of women in the body of Christ.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I definitely feel it's very important. If I have to go back, I have to rewind a little bit amongst myself. And I was feeling just myself at one time that the gifts that I was given, I was fighting. And I knew what God had given me, but I was fighting it. And I feel like there's lots of other women out there that are fighting as well. So I had to step out of my comfort zone, and I had to get into a place to where I can truly hear God and what he was saying to me, and just let go and let God. Because if I would have stayed in that same place that I wanted to be in, that I felt I was comfortable in, I would never be here today. So again, to answer the question, I feel that it's very important to use our gifts and talents. I don't believe that we should sit on them at all, because there's so many women out there that need to hear our stories, that need to hear, what we went through and how we went through it and what is the outcome of it.
Oh, that's so important, is to also tell the end, the results, right? Yes, not to just tell a story, but let them know the victory behind it. And so, Coach Valerie, when you begin to put all this together, is that kind of answering what the goal is that you're wanting? The goal is to help another woman or man know
Absolutely.
their gifts and be able to know,
Absolutely.
hey, their story. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Awesome. Awesome. Well, Valerie Matthews, and is it Louise? Which one would you prefer?
Valerie is fine.
Valerie. Okay. All right. So you're a new author. And the question, as we were saying, is that how important it is for us in the body of Christ to. I love what you said, Teresa, too. But I'm gonna stay here on point right now. But there was something you said is that that if you didn't step out of your comfort zone. So Valerie, would this be a stepping out of your comfort zone and taking courage to write your story?
Absolutely. Yes. Because I've been procrastinating for years, and the Lord let me know the door opened up and that it's time to stop pushing and give birth,
Yes.
because what we have in us, so many people need that, God placed it in us for a reason to share with the world,
Yeah.
And I remember Miles Monroe said the richest place on earth is the graveyard with all the varied talents and gifts. And I don't want to be guilty of that at last.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And so there's so much here, as you said, procrastination. And from a coaching perspective, Coach Valerie, how many are you hearing that more and more that and I'm gonna be the first one to raise my hand, is that God really had to deal with me about putting stuff off. Come on, let's talk about that.
Oh yeah. So look how good God is. So I originally didn't reach out to Valerie because I didn't even know Valerie. I reached out to a sister friend of ours, the lovely Imani, who, by the way, has the beautiful the lemonade bar, lemonade stand. But I reached out to her. She referred me. She's like, I have a friend that may want to be in your book. So see how strategic it is. See, God is always moving in proportion. When we get a thought, it comes to us for a reason, right? If we come from the creator, then when we get a thought, we have the ability to create. But sometimes we doubt that we can do whatever God has given us to do. But again, if we get the thought, and if it's not to harm ourselves or anyone else, then we can literally give birth to that vision, to that dream, to that thought. We just have to put action to it.
And that's it, putting action to it.
By faith. And let me tell you, I just have to say, when I first became a published author in 2017, and then I started doing it more, is because I had to step out of my comfort zone. And then one day I said, well, I don't just have to be a contributing author in a book. I can be a visionary and reach out to women to be in my book. God gave me the vision. I put feet to it, meaning act the second book, right? That of the visionary over. And my thing is, I believe that, again, we are all here for purpose. We are here for a limited time only. And just like Valerie said, as she quoted from Dr. Miles Monroe, like, if we don't do it, the gifts and the talents go with us to the grave. We all have so many gifts and talents. That's why we're here. We're here to show up. We're here to be bold. We're here to move in our zone of excellence. And I believe, just like I met Dawn, didn't know Dawn, I just met her last year. And so for her to even say, hey, you're going to speak at my event, God had already gave me that vision long ago. But had I not stepped out of my comfort zone, and started connecting and collaborating with other women, I would have never met Dawn. And so I'm grateful. And so I think about, like, Teresa, I think about Elvira and Darissa. These are women, and especially Elvira and Darissa and Rika, like they hadn't been in a book before, but I so many gifts and talents in them. I see their light that they continue to shine. So why not say, here's an opportunity, and they can take their chapters and do many more things with them. You know, you can be a speaker, you can be a podcast. And so I just encourage women because it's who I am. I know I was created to encourage, inspire, and uplift on a dark, whatever. Like, I'm going to do that. So I'm grateful for these women who have said yes. And I want many more women to come into this. I don't want to say circle, but just to come in, because we all have something to share and we each learn from one another.
That is amazing. As I'm sitting here, and this book you're talking, and the book is called Womb Men, the Gift. And we're talking about birthing. We're talking about all of those things surrounding the subject matter of pregnant and carrying something. Come on, Farika. I'm feeling the Lord about right now. Dr. Larissa, let me do this. Dr. Larissa, we see you. Come on.
Good evening, my sisters. I'm so sorry. Y'all know my story. I can't do nothing but praise the Lord, because it hashtag he, not me. Because baby, your sister over here struggling. She's over here trying to get these girls to work. Oh my
God. Come on and say hello to us, if you will.
Yes. Good evening, good evening, good evening. God bless each and every one of you. I'm so excited. Maybe that's part of the problem. I'm just so excited over here. I'm discombobulated because I'm trying my best, but I'm just so happy to be here amongst these beautiful women of God. You just don't even, I've been so excited about this today. So that's why the enemy's trying to get in the way.
Yeah. Oh, well, listen, it is an honor. We know of you and the great work that you do, and to have the privilege and the honor to have you on our show this evening. It is an honor. And so you're part of the book. And so, Farika, I know that there's something on your heart and mind, because we're talking about birthing. You know, when you get pregnant, you get all out of shape and clothes stop fitting. And so what is that? That's spaces that you go in, people that you're around. You know, sometimes it's that you're outgrowing, so to speak, or, you know, it's not that you don't love them, but God's taking you to new places and higher heights and deeper depths in Him. Come on, Farika, talk to me now.
Oh my goodness. Yes. So much happens in the womb. I just wanted to kind of answer the question though that you asked. I definitely believe that it's important for us to be able to walk in our gifts. For me, I'm a single mom, and I just believe that we have those coming behind us. I remember when I was a single mother, just, you know, starting out, and I didn't think about purpose. I was just trying to make sure that I was the best mom for my girls, and go to work, do what I thought that I was supposed to do. But it was when God was forming me and making me that made me want to search for purpose. God, what am I here for? What is it that you want me to do? I always had a love for him, but I just didn't realize, hey, I'm here for purpose. And I just feel like it's so many people that don't live their life that way. And, you know, maybe they don't know Christ yet, but I believe like that this book would be able to introduce him to them. So I totally agree with you, ladies.
Listen, let's talk about those painful growing, the growing out of your spaces and out of clothes. Come on, Dawn, talk to me. Yes, when you're growing and you've got this baby, and that baby is the book. The baby is a project. The baby is you're becoming a leader for the first time. Come on, share, because I believe that this is all the gift that we're talking about in this amazing book that you all are a part of. So come on and share with us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say this. Like, one of the greatest lessons I've learned throughout this journey is that nobody has to understand your calling, your vision, your purpose. You know, it could be your children who you love more than anything else in the world, or your spouse, or, you know, somebody else. But sometimes we let our families or the people that we love the most dictate how we think what our journey is supposed to be like. And I will say this to you, like to everybody, do you. And that's one of the hardest things that we get to do in this world, is like not feel like we're wrong because everybody's telling us like, what's wrong with you? Like, why do you feel like that way? But I will say, like, there's magic on the other side of that. And I never felt it for a long time because I was thought like, oh, what's wrong with you? Because I was believing what everybody was telling me. Like, why do you want to be that way? Like, why do you think this? And it was coming from my closest people in my life. So once you get outside of that notion of like, nobody has to understand it beyond yourself, you're going to find this tribe of people like Valerie, my sister, you know, like we're going to find our tribe of people who get our crazy or whatever. So like, don't let people dismiss your dreams, because you will have those, but then you will also find the people that share your dreams and want to help you with your dreams.
I love it. That will help you with your dreams, because a lot of times we put our dreams on a shelf because we walk in fear, or we walk in disconnecting, or afraid to break that glass ceiling, as they say. And I'm still trying to understand that metaphor, the glass ceiling. But Elvira, come on, talk to us. We're talking about walking in our purpose, giving birth to the gifts and the talents, and the result of it. You're saying yes to this book. Come on and talk to us. What's on your heart about this conversation that we're having? And Angela, she says, yes, Dawn, do you. She's loving it, giving the hearts. Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, for me, I mean, it's, I'm so blessed to be here. God is so good because he knows how to connect us with, with everyone. So he connected me with Valerie. But first, I was born in Mexico and raised in Mexico. So I came to this country without knowing the language, without knowing anything, but God had a purpose for me to bring me to this country, United States. And I never thought, what I'm going to do here or anything, because I didn't know my gifts. But little by little, he was like, introduced me to people and, continue to grow as a single mom. It was very hard for me. Like, as you know, English is my second language. And it was very hard for me being a single mom with 3 all these years. But God is so good because he's the only one who strengthened me all this time and guide me with all of the beautiful people that I, met and being like, like meeting you guys too. And I never thought of myself that to be in financial. Never. It was just like, it was the God's connecting me that and telling me, yes, you can do it. You can do this. So that's what I'm doing this. And I never thought of myself to be here, that's God is so good that I connected with Valerie, and Valerie connected to each of us, and we are here. We are so blessed. And to be like an entrepreneur is just like I never thought of myself. It's just like, it's like I'm an alien, I'm an alien from other country coming here, and to be an immigrant is a challenge, you know, to be here in this country. But I'm here, you know, and it's just like, thanks God. And like Eric God says, my part of my story is to introduce God, what He's been doing in my life. And what is next, you know, and still growing in each of us. You know, we are unique, and each of us has a different gift that He gave us, and to use it, you know, to because there's a lot of women over there, and I'm not the only immigrant in this country. There's a million people, but are not only immigrants, you know, for all the cultures, you know, to someone is gonna inspire, you know, like we don't have to have them here. We have to, you know, continue and seeking God and continue with this, you know, life. But yeah, this is a blessing for me to be part of here and to doing what I'm doing that I never thought of myself. To come to this country and do what I'm doing, you know, to learn another language, to know other cultures. It was just like, but I was God's plan, so that He brought me here. So,
and that's so powerful that it was God's plan. And you know, we often, Coach Valerie, we often say, especially, and here's the beautiful thing. Let's talk about it. Is that this book has various cultures and races and from different backgrounds. But one of the common thread is our relationship with the Lord. And we often, here is what I've learned in my old age, y'all, is that when other little girls can see themselves in us, but when the mirror turns around, thank you, Lord, and we can look and we see a group of little girls, and they may be Hispanic, they may be the African American, they may be the Caucasian little girls or whatever, but they're playing together. They're loving each other, you know, they're playing together. But here is where my point is that we look out and we see, God, that used to be me. Or you know, look where I am now, but you kept me back then when I was a little girl. Oh my goodness. Oh, and so this is a beautiful, beautiful book already. And so y'all hadn't even gotten started talking about the chapter yet. But we are. Thank you so much. But this is beautiful. Oh my goodness. This is so beautiful. We're definitely going to talk a little bit more, dive in. Those of you that are tuning in, thank you all for sharing. Thank you. Tag a couple of people. My number is 5. I always say put 5 people. I am Sandy Sanders, host and creator of the Coffee Conversation and Book Talks with Sandy platform. This is where we are part of the CTR Media Network, and it is our platform where we host authors, anthology book projects, and most of all, I say that it is for you. I am having a ball tonight. And why do I say that? About this is a platform for books. It's for you, because you just might be looking for a good book to read, and this is definitely one of them. So, would you like for the ladies to give some snippets of their chapter? We got a little bit of time.
And I want everyone to give a little bit. Dr. Darissa, has to definitely give a little bit, because she will probably, we all are going to bless someone, but I think her tonight definitely will bless us all. I'm so grateful. I'm grateful for you all. I'm grateful for you, Dr. Darissa. And I let her.
That is awesome. Yes, at this time we're going to hear from contributing author, Dr. Darissa McAllister. And yes, she is TV host, speaker, global speaker, author, and the whole nine, y'all. She's got some amazing accolades, but most of all, we know her as a woman after God's heart. She loves the Lord. She loves people. So at this time, we're going to hear from our contributing author.
Dr. Darissa.
Dr. Darissa, you with us? Yes, ma'am, you with us?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry.
It's time for you to speak.
It's okay.
Oh no, I'll wake up for that.
Come on, we need to hear from you.
Bless us.
Yes. Oh, I have been waiting. I've literally been up like 2 nights straight. I've been so excited about this and just kind of formulating my feelings because the last couple of days have been a little interesting. The enemy has been running amok like he does when something fabulous is about to happen for the kingdom. So, I recognize game when I see it, and it's okay. I ain't scared. I'm not scared at all. So I'm just excited to be a part of this and to be a part of y'all and to be able to tell the story and to share what the Lord is doing in my life. Some people don't understand when I make a statement walking around here carrying stage 4 brain cancer, and diabetes and blood clots. And they like, what you smiling about? Because my Jesus loves me. and I'm good. He wouldn't have allowed it if it isn't. He wouldn't have allowed it. So this season in my life, the chapter that I wrote, the den I'm in, is all about sitting yourself down somewhere and letting the Lord do what he needs to do with you. And I realize every day that he wakes me up, he's answering my prayer for more time. That I started praying 5-6 years ago. So it's manifesting before my very eyes. And the den that I'm in now, which is like a pause, den is an acronym for a divine experience or environment that God deems necessary to align you with his perfect will, plan, and purpose. Because I'm a AAA personality. I'm out here doing my thing. I'm doing Darissa's thing. And that might not be what he wants me to do. And the only way he gonna get me to slow my roll and obey him, so this life of mine, this dash of mine will be right when I skip on out of here, is if I slow down and take instructions from him and follow them to the T. It's not about me. It's not about me. It's about getting this life right, serving, blessing someone with a story so it can help another woman who probably got diagnosed today or yesterday, and she's somewhere pulling her hair out because she don't know what to do. She might not have the support that I have. She might not know Jesus Christ. She's all messed up. But I can help with that. So I'm thankful for my den. I'm thankful for my den. The Lord will use me when this is all, as he makes it clearer to me. So, and that's a good thing. I love you too. Ooh, I'm chatting. I'm getting this, y'all. I'm getting it. I'm getting. That's good. Yeah. I want to thank Sister Angela and Sister Valerie for thinking of me and inviting me. And I just think this is a wonderful opportunity to just represent Jesus Christ and to do something as far as kingdom building is concerned. What better way to live your life, to spend to use your dash, and the dash is basically that time and space between the day you're born and the day you expire. What you doing with it? There was a song, I think her name was Yo-Yo back in the day. How you living? How you living? I ask myself that every morning. How you living? I get up and say, thank you, Jesus, for opening my eyes, answering my prayer for more time. So what we doing today? What we doing today? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Sister Dawn. I see you. Sister Sandy, I see you.
We love you.
I love you too. I love you too.
Wow, what a phenomenal story. And you were right. Y'all was certainly right that we need to hear her testimony, her story. And like you said, is that the gift, this gift that you have, you're not going to waste it. You
I'm
know
not.
that you have a gift and
I,
you're using it.
I refuse. And let me share something with y'all. One thing I know about that low down, dirty dog called the enemy.
Yeah.
He gets busy, busy, busy. And that be an indicator to you. When he starts coming at you hard, coming at you all kind of ways, sideways, shady and crooked, and you about to do something. God about to use you in something, and he trying to block it. He pulling out all stops. I know when I was diagnosed, we have no cancer in our family. We have no diabetes in our family. So all of this is foreign to me. This what's this called? Neuropathy, where you lose your
Yeah.
So when y'all see me, I come from a military family. Late is not in my vocabulary. So all these shenanigans that was going on trying to get in here, they ain't nothing but the enemy. Cause I ain't that chick. I don't do that. My daddy would shake his, he rolled over in his grave. He was always late for something. The morning that he got murdered, uh, he just literally left us at the house that Sunday morning. Because we were in the car. We just don't do late in this family. So please forgive me and know it's not intentional. I just can't get my body to do what I wanted to do yet. And I've been praying on that. So it's like, thank you, Jesus, because I know it's coming. I know my healing. The word says, by his stripes, I am healed. That sound like past tense to me. Sound like it's already done.
It's already done.
So
already done.
Y'all pray for your sister because she over here shaking and baking, trying to do it, trying to make it happen.
We got you covered. Coach Valerie, this is phenomenal. This is phenomenal. You've got some very powerful women in this book. At this time, yes, what I want to do is take a moment. Coach Valerie is actually going to be one of our keynote speakers. We have a author tour coming up. You all do look out for the information. I'm going to bring up the notification in just a moment, but I'm super excited to have Coach Valerie that will be joining me on our Coaches Who Are Authors. Our theme is positive transformation leads to positive results. And we're looking forward to her sharing her area of expertise. And she will be speaking to us on our platform on that Saturday, which is December the 9th. I'll be sharing out her graphic probably by tomorrow. So you all get the word out. Yes, I'm looking forward to her coming and just sharing and speaking from her heart. And looking forward to not just her, but and I want to thank you for as doing this. You are a sponsor of our program, so I'm very honored to have her as a sponsor of the Coffee Conversation and Book Talks with Sandy platform. At this time, we're going to step back and let the ladies share their heart, share about their chapter. They said yes, and then we'll come back around here, and then the final question that we have for the ladies on tonight is, what would they like for you to walk away with? They're going to let you know how you can get the book, how you can get your autograph signed copies. And when I say that, you all, your first time authors, how do you feel about that? Yes, you're going to put a autograph copy in somebody's hand. I'm loving it. I am loving it. Yes, indeed. I am going to cheer you on for sure. Teresa, since you were the first, start with you. And those of you that are tuning in, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing it out. Thank you for plugging in those names and sharing it out and tagging a friend. We do again give honor to the contributing author, yes, Minister Angela Lewis, who is right there moderating for us in the background. And yes, so she's moderating for you, making sure that she's there to support you. So we thank God for that. At this time, we're going to hear from contributing author Teresa Obadu. And I know I didn't say it right, but come on, if you will. Come on and just share a little bit, if you will.
Okay. So I want to say thank you to Valerie and Angela for making this happen. When Valerie first asked me to be a part of this vision, I was scared, and I was thinking to myself, can I really do this? I've never wrote before, and who would want to hear some of the things that I've been through? So I was a little skeptical about it at first. So I prayed on it. I didn't say yes right away, and I prayed on it, and immediately I heard from God, and His words were, "Speak out, don't stay quiet." So for the longest time, I've been quiet about situations that happened in the past and things that I went through. And it was time that I needed to actually speak out and start to heal. So I want to say thank you, Val, for giving me this opportunity to heal and to tell my story, to share my story with women. I want to let women know that regardless of what we go through, God is always going to be there for us. He's always going to be there through whatever situation we go through. And whatever it seems like, it may seem hectic at the time. It may seem like we're never going to get through it. It may seem like, why am I going through this? But He's going to bring us through regardless of what it is. So I just want to say thank you. My story, or my chapter, is a little bit about some of my childhood and what I went through and how I got to the point that I am now. The name of my the title of my chapter is Afraid to Be Alone. And of course, I was afraid to be alone. I don't want to go into too much of it, but I definitely do want to say that throughout my life, I have dealt with a few different men, and I was looking for love in places that it was the wrong places. God was always there for me, and I was looking for love outside of what God had for me. And it wasn't until I truly tapped into what God was trying to show me and give me to where the healing process started. And I had to realize that I'm going through this relationship and this relationship and this relationship. And it's the same thing over and over again, over and over again. God has always been right there. I didn't have to go through this relationship and this relationship and this relationship when He's always been right there. But I never took the time to tap into Him. So I just want other women to know that you're not alone. You don't have to feel like you're alone. You don't have to be afraid. You don't have to settle for
that part.
You don't have to go through the domestic violence.
Come
God
on,
is my man. He is my lover. He is my husband. He is my best friend. He is always going to be there for me. He got me through. He got me through what I went through. He was molding me to who I am today. And I'm just so thankful that I even went through those things. At first, I was kind of, I guess I would say I was kind of resentful for the relationships that I had, but I didn't understand that I had to go through these things to get to where I'm at now. And if I have one word, if I can use one word right now to describe who I am today, I'm free. I'm free.
Love it. Love it. I love it. Yes, we can take ourselves off of mic and we may echo a little bit, but she says that she is free. Yes. Oh my
Yes,
goodness.
sorry.
Yes.
Teach then, Teresa.
Get it. Yes, Lord. Right. Elvira and Larissa, yes, cannot wait. Wait. Yes, indeed. At this time, we're going to keep it rolling. From Valerie, tell me, where are you from? What city and state are you in?
I'm in Richmond, California.
Richmond, California. So
Yes,
all
but
the way from Richmond, California, it is indeed my pleasure to introduce to you contributing author Valerie Louise Matthews as she shares her portion of the book, The Womb Men, the Gift. Go ahead, take it away.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you. I too would like to thank Angel Angela, I call her, and thanks Sister Valerie for allowing me to be a part of this project. And I'm a transplant from New York, but I know the Lord put me here for a reason, so I can meet all of you and so that these gifts and talents can be surfaced. So for my particular chapter, it's more of it tells a little bit of my story, but it's more of words of encouragement to women. And for me, my different chapters talks about a letter to the womb man, womb abuse, womb appreciation, some advantages of being a womb man, and lessons for the womb man to remember and implement in their lives. And why the womb? And then there's challenges for the womb women. Words of encouragement, words to challenge us to rise up to our potential that God has created us to do. So many times people have asked the question, like, what's the highest praise? And, we used to say, hallelujah, but realizing that the enemy, people can emulate everything that's genuine that God has. And so when Pastor shared the truth about that, the highest praise is the life we live. So being that we've been translated out of darkness into the marvelous light, whereas the womb was a dark place, a place of nurturing and everything, where God has brought us out of there, even in the spirit realm, so that we can shine as well as be salt in this earth. And it's just so much of a blessing to me to write being that we were given the freedom to write as the Holy Spirit led us. And I just want to read a portion of this. The avenue of the womb is up close and personal, because I believe God had intimacy, relationship, and restoration on his mind and in his original plan. The mystery of the guiltless dark womb lets one know how much more personal and up close intimacy can one get than being conceived and formed in the womb, which initiates an intimate relationship. Spiritually, who have delivered us from the power of darkness and have translated us into the kingdom of his dear son. Colossians 1:13. We have even been naturally transformed from darkness into light via the womb and birth canal. And as Sister Sandy talked about transformation in Romans 12:2 talks about, be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. And for me, discipleship has helped with that. Discipleship is God's plan to conform us to the image of Christ. And going through the process of discipleship has helped me to grow, which we're commanded to grow in our relationship with the Lord, as well as to challenge me to be a better believer, dealing with this flesh, because the flesh is a mess no matter whose bones it's on, no matter whose, and so really dealing with this flesh, it really helps me, because if I'm just operating in the flesh, I can't be of much help to nobody else is in the flesh, so like I said, in this particular, the particular chapters that I wrote is more of encouragement and questions to challenge people, women, to be all that God created them to be. And I just thank God for being able to be a part of this project. I don't want to go on and on because there's others to speak behind me, but if you buy the book, you can read my story. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. As she says that, just buy the book and you can read her story. I love the points, the takeaways. So you're giving that call to action. And I love how you're giving your story and your information and bringing God's word. Again, powerful, God. If we're hearing it like this, Coach Valerie, just in the conversation, definitely they need to purchase the book for sure. Elvira is a contributing author as well. And so you all, let's sit back and take your notes. And we're going to be and then our moderator, yes, contributing author Minister Angela. She's in there and she's putting those links out so you all will know how to get those books. Okay. And we certainly want you to do that and support these authors. So we appreciate that. At this time, we will be hearing from contributing author, yes, Elvira Rendon.
Okay. Hi. For me, thank you, Valerie, for inviting me. This is my first time, and I never write anything about, my life, but to write this chapter of my life, was a therapy for me. It helps me a lot, like to heal inside for everything that I went through. And the title of my chapter is Across the River. Like, because I am an immigrant, I came to this country, I crossed a river in the border. And, it was just like hard, but like Sister Teresa says, we are not alone. God was walking with me crossing the river because it was his plan to bring me to this country, and he rescued me from a abuse relationship, the father of my kids. But it's just like to write in this part of my life. At first I was like, thinking about all this day, the enemies putting in my mind, telling me like, who's gonna, who's gonna inspire you? Who's gonna listen to your story? Because, there's millions, people coming from other countries in this country. But, but God, talks to me. And almost at the last minute told me, just ask, Valerie, you still have the opportunity to, if it's not too late for me, to be in the book. And I just text her, and I was like, it's not too late to be there. She's saying like, let me ask Angela, but I don't think so. You are, and that's why, was God's plan to be here to share my story, what he has done for me, because that's what I'm saying there. Because coming to this country, like I said, like not knowing the language, anything about it, but he was always with me. He told me when he met me in the middle of my, all the circus and little ones, and it's just like, wow, God is so good, and I am so happy. And this part, this it heals, part of my, inside of me. It was a healing for me, and continue to I want to other single moms, like not to walk in fear, because and introduce him, that we can trust in him. He's our husband, he's the provider, he is everything, for us. So that's what I thanks God, and I all about it, just like what he does for me and my kids. All this process that I went through, coming to this country as an immigrant. And, is I know a lot of people who's gonna read the book, each of us story, they're gonna help themselves, and to encourage other women, single mothers, and that God is there, he's always there, and he's waiting for us, and just like I'm very thankful to be here, part of this. It's a lot, but just a little bit of the introduction that what I wrote in my chapter. But thank you, Valerie, and thank you all of you guys, for being part of this book. And this is gonna be a blessing for a lot of people.
Yeah. And it really is. And thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for your transparency. Thank you. Those of you that tune in, y'all know that when we bring on these authors on our show, I want to thank visionary author Valerie and what you do to help women reach their highest, to excel in the highest. So this book has new authors, for the first time authors. And what an avenue that you have opened up. Talking about a wound, giving birth to something. These are your babies, and they have the baby of sharing their story. I think this is incredible. Listen, thank you all. Y'all are really we're kind of running over, but I don't we're not rushing, so we do understand y'all listening to the replay and the whole nine, because we are getting, this is great conversation. Y'all are doing really, really good. Thank you all to Book Talks with Sandy. At this time, we're going to now hear from, let's see, is it Dawn? Would Dawn be next, or is it Dr. Orissa? Oh, okay. And then Farika, I think is she still with us? I think she had to step away.
Yeah, she had to leave. She did put something in the chat.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Great. Okay. All right.
Okay, so I'm here.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Dawn. And you're helping me keep up count because I can lose track. Okay. Those of you in our audience, I'm reading all of what's happening in the audience. Valti, Imani is just, thank you, Imani. Thank you for just hanging out with us and sharing. She says, this is powerful, ladies. I'm seeing that. And she said, Val T, you did that. And I love what she wrote. She said, Val T, you did that with these fabulous women. And yes, indeed. And yes, we're giving a shout out as we are hearing from our moderator and contributing author, Minister Angela Lewis, podcaster and speaker as well. She says, shout out to the visionary author. Absolutely. And to purchase your book from her, we do have her link as well. Each of the ladies, those of you, and this is streaming on our Facebook side as well as our YouTube side. At this time, we're now going to hear from contributing author, and I think that you will be the last unless anyone else has something else that they want to add to the conversation. Dawn, it's on you now.
I'm here.
Yes, there you go. So you're going to share just a little bit about your chapter. Yeah, can you hear me? Okay. Yes. Share a little bit about your chapter, and what would you like for the readers to walk away after reading your chapter?
You know, when I again, I love Valerie so much from the depths of my soul. And when she asked me to be part of her book, I said yes. And I didn't know what I was going to write. And when, she gave me the topic, I sat for a little bit because I'm like, oh God, like really right. But I wrote some of the aha moments that I've had in my life based on being like a woman, having children, and, how do I express the things that I learned from being a mom. And being a mom was like probably one of my greatest teachers. So like I like my chapter is disjointed, probably not like everybody else's chapter, but it's literally like some of the aha moments I learned like by being a mom.
And what was some of those aha moments? What is the one that you can talk about?
I think just like loving yourself.
Okay.
Loving yourself and loving yourself like you love your children. As a mom, we love our children, but sometimes we don't love ourselves. One of the things that I think that I learned over the last several years is like our self-talk, right? There's self-talk all the time. Mm-hmm. And when I said to myself, you know what? You would never speak to yourself the way you would speak to your children. That was an aha moment in my life where I was like, what? Mm-hmm. I would not talk to my children the way I speak to myself. And that was like, I wanted to like delve down and talk about that and say, why would you talk to you in a way that you would talk to your children.
Yeah.
And that's been like a really like huge journey for me over the last few years, where it's like, that's horrible. I would not speak to my friends the way I speak to me. I would not speak to my children the way I speak to me, yet I speak to me the way I speak to me. So this has been an amazing journey. But I think that knowing that I wouldn't speak to somebody else the way I speak to myself has been a huge like journey forward.
That's good. Thank you so much. I think what you've said is powerful because a lot of times we talk and we speak and the different tones or and it makes you wonder and it makes you think. And so you're causing us to really think. And so thank you so much. Can't wait to get the book. And speaking of, can't wait to get the book. We are now going to Dr. Darissa, you got anything the Lord's got on your heart? You want to say something here? Because we're about to dive into how we can get this book in our hands. Anything on your heart?
Honey, I always have Romans 8:28 on my heart. I live my
You
life.
better go ahead.
Baby, that's the scripture right there. I learned at 19 when my father was murdered, Super Bowl Sunday, that I don't care what it looks like. I don't care what it feels like. All things will work together for good. And it actually led me, I'm sorry, Lord, for we know all things work together for good. So we don't sit here and we don't ponder, we don't debate, we don't research. We know. We are persuaded. We should be that all things, I don't care, like I said, what it looks like, and focus on the word all. That's the uncomfortable, the unjust, the unfavorable, the unfair, all things. He gonna pull that thing together, baby. It's gonna work together for your good. And we aren't, even on our best day, smart. And I think I'm a pretty smart chick. On my best day, I can't figure some stuff out. Like this diagnosis. Where'd that come from? None of it, nothing in my family that even points in this direction. Had a headache. I can count how many headaches I've had. My 59 years. I'm like, Lord, let me see the 59th birthday. Thank you, Jesus. And it's like, what? I'm sitting in the ER. I hear wah, 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 wah. Tumor, huh? And then I hear cancer. What? So some might say, how is this working out for your good? Well, let me tell you, it's the den I'm in that I'm in right now that really explains it all. Because I know the kind of chick I am. I'm gonna get it done. I don't need no help. I got this, with the Lord, of course. And he had to use this space, this season, to show me, number one, slow your roll, because it ain't about you, boo. It's about the dash. It's about you learning and grasping and implementing what I'm trying to put down deep inside you, so you can change some ways of yours, because it ain't aligning with what I got in store for you. And I know I would not have ever slowed down long enough to hear that message. He had to knock me on my back, put me in the hospital, listening to a doctor talking crazy to me about some cancer. I got it now. And I look forward to what the end's gonna be. As crazy as that may sound, but I know he's working this thing out. He knew me before I was in my mama's womb.
Yeah.
And I look back with my carnal eyes and I can see the things that he let me experience. Den stands for a divine experience or environment that God deems necessary to align you with his perfect will, his perfect plan, and his perfect purpose for your life. So I needed this space so he could get me straight. You see what I'm saying? Because otherwise I wasn't going to willingly go. I haven't for 59 years. So things like my mother having Alzheimer's, taking care of her for 10 and a half years. And that prepared my daughter being born with a rare syndrome, having seizures and things like that, nonverbal. She's in the wheelchair too. And for now, till the Lord say something different, it prepared me for mama. Death never has scared me. I ain't freaked out. I'm a believer, so I know I'm going. Either way, I win, you know? And this den I am so thankful for because he's teaching me things, number one, about myself, about people, and about him. And it's drawing me closer to him. You can't help but be close to somebody. You know what a den is? It's usually small, dark, maybe a little cold, uncomfortable. But he's in that space with me. Oh, honey, we be chopping it up.